Hi, hello. Hello, Uni. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. It is me. It's Psycho Bunny, and we are back to play Radiant Tale, and today is going to be our final stream for Radiant Tale. We are on our last route. It's Vilio's. It's the one I saved for last. It's the one I've been the most excited about because honestly, he won my heart in the last game. And we're going to see what it's like to be a Dragon's Bride. So I'm pretty excited. That's what we're doing today. Also, as a pre-warning, my back hurts really bad. It started 2 days ago and has not gotten better. But you know what? Sitting doesn't hurt, so it should be good. It should be good. But if I have to get up, I will be turning off the camera because I'm hobbling at best. I need to catch up on Roddy still, but my baby Vilio. Roddy's honestly, I know a lot of people don't seem to like Roddy. But his route honestly was pretty chill. Everything was cool. Like backpain gang. Backpain gang! Oh, he's loud. Is this me? I'm going the wrong way. Let me know if that's too loud for you. What lasts forever? Ooh, what lasts forever? Nothing. Did I do it? No. Okay. That's the song. That's the line from a song, by the way. Alright. Wait, I won't lie, I meant to pin the backpain gang because I just feel like that's it. That's the mood I'm in.
良いか、ビリオ
Where
よ。
are we?
魔を浄化する力を持つ定めの子よ。
Listen, Vilio, you are a child born with the power to purify evil.
マスタードラゴンであるお前は、
Is this loud?
その力で弱き者を守らねばならぬ。
It's gotta be me. I don't know if it's loud or not. I'm not gonna stay. I gotta have to watch the VOD. Distracted by Final Fantasy 14 Drawn Trials stream and need to catch up on anime too. I'm caught up on anime. Fun fact, I watched the last fairy tale one. I've watched episode 3. Yeah, it was good. Okay, cool. See, what you hear and I hear are different, so I'm like, it seems like it's screaming at me. You are the Archdragon, the only one with the power to protect the weak. The most powerful dragon born only once per generation. Only an Archdragon is able to consume and purify fiends.
その身をとして、すべての魔を喰らい、世界の礎として長き眠りにつく。
I'm hoping this one's as chill as Ralita's route. Ralita's route was not dramatic. It was pretty chill. I started the third route in Changeling and almost done with the first route in Dark Knight. Nice. How many routes are there in Changeling? 5 or 6? Like, are you halfway there? 6. Okay. Look at you. You're doing what you wanted. How long was the common route for Dark Knights? Was it very long? For the sake of the world, you must risk your life and devour fiends until you fall into the eternal slumber. Ah, my favorite.
この世界を守ること。これこそがお前の背負う使命なのだ。
We do have a, and I know Asia's already in it. I don't know if Yuni's done it. We have a poll on what my next game's going to be because August didn't have any new releases. It did have new releases, but there weren't new releases I planned on grabbing. So there's a poll if you want to go and vote. It ends in 36 hours. Variable Barricade's winning right now. Sent you a message on Discord. Ooh, excited. I've voted perfect. Excellent. Yeah, Variable Barricade's winning, which honestly is interesting. Oh, Asia! Did it come in one piece? I was so scared they were going to get deflated. That's why it took me so long to ship them, because I had to go buy something to put them in. I'm like, I can't just put this in a bubble miller. I have beef with Variable Barricade. What did it do to you? Wait, you voted on it. Wait, didn't you vote? What do you mean you have beef with it? Why'd you guys vote for it then? You want me to suffer? What is this? Protecting the world is your privilege and duty. How is it winning if you have a beef with it? Wait. That was the blessing bestowed upon me when I was born. Were you born here? At the same time, it was a curse that chained me to my fate. Thinking back on it, I devoted my whole life to that mission. I voted Dairoku. Oh, you could vote multiple times. I tried to. It was actually funny. I made a paragraph and did the poll, and apparently I assumed the paragraph got submitted with the poll. It did not. And the paragraph was like, hey guys, since there's this and this and this, please vote. And it was already too late because by the time I realized it didn't send it, it was like the next day. I was like, never mind. Variable Barricade has 4 routes and a true route. Most likely you'll finish it soon. I mean, if I finish it soon, what's coming out in September? I was trying to pre-plan. Because if I finish it soon, we can start another one. Or we can do some of the indie ones. Because I don't mind doing an indie game. Next month, we have so many weeks. I voted for everything except for 2 games I didn't care anything about. Ooh, what were the 2 you didn't vote for? I joined circus and traveled all around the world to save the prince. I remember that. It was a simpler time. In truth, I only joined because I wanted to learn about the world, to see for myself how weighty my task truly was. I joked with my companions during our heartwarming meals at the dinner table. You've got an idea for me? Ooh, I like ideas. I still have to make the new post for the panel, which I still haven't gotten word back that my panel was picked. But hopefully it gets picked. So, Miss Natalia, I recently watched your gameplay for Virtue Evermore and got onto the Otome games. I'm happy that I can finally be part of your lives. Where is the poll? The poll is on Discord. I will send a link to the Discord. Also, thank you. Thank you for being here. The Virtue ones are the ones that hurt me the most, so I'm glad I'm glad you watched and enjoyed it. Let's see. Copy here. This is the Discord. It is going to be posted in general. And it was just posted yesterday, but right now I don't know if we're going to be doing Variable Barricade or not. It's got 18% of the votes, and then we have Dairoku, Collar X Mouse, and Charade Maniacs tied for second right now. And I forgot to put Code Realize on it, and I realized it the next day as well. I was like, wait a second, there was a whole nother game we were gonna play. Code Realize Marathon in January. There's nothing right at the start of next year, so honestly that might be the idea. Isn't that sad? Blame Radiant Hell, actually. Blame this fan disc for ruining my plans. We were gonna play Code Realize this month, and then they decided, oh, by the way, the fan disc is coming out in July. And I was like, what? Now I had to play the first one so I could play the second one. Honestly, I love it, so I don't really mind. This was a great time. Okay. I found myself surrounded by cheers and applause whenever I took the stage. Yet all the while my mind was focused on the mission given to me, protecting the world. I'll die to protect everyone's happiness, I thought. I even felt proud that my death could save a lot of people, except the thought didn't last forever. Oh yeah, that's right. This was my favorite scene in the last one. I'd rather have some strangers die than you. Like, I would burn this city down for you, my guy. A girl screamed in protest on my behalf. I can't take it. The world means nothing to me if you're not in it. Just an ordinary girl I was supposed to protect. But her words cracked the shell around my cowardly heart, even as I was determined to see out my duty to its end. I will say I do like Variable Barricade, but the true route ruined everything for me personally. How can a true route ruin it? True routes are supposed to be like the one that if they turned it into an anime, that's the ending they're gonna go with. Like, Paradigm Paradox would be an amazing anime, and I would watch that from beginning to end. Like, I didn't like the secret route guy, but like... I'll see. You'll find out. Oh no, I probably will. It's winning. Her words cracked the shell around my cowardly heart, even as I was determined to see out my duty to its end. I really only like Shion, to be honest. Vilio, my angel, my sweet baby. I don't know much about it. I think we've talked about this many times. I don't I look for the least amount of information, but the art looks really pretty in Variable Barricade. Like, it's very clean. It almost looks comic booky to me at times, which I like too. I don't want to appear just yet. I still wanted to live. Her compassion wrenched the earnest wish I'd hidden deep in my mind straight from my lips. Now I gotta go. Alright, we'll have fun playing or playing Final Fantasy. That moment changed everything. Leah, me, had become an all-important figure in my life. Me-2, an ordinary girl who used to live in the capital. During her second visit to Kalita, she was possessed by a fiend. She only escaped death by becoming Vilio's mate. Now a dragon's bride, she has lost her humanity as her body gradually becomes more dragon-like. Wait. The art's the best art I've ever seen, which is why it sucks that it wasn't that good to me. Aww. Well, that's sad. Honestly, Tengoku Struggle kind of had that vibe for me. I really liked Tengoku Struggle, and it was vibing for a while, but then like the true route, in my opinion, is like the final route you play. Ruined it. I released the world's negative emotions. I shared my pain with everyone instead of letting it bury me, and she was the one who'd come up with this miraculous idea to free me from my mission. My dragon's bride, my everything. He could write a song. Dragon's partner to whom he shares his power and makes an eternal vow. Before becoming one, they must share a true love's kiss. Only after that will she become his soulmate and receive his powers. Still so embarrassing, right? She was all like, I don't know if he likes me. And they're like, you literally can't do this unless he likes you. And they're like, oh. Now that I had a life of my own, I wanted to tell her how I felt over and over again. But if they have babies, hear me out. Are they gonna have to abandon those babies? Also, we had the opposite problem today. Now everything's so bright. Thank you for opening up my future. Thank you for walking this path with me. Still not the best wedding photo of the set, but I love her tights in this one. I'll keep on loving you for as long as I live, Leah. It'll be a while, I believe, if I recall correctly. Nestled in the middle of Estotia was the world's largest city, the capital, Arthier. Vilio, I'll literally move mountains for you. Like, watch me go. It's been a year since Vilio and I last visited the city, which saw the comings and goings of people from all over the world.
Wow, 久々だな、アーテイルも。俺たちの結婚式公演以来か?
Feels like ages since we've been to Arthier. I think the last time we came here was during our wedding performance, huh? Referring to the circus performance that also served as Vilio and our heroine's wedding. I think so, yeah. We immediately left for our honeymoon, which was more like another world tour. Can't believe it took us a whole year to come back.
まあ、行く先々でアンコール受けて、公演の延長とかしてたからな。
Well, we didn't keep extending the tour because more and more people wanted to see. Aww. Unlike before, we stopped by small towns and Fey Beast villages in addition to the major cities. We went anywhere our presence was requested. The size of the crowd didn't matter. Recalling our one-year adventure, I chuckled. It was all worth it in the end. We upped our fame, and more people expressed interest in joining the troupe.
だな。ルーナやフィロももう一人前だし、続く団員たちも次々に育ってる。
I get it. I don't know how to describe it other than that. Hair on my face. But I got it. I don't know. I just feel it tickling like right here. Do I still feel it? Oh no. Oh no, I'm being attacked by hairs. I know, right? Luna and Fido can stand on their own already, and the others are continuously improving. If only we decided to give them sprites. Like, if only they looked like things.
俺たちの力なしでも立派にやっていけるくらいにな。
At the very least, they can do just fine without our help now. He looked a little wistful, so I snuggled up to him and looked out towards the city. Ahead of us were the same old peaceful streets of the capital. I saw the bakery I used to go to as a kid, the tea wholesaler who was a regular at Labir. After scrutinizing the scene for differences, I shifted my gaze to the sky. Some things have changed, whereas others have stayed the same. Like the sky, it's just as vast and blue as it was that day. Right, that day. My first meeting with Vilio occurred on an ordinary day. Man, remember this man fell out of the sky and landed on us? I met a boy who tumbled down from the sky and then I joined circus. Ever since then, my small world had grown exponentially. Especially after I learned that Vilio was the archdragon, a sacrificial figure duty-bound to protect the world. Having been given a share of his powers, I became his dragon's bride. The day we spent fighting against his fate were something out of a fairy tale. Back then, I couldn't believe that the fate of the world rested on my shoulders. Yet, it was a miraculous tale in which we all saved the world. It was a tale spun from my desire, one anybody might have, the desire to save someone I loved. Got this. Just watch me. The feeling I had then were no mere tale, though they might sound exaggerated to a bystander. But the fact that we were still alive, still standing together today, proved the strength of our love. Let's hold hands, Leah. Okay. Absolutely. You can take me anywhere. Our fingers tightly intertwined, assuring that this wasn't a dream. Feeling each other's warmth, we took in a relaxing stroll around Arthier. Also pulled this out so I'd have a different red for him. Also I changed the color of the controller. Okay, hear me out. He's got pinkish eyes, but he also has like a purple undertone, so I put this one on too. So we got purple and pink and then red for him, so did my best. A few hours passed. Alright. No items are missing. Oh, that's right! Colovis is a big boy in this one, because he grew up. He's groused upst in this one. He's older than us, and he's showing so much skin.
確かに受理させてもらったわ。この1年間本当にお疲れ様、二人とも。
He's so pretty. He could be prettier, but I think he's gorgeous. Don't show me Arthier and then show me this. Arthier was the hot. He was so hot. I wanted that guy. I was like, I'm ready for the prequel of Radiant Tale, where we romance Arthier. Let's go. Documents received. Thanks for all your hard work this past year, Leah, Vilio.
おう、ありがとな、ジーニア。それにコリブスも。
Same here. Thanks, Junia, and you too, Colovis. Let me thank you as well, Junia and Colovis. Oh, I guess I should call you King Colovis now. Colovis, the former prince, now king, who was born with such incredible power that he was held as a modern-day Arthier. When he journeyed into the cave in Pasio to save Vilio, he encountered King Arthier and regained his rightful appearance. Since his coronation, he has taken over the throne from his father.
いいよいいよ。ここには僕たちしかいないしね。
Don't worry about it. We're the only ones here. Junia's like touching the back of his head right now. God? What do you mean? That's not God. His name's Colovis. He's a king. I wish he had long hair. I know, right? Oh, gosh. When I went to go find my old screenshots to figure out how I should make my controller look, I saw the photo of Arthier and I'm like, I don't need to click on this, but I'm going to. Oh, gosh, that man. I smiled at Colovis. He had succeeded the throne of the previous king, Vigonia. King Vigonia, Colovis's father, after watching over his son's growth, he stepped down from the throne as a leader. Throne, and is leading a peaceful life. He's just chilling. Hello. Hi, mama. We were in one of the anteater rooms in the castle. Ducky, ducky, duckies. Nice, nice. Who's that one from? I like those. Those are cute. Oh, Shamada. Okay, cool. I should follow her. That's a good point. I should do that. I'll find her. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I need to change the cheers. Thank you for the beats. We're actually going to add sound clips I can get for cheering, which is going to be exciting. I just have to make it. That's the problem. It's all me. Vilio and I had come here to submit a particular document. Still, I can't believe you're the one who's in charge of procedure, Jinya. You, of all people, with your fancy nails and your makeup. I totally thought it'd be Alice's job.
あーちゃんならカリダに出張中よ。コアアイテムの研究報告が出てね。それの確認に行ってるの。
Ali is always on. Oh, away. Sorry, my brain does that. I'm like, always? Why is he always on a business trip? Ali is away on a business trip to Kalita. He wanted to check up on some core item research findings.
だから僕がジーニアに代わりをお願いしたんだ。
He would play an evil villain. Just hear me out. That's a bad guy. He could be evil. That's why I asked Jinya for help.
ジーニアも2人に会いたいかなと思って、サーカスがオートに戻るって聞いてから嬉しそうにしてたし。
Sorry, Clovis. I didn't mean to talk over you and your skeleton body. I figured he wanted to see you too. He was so happy when he heard you were back in town.
そりゃね。私は何と言っても栄えあるサーカス初代団長ですもの。
Why wouldn't I be? I'm the first ever leader of the prestigious troupe circus. Jinya always had a flair for the dramatic. He still looked the same as when I saw him last about a year ago. That's because we didn't get costume changes, and I won't lie, I'm a little disappointed by not having any. One thing about him did confuse me. He seemed a bit spent. Don't say that. By the way, are you feeling alright? You look a little tired, my guy. Did you forget to put your makeup on this morning?
風の噂で聞いてるぜ。最近は王の片腕って言われてるって。
This reminds me, I saw this really funny comedian thing where they're like, when you see a girl and you're like, wow, she looks refreshed, she looks da-da-da-da, and you see her every day and she's like, that, she's wearing makeup. And if you see that same girl and she looks tired and a little bit, and you say, are you all right? You look tired. She just wasn't wearing makeup and she thought she looked okay today. And I'm like, oh no. We heard a rumor, so you're like the king's left-hand man now. King's left-hand man. Since Caliphus succeeded the throne, Jinya has been flitted to the fro of his behalf. Oh gosh. Flitting to and fro on his behalf like a tireless worker bee, earning his moniker from authorious citizens. Caliphus's right-hand man is, yes, you guessed it, Alice.
で、今までのだらけ癖が嘘みたいに忙しく駆け回ってて、まるで別人だって。
I hear you're a whole different person, always on the move, and your habits of slacking off has disappeared.
そうそう、そうなのよ。
Oh, he sounds so sad about it. That's true, absolutely right.
ついに私の有能さを隠しきれなくなっちゃって。
I
昨
can
日
no
も夜遅くまで仕事
longer hide my talent. All I do these days is work. Nothing but work.
夜更かしはお肌の大敵だっていうのに全くたまったもんじゃないわ。
Staying up late is like your skin's worst enemy. I am too stressed. He banged the table in frustration, then cast a wistful glance sideways with a sigh.
忙しいとは言ってもコリブス様ほどじゃないけどね。
Well, I'm not as busy as King Calavis over here. My man, I'm guessing you've got your hands full now that you're the king.
うん。まあそこそこね。やることはいっぱいあるし。
Yeah, more or less. There's a lot of things to do. As a reminder, yesterday it was almost as if I was just like 10. Now here I am, 18, 19. It's been a year running this city. There's a lot of things to
でも
do.
国を背負って立つ以上は泣き言なんて言ってられないから、できるだけ頑張らないと。
It's not like I can whine and complain about it when I carry the weight of the nation. I need to work as hard as I can. Calavis beamed radiating confidence. Now that he had grown physically and mentally, he certainly had the dignity of a king. Noticing my eyes on him, he arched a brow.
どうしたの？僕の顔に何かついてる？
What's wrong, Leah? Have you noticed something on my face? I noticed that in your route, you stayed a kid until like 1 second where I got to see you flash to your adult form, something I wanted the whole time in the last game because I thought that would have been the cutest story ever. And they didn't give it to me, and they only half gave it to me here. So I'm just admiring the fact that you are an adult right now, even if your hair is really flat to your head. It's nothing. Sorry for staring. I'm just amazed at how much you've grown. It was only yesterday that you were literally like 8. You remind me of King Arthur, how he looked when we met him.
アーテール王？ああ、そういえばパシオの洞窟で会ったとか言っ
I
てたっけ？
wish he reminded me more of King Arthur, honestly. That man wore sandals. Hi, Poppy. Hello. But yeah, he wore sandals, and honestly, I miss him. King Arthur, did you say you met him in the Paseo Cave?
うん。
Mhm.
僕もあの時の
Sorry,
話、
that was her talking.
今でも心の中に刻んでるよ。
Our conversation is forever engraved in my heart. I'm obsessed with Calavis's hair. In what way, Yinny? Tell me how. I need to be him. I'm obsessed with his collarbones. Like, he's got really... I wish I had them. I don't. They're there, but they're not doing anything. There, you can see them for like a second. Oh, gosh, that's it. That's it. That's all I got for collarbones. I got a second my breath. Like, he's got great collarbones. He's got goth hands. Like, he's got that little... I could do it if I cut a hole in this. Oh, by the way, this is my prize for that contest I entered. Hang on, which side? Oh no, he's hot. Yeah, here's the jacket I got for competing in that social media contest. It's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. We're gearing up for Black Ops 6 now. You're like Mozu Bustafellows right now. Fun fact, I don't know who that one is, but is it the cool guy with the gloves? Because I like cool guys with gloves. Yeah. Look at this. This is the softest hoodie, by the way. I'm in love with this hoodie. Touching it is great. It's a real treat.
だからこそ、彼が託した未来に恥じないよう、頑張っ
Mozu
て
said we
国を
have
導
great
かなきゃ。
skeletal structures. So they asked me who my favorite person from Save the Villainess was, by the way, and it is the servant because he's like literally complimenting. He's like, when your body decays and you're nothing but bones, they're gonna be gorgeous. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. Oh, you're right. I apologize. I've been doing really good at that, and I messed up right then. They said I have wonderful skeletal bones. I have wonderful bones, and I love them for it. Yes. Gosh, Servant's my favorite one. I'm looking forward to Servant's route when we get that game. The gender envy butler. I love it. All the more reason I must do my best to lead this country and not embarrass him. You can embarrass him. He's dead.
無理しすぎは禁物ですからね。
Oh, now, overworking is not allowed in this house, all right? Jinia glared at the king, trying to hold back his
あなた
enthusiasm.
は頑張りすぎです。ここ1週間の睡眠時間なんて平均1日3時間くらいでしょうに。
You're pushing yourself too hard. How much sleep did you get this week? Bet it was only 3 hours a day, tops.
それに魔力のこともあまりに無茶が過ぎるかと。
That includes your mana consumption. You use way too much. Also, your conditioner's not good. It's not making your hair soft. I assume.
うん。
Yeah. You better be upset. Virginia shamed the king into silence. Vilio and I exchanged glances. Well, I got my water bottle back, by the way. I stole it back. It's not that I stole it. I took it to the kitchen. Here's what actually happened. Here's a short story before I take my drink. I took it to the kitchen to refill it. I left it in the kitchen. And then I said, whatever, I'll grab a different color. And it was the new one we got, and it's a frosted finish, and I don't like how it feels. So I went back to this one. I don't know why. Frosted glass, like real glass filling. Nice, smooth. Frosted glass made my, like, teeth hurt. I don't know. What about his mana?
言われてみれば、コリブス、妙に魔力を消耗してねえか？
Now that you mentioned it, hey Cullivis, are you using your mana in a different way?
あ
Cullivis? He's just like deflating. He's just making sounds like.
あ。うん。あ
Vilio's curious question only served to make Cullivis more comfortable. Eventually, he gave up and reluctantly explained things.
あ。いや、うん。
Me in a
別
conversation.
に大したことじゃないよ。
It's just, how do I say it? It's not a big deal, really. It's not a big deal.
ただ、ルケットクラウンの魔力補充に少し力を使いすぎちゃって。
I accidentally used a little too much power to replenish the Roketa Crown's mana. Arthier's core item, which you're not wearing, by the way. And I know the sprite has the king wearing it, and the king was wearing a replica, which it just means they should have drawn it separately. Anyways. Memories floated in my mind at the familiar name. Core items were powerful artifacts imbued with the Great Spirit's magic. Each symbolized one of the 5 major cities. We've got Kalida's Cartius Wand. I'm not reading these ones. I know what they are. I'm so sweepy. Ooh woo ooh woo ooh woo. Why are you sweepy? Otora's Labyrinth Necklace. Orion's Lacrima earrings, which are cute, by the way. And Ferris's Intaglio ring. Oh yeah, and Arthier's. Last but not least, the Royal Capital's Roquette Crown. I'll read this one. I hit the right button, that is. The core item of the capital, which was created by the first king Arthier, it saved Vilio from being consumed by negative emotions and devoured by fiends. Yay! Remember when he was hot? I couldn't sleep last night because I was too cold. I like how we have the opposite problems. You and I, we are yin and yang, and I'm too warm and you are not. Oh, sorry, I'm too warm. No. Yeah, I'm too warm and you're too cold. I was right the first time. How cold is it for you right now? What's your degrees, my dude? I'll check my weather. Hang on, open my thing. It wasn't the worst today, but what's the weather, bro? Alright, at the same time in Celsius, 43 degrees. In Fahrenheit, 110 degrees. And the high today, oh, we're at the high. This is the high. We're there. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and that's the high. Are we getting higher? Tomorrow, it's also cloudy, by the way. Keep that in mind. It's also, our high is going to be 111. 15 degrees Celsius? Bro. That's like, okay. You're poor, you and your cat. Circus managed to gather 5 core items of our previous quest. We did it to save rampant Vilio, who had been devouring fiends for 2 years straight. Cullivis bundled all of their powers together and severed the negative emotions from Vilio's body, saving his life. Remember
実
that?
はね、あの時コアアイテムの魔力ほぼ使い果たしちゃったんだ。
To tell the truth, the core items mana stores took a huge hit back then. What?
俺が言うのもなんだけど、それって大丈夫なのか？
I was also sleeping in the basement, so extra cold. That's true. I keep saying we need to be mole people in Arizona because if we dig little burrows like this, like a mole, we could live under the ground, and it's cooler down there. And depending on how deep it is, you actually don't even need AC because it's always gonna stay. It regulates the temperature. Amazing. When I woke up for the 3rd time last night, I just said screw it and went back up to my room. Actually, that's a great question. Why were you sleeping in the basement? Were you turning into a werewolf? What was the reason for that? It's funny coming from you, but isn't that like bad?
本来ならあまり問題はないわ。精霊の加護を受けたコアアイテムは自然から魔力を取り込む力があるの。
Shouldn't pose much of a problem. Core items have the spirit's divine protection, so they can absorb mana from nature. My fan broke. Aw.
今4つのコアアイテムは各都市で元サーカスのメンバーがそれぞれ管理してくれてるけど、
Time to go buy a new fan, Grim. Go get it. But four other core items are currently managed by the former circus members in each
そうやっ
city.
て各都市に安置すれば勝手に魔力も回復して元に戻るはずよ。
I'm not. You become a mole person. Okay, it takes time, right? That's why we have the game Mel Mole, because at some point in time, we're all gonna be moles, living underground, having a wonderful time, avoiding the heat ray from the sun because it's gonna just start melting our skins the moment we get touched. Like, I'm waiting for the day. As long as they're enshrined in their respective city, their mana should recover. That's a relief, but what's the issue here then? Colovis? Colovis turned somber as he
5
answered.
つ目のコアアイテムオートのルケットクラウンだけはちょっと事情が異なってね。
Out of the 5 core items, the Roquette Crown is a bit
あれは厳密には別物というか4大精霊のコアアイテムに合わせてアーテイル王が作ったものだ
I
から
gotta get my ice pack out of my bag. I have it because my bag hurts. It's a special case, an item that King Arthea created to match the other 4.
要するに他のアイテムと違ってあのクラウンだけは精霊の加護を受けていないのよ。
In short, the Roquette Crown does not get its power from the spirits.
なるほどな。自然から魔力を吸収して回復できないってことか。
So it can't absorb mana from nature to restore its mana.
そう、
It's lame.
あれは全属性を均等に持ついわば無属性のコアアイテム。
Exactly. You could say it's a unique core item that possesses all attributes evenly.
だから魔力を補給できるのは全属性を扱う力を持つ王族のみってことになるわけ。
Royals can control all the attributes, so they're the only ones who can replenish the Roquette's crown mana. So that's what Colovis is using his mana for.
うんでも心配しないでよ。公務の間に魔力を注いでできるだけ早く復活させるから。
He still looks shy, even as an adult. Why is he crouching so much? Sir, your posture is really bad for your back, and I should know as someone who has back problems. Rest assured, I only do it when I have extra, so I recover pretty quickly. The king trumped his chest, which only made Ginny glare
ま
sharp.
たそういう無茶を言う。そんなこと言いながら昨日も倒れかかってたのをお忘れで。
See? You're pushing yourself again. Have you forgotten that you fainted yesterday?
でもこのままってわけにもいかないでしょ。
I can't simply leave it like this, you know?
ちょっと献血するようなものだよ。1日1回くらいだったら。
Think of it as me donating my blood. Doing it once a day should be fine.
ダメです。毎日献血したら普通の人だってぶっ倒れますから。
No means no. Even common folk don't collapse if they donate their blood every
魔力の補充ならビゴニア様も手伝ってくれていますし。
Besides, His Royal Highness Begonia can help you restore the crown's mana.
なのでクラウンへ魔力を送るのは私が許可した時のみ。いいですね。
That said, you're allowed to pour your mana into the crown only when I give you permission. Is that clear?
でも
But
伏せっていた時代が長かったせいか王の体調を心配する声は多いんです。
many people are concerned about your health given how long you've been sick.
民に余計な心配を与えないこと。
Is it
そ
a
れも
king's
立派な
duty
王の務めでしょ。
to keep his people from worrying about him?
はい。
I know. Sorry. Colovis looked devastated after being harshly scolded by his left-hand man. Meanwhile, Vilio and I were so shocked that our eyes were as white as saucers. Am I seeing things?
まともなこと言ってる。
He's being reasonable?
あなたたちそんなところで息を合わせないでちょうだい。
Hey, you two, can you not make fun of me as a duo, please? Then again, Jinya was Circus's leader, even if he was casual about it. We had solidified our image of him as a free spirit, so this came as a huge surprise. To be fair, he's always had an open mind and sound judgment. I could see why this would happen the moment he started putting effort into helping people rather than taking it easy. Feels weird to see that. Thinking as much, I turned to Colavis. I agree with Tinia. With how busy you are these days, it would be better to let others take care of the simplest job and get some
う
rest.
ん、そうだね。この後は少し休ませてもらうよ。
Yeah, that's right. Guess I'll take a break after this.
でも、僕としては君の方が心配だけどね。
Me? I'm also worried about you, Leah. Why me? With a stern look on his face, he picked up a document on his desk. He then read the words aloud.
サーカスの退団願い。うん、撤回する意思はないんだね。
Circus resignation notice. You're not planning to withdraw from the troupe, are you? Actually, we are. We've already talked it over. The whole reason we'd come to the castle today was to submit our
そっか。
resignation.
僕個人としては引き止めたいところなんだけど。
Too bad. I personally would have loved for you to stay on the troupe. Why? Are you in love with me?
いや、コリブスが娯楽への援助や支援を推し進めてくれたおかげで、サーカスの規模も大きくなった。
You know, circus never would have come this far if it weren't for all of your support and help,
パ
Columbus.
フォーマンスチームも第2第3と増えてるし、
You even have a second and third team now. The numbers keep getting higher.
サーカスはもう十分。俺たちがいなくてもやってけると思う。
Why couldn't you talk longer, sir? I was trying to put chapstick. So he isn't a route. He, Columbus, he technically has a route. It's very short. It's barely a chapter-ish long, and, it's posted in with, Leanne's route. So if you want to watch it, I would recommend. It's so short, I don't want to spoil it. I'd say it's more of a hint than a route. It's a ripoff. Yeah, it's not. It's a route if you call it that. We're sure Circus will do great even without us. In fact, I feel like I'm holding the others back. It's such a ripoff. Prim is still feeling it. When I said so, Vilio laid a hand on my back.
話は聞いてるわ。先日のフェルス公演だったかしら。
We got baited so hard. Why won't it let me give you bits? It should let you give me bits. I have gotten bits earlier today. Why indeed? It's not telling me anything about bits. Is it saying something when you try it, Poppy? Not as bad as Cupid Fan Disc. Shaking my head, these writers suck. I'm not gonna blame the writers. I don't really know how to describe that route, but it's definitely was just a bait. We got baited. They called it Colavis's route, but honestly, it was more like this is what could happen, maybe. And I'm like, please. Same with Alice. Alice didn't really get a route. He just got like a nod, like this could happen. I heard what happened during your, where was it again, the Ferris show. If they make a third Radiant Tale though, I think it'd be good.
花の種を咲かせるショーで急成長したツタに巻きつかれて宙ぶらりんにされたんでしょ？
Didn't the ivy grow out of control when you tried to make flowers bloom? Word has it you got tangled in it and hung in midair.
あなたが失敗する演出なんて珍しくて、お客には大受けだったらしいけど。
Whoa, wait, that's too many. Why would you do that? Poppy, no! Thank you, Poppy. The heck? No. I had to close the app and restart. This is Poppy, guys. Poppy actually watched my very first stream, which was Fortnite, by the way. And it was before I knew how to turn them into VOD, so it didn't save it, and I didn't realize until after, so I never had that VOD saved. That's because Poppy knows me IRL. But he was here for my first ever stream that was not actually captured in a way that lasted beyond the actual stream. The audience went bananas because you barely ever make a mistake during the show. He didn't seem finished. yet, but a bitter smile already tugged at my lips. Ah, you deserve it. Oh my no. Poppy, no. Looks like I don't need to explain myself. You already knew. It wasn't a mistake, though. It was an accident. Poppy is the OG. I've known Poppy since I was young. Since I was young. Hang on. 15 years. I've known Poppy 15 years. I clenched my fist at my gaze drop. Vilio stepped in on my behalf.
ステージでの目立った
OG
事故
Bun
は
Bun.
その
Yeah,
時
he
の
was
一
a
件く
Bun
らいだ
Bun
けど
before
さ
you even knew it. The accident might have only happened once on stage. You played Fortnite? Remember how I got this shirt? Remember how I got this hoodie, guys? I got this hoodie because I did a social media contest at my job. I played Fortnite because there was a Fortnite competition at my job, and that headset that I loved so much, the one that broke, I got it for playing Fortnite. So. And I miss that headset so much. I actually have it installed, by the way. I can play it again. My sister, Yoon, has been playing it a lot, and I kept saying I'd play with her, but she has yet to invite me to a game, so I haven't been playing it. But I got a cute skin. She gifted me a skin to play with. Someday. The accident might have only happened once on stage. Actually, we might play Splatoon. Splatoon's doing a really cool Splatfest. I used to be obsessed with Splatoon, fun fact. I was okay. I wasn't going to say I'm the best, but I used to on average get 1,200 points a game when I used to play Splatoon. I'm definitely not good like that anymore. I haven't played it in so long, but I was thinking about playing it because it was like a special Splatfest, so I'd have to play a little bit just to get unrusty, I guess, and then join the Splatfest, so. The accident might have only happened once on
練
stage.
習中や日常生活を送る上では何度も同じようなことが起きてるんだ
But the truth is, the same thing happened over and over again off stage during our rehearsals or when you were out and about.
花が急成長したりとか、そういうことが起きてるってこと？
So you're
それって
saying plants exploded in growth out of nowhere? Isn't
あ
that
あ魔法の暴走だ
Mahona? Ooh, I know what that means. Yeah, she's experiencing a magic rampage. A phenomenon where one's magic is activated without conscious thought, a temporary condition occurring when a contract falls ill and is healed once they get better. The scale of the rampage differs depending on other person's amount of mana. Magical. It started after I became the dragon's bride and acquired a portion of Vilio's magic. My body underwent some immediate noticeable changes. One of the things that has changed was my vision. Like a contractor, I could see spirits that lived in nature with a little focus. I could also use magic, a power that only belongs to spirit contractors and babies. Hearing the word rampage after just playing Ignis' route. Shivers. Oh my gosh. I miss Ignis so much. I was actually my friend of my calendar has like the games I played this year and I write my favorite character by it. And Ignis is my favorite one on there. It had Eel, but I guess I don't know why it had Eel, because I'm like, Eel was not my favorite. I liked him. Not like that. I could also use magic. The same as a Fey Beast. I can't control my magic. It unleashes on its own, regardless of whether I want it to. Hi guys! Hi Jay! Hello! How are you? This hardly ever happened to me in the beginning. Even if it did, the effects were subtle. I'm here to check in on one more time. Oh, what time is your stuff starting? Is it? I thought you said it was Friday. I thought you didn't leave till tomorrow. It's not Friday. It's not Friday yet. Hoping today ends well. I'm hoping it does too. It's the last Radiant Tale stream. We're gonna start something new tomorrow. Well, I might stream tomorrow. I might not. I asked if I could get someone to cover my shift for tomorrow because when my back hurts. It's when I'm moving. As you might notice, I didn't move as much as I usually do yesterday. I usually readjust a lot. I'm not moving. It's tomorrow. I'm leaving at 8 a.m. Dude, are you packed? Are you ready to not have internet? Are you ready to be on a giant boat, a really big boat. For example, the flowers I planted grew faster than others. Or the withering flowers beside my bed would bloom again in the morning. She's magic. I know, right? Look, the gang's all here. If Asia wasn't AFK, and we'd have so many people right now. There was such a trivial change that I didn't even realize my magic had caused them. I'm packed. Some last minute stuff needs to get put in my backpack and I'm ready. Woohoo! I should be around more often till September. Is that when school starts again? Lately, the scales have been getting bigger and bigger. Also, new game at August 5th, digital only. Yeah, that one with the 4 routes. I was debating buying it, but I was also like, I have so many games over here that I haven't touched yet, and you know what? I should probably play one of them, which is why we did the poll instead. I'm still thinking about it. Part of me is like, ooh, I could get it. Get that game. I could get that game. But another part of me is like, I shouldn't get that game. Also, I have Haku, I already say it wrong. Hakuoki? Technically pre-ordered. I don't know if it's gonna arrive early, like everything else usually arrives early, but I haven't had anything told to me yet. Oh, wait, it's another one. Villainess adored by the prince. Hang on, did I miss that announcement? You don't say. This is telling me it's a manga. Wait. Game. Switch. Wait. Tome Kitten. The villainess is adored by the prince of the neighboring kingdom. Who is this adorable girl with dark hair? Okay. Interesting. Are any of these voices I know? Tatsuyo Soto. Okay. I'm so bad with these names. Since there's no physical edition, I'm waiting for a sale. Honestly, yeah, I'll probably wishlist it. Sounds like a wishlist game. I can wishlist it right now. It looks super cute though. Like this art. Hang on. Let's see. Review. I've ruined my life just a little bit. Hang on. Why are you? Get that taskbar out of there. Okay, thank you. Alright, it looks really pretty though. Like this art, look at these desserts. Okay, you got me. Interesting. These CGs are real pretty. Oh, he's pretty. Okay. He's also pretty. Oh no, they're pretty. Like so cute. It's only 40, which is not bad. Does release on August 5th. Alright, I got it liked now. Look, you can see I'm even called Leah on Nintendo. I didn't realize I was signed in. Woohoo! Alright. Sweet and Tender Love by the Prince awaits you. This game is based on the popular girls' novel The Villainess is Adored by the Prince of the Neighboring Kingdom, volumes 1 through 3. Enjoy the voice acting of famous voice actors and high-quality still images. There will be an alternate ending compared to the original novel, depending on the choices that you make through the story. Also stay tuned for the What If original bonus love story with you and the Conquest characters. Am I inside my favorite Atome game? The main character has reincarnated in the world of the Ring of the Lapis Lazuli, her favorite Atome game, but as the villainess, Tiara Rose. The story progresses according to the original Atome game and is engaged with the prince Heart Knight, the crown prince from Lapis Lazuli, breaks off. However, a sweet and surprising plot twist occurs when requesteed, the crown prince of the neighboring country, Mayor de Forest, suddenly appears and proposes marriage. Ooh. I recognize this name. This is the only name I recognize. I'm not saying the. Oh wait, the other names might. Just the one I actually remember. But yes, very very beautiful. Yeah, I'm so excited for your vacation. I want to go on a cruise. That's actually been on me and my sister's list for a while. We want to specifically do a Disney cruise because then it's two things we love in one: free food and Disney characters. Great time. Just a great time. Before I knew it, they were blooming all around me and nowhere else. When I took shelter from the rain beneath a tree, the flowers bursted into blooms and then withered in an instant.
今のところそんなに大したことは起こってねえけど、
I knew it's probably not a big issue right
でも
now.
こいつの魔法の力が日に日に強くなってるのは確かだ。
Watch me, I'm about to explode in this game. Vilio, but it's clear that Leah's magic is getting stronger each day. I know a lot of people come watch our shows. If something bad happened in such a crowded venue, I'm afraid it would be too late.
だからサーカスを離れることにした。
Hence your
ってわけ
decision
ね。
to withdraw from circus. Yeah, we can't just take precautions on tours and hope for the best anymore. I'm perfectly healthy. All's well there. I shot a pointed glance in Vilio's direction. We don't talk this way, guys. A sigh was all I got from him.
まあ確かに体に異常は出てねえけど、魔法が暴走すること自体普通じゃない。
Even if your condition is fine, your magic is running rampant, and that's not normal. Okay, Vilio, shush.
だから早いとこ原因を探ってそれを取り除かねえと。
We need to find the cause as soon as possible and get rid of it. Okay, bye everyone. If stream is ongoing, I'll pop in again. Okay, bye Jay. I hope you have a really, really safe trip and a really, really fun trip, and I hope that you enjoy all the moments and that you get to play Atomi games on your downtime because I know you have a backlog that's longer than mine, which is impressive. Vilio was more upset about my condition than I was. We were together most of the time, so he saw when my magic got out of control. Things could really get worse if it didn't take care of it soon.
なるほど。思ったより深刻な事態なわけね。
I see things are more serious
そ
than
れ
I
で
thought. Have you come up
何
with
か
a
対策
plan?
はあるの？
I'm gonna do a Star Wars montage. Alright, so I'm gonna go find a far off planet, right? It's like the Jedi planet. Don't worry about it. And then I'm gonna sit on top of a rock, on top of a mountain, on top of a waterfall. Don't understand it. It's there. And then I'm gonna cross my arms and my legs, and I'm just gonna sit there for like 5 days. You're gonna see the time change in the background only. It's not gonna be in the foreground. You're just gonna see in the background. But that's how you know that time is progressing. And then on the 5th day, when I'm at peace, it's gonna fuck up still. We're still gonna have a mess with day. It's not perfect yet. It's just one montage. Then the second one is gonna be in the waterfall, doing the same thing. And then the next time I don't mess up as bad. Have a good stream and tell Yoon and Samson I said hi. Hope you guys are doing good. I'll let everybody know. Thank you, Poppy. Bye. I see that things are more serious than I thought. Have you come up with a plan? Yeah, I did. It was great. It was a great plan. We have. Since we've got all these free time now, we plan to visit the Sage Tower first. My parents said they'd help me look into my condition.
ああ、先生たちなら安心ね。
Oh, then you'll be in good hands. Yeah, thanks.
いくら考えたって俺たちだけじゃ原因も解決方法もわかんねえからな。
No matter how hard we rack our brains about it, there's no way we can do it alone.
事情は分かったよ。ならまずは原因を探らないとだね。
I understand completely. You need to uncover the cause before anything else.
僕にできることがあれば協力するから。何でも相談して。
To reach out to me for help. I'll do anything in my power to assist. Many thanks, Gullivis. That's reassuring to hear. After that, we switched to catching up on each other's lives and enjoyed a leisurely chat. Before sunset, Vilio and I parted ways with our friends. That night, we had a mini reunion with Spiria and Roddy at the beer. We opted to stay in a room at the tavern. It was already past midnight, yet I couldn't seem to fall asleep. Surely it was because I was so excited to be home after no. After so much time away. Or so I told myself. Instead of sleeping, I felt myself sipping warm milk and at the counter alone. What could I possibly learn about warm milk? A drink our heroine often consumes when she has trouble sleeping. She particularly enjoys it with a tablespoon of honey. I've never had warm milk with honey, but that sounds great, honestly. I'm not sleepy at all. I knew I could try since we would be heading to Kalita tomorrow. But the most frustration I felt, the more sleep eluded me, I sighed in defeat right at that moment. Oh no! My attention snapped to a droopy, withered flower arrangement on the counter. All at once, the blossoms rose up and bloomed anew. The color also changed. It's happening again. This is my magic, but it feels like someone else is controlling it. In the past, I envied people who could use magic because it looked so convenient. As it turns out, they were in full control and only making it look easy. When my magic started unleashing on its own, I bypassed confusion and went straight to fear. I guess this is the real reason I can't sleep. I'm feeling super anxious. I took a sip of my milk to find it already tepid. Then I stared absent-mindedly at the renewed blossoms. Oh dear. It was then that I heard footsteps coming down the stairs, followed by a voice.
やっぱりここにいたのか。
I hope you don't wear that to bed. You do not need a sword in bed. Like, an armor, like this. This is gonna be my one pet peeve on this game. I don't understand why we don't have sweepy time outfits. We need sweepy time outfits. He should be wearing just like a black short sleeve shirt. Only like if he took the jacket off, take the jacket off and the glove and the sword and the belt and the necklace that has the biggest zipper I've ever seen on it. I knew it. There you are, Leah. Vilio, I thought you were asleep.
いや、目が覚めたら部屋にいなかったからさ。
I was, but I woke up when I couldn't find you anywhere. Sorry, I just couldn't sleep for some reason. I'll come back once I finish this milk, so you should go back to bed. The frown on his face stayed despite my smile. He seemed to be thinking about something. What's wrong, Vilio?
少し付き合ってくれないか。
Hey, Leah, want to get some fresh air? Can I ride on your back? Are you gonna turn into a dragon?
いくら大都会の王都とは言っても、やっぱこの時間になると静かだな。
Suppose even the busy capital's quiet around this time. It's pretty late, so everyone's probably fast asleep. I've never been out at this hour, so it feels new. Vilio had claimed he couldn't sleep either and invited me out for a walk. We leisurely strolled around the city in the middle of the night, the street lamps lighting our way.
不思議だよな。同じ道でも、昼と夜とじゃ全然違って見
How
えるのっ
weird.
て。
The road looks so different at night. It does. It feels like we were lost in another world. Kind of exciting, isn't it? We lowered our voices to a whisper, trying not to wake the citizens. His hushed voice carried a gentle tone of concern. The vice around my heart eased up a little in his presence.
どうだ久々のアーテイルは。やっぱなんか懐かしく感じるか。
How are you doing now that we're back in Arthier, feeling nostalgic? Obviously, I mean, I grew up here. At the same time, it's weird to see all the new buildings here and there. A number of shops I used to frequent as a child were nowhere to be seen on the main street. I never used to pay attention to the shops coming and going. It was an odd feeling. Why was my chest so tight that I found it hard to breathe? Was it because the scenery around me seemed so empty? It just looked different from what I remembered, noticeably so. That coffee shop used to be a toy store. That cherry blossom tree at the corner of the park has been cut down. I never got to picnic with the others beneath it. A storefront, a bench shifted elsewhere, a signboard lettering, the street lamps adornments. The differences were small, but it was clear that something had changed. It felt like the hometown I once knew had completely disappeared while I was away. I halted my steps and looked up at the castle. The same goes for the two people I met this afternoon. They had obviously changed since our trip together. Colobus had become quite the king, while Ginia took his job more seriously. It was a good thing, of course. It meant they had improved and grown. I understood this. They tore down my childhood corner store this month. It felt strange. Yeah, I always feel that way when I go to my old neighborhoods and oh, that used to be this or that used to be that, and it's a little sad at times. But I'm trying to think if there's anything that closed that really made me sad, but I can't think of anything. I mean, this is more personal, right? There used to be a Krispy Kreme near our mall, and they closed it down and they turned it into a Carl's Jr. And I'm like, I like Carl's Jr., but donuts was a good thing, of course. It meant they had improved and grown. The king and his left-hand man are only going to get busier from now on. I doubt we'll find the time to meet again. It won't be easy. The truth lanced my heart. The soft whistling breeze and the chirping of insects were the only sound in the plaza, which was unusually bustling with people. I stared blankly at the plaza, lit only by street lamps. Oh my. Vilio! The box next to me suddenly pulled me. The box. The boy, the boy next to me suddenly pulled me into a tight embrace. I was like, wait, what? What's gotten into you? What's wrong? It's the middle of the night, sir. I blinked my wide eyes in surprise, but he remained silent. Instead, his hold on me tightened, conveying the words he did not say. Obviously, he had hugged me many times. This time, though, I sensed desperation in the gesture. I couldn't imagine why. And yet, I feel so secure in his arms. His warmth thawed my heart and got it beating again. Thank you and I'm sorry. They both carry the same connotation to me. Vilio, my baby. I know, right? He's so fresh. Let's go with thank you, because I don't want to apologize. I allowed myself to enjoy his touch for a few moments before I spoke up. Thank you.
なんでありがとうなんだ?
What are you thanking me for? You always take such good care of me. I thought my gratitude emerged in a murmur. Though my gratitude emerged in a murmur, I meant every word of it. Hi, Tweet! I'm alive! I'm so proud of you, Prim, for being alive. I'm sorry it's cold, and I'm sorry you're sleepy. And I know you invited me out because I couldn't sleep, not because you wanted to go for a walk.
なんだ、バレてたのか?
Ah, jeez, you knew. He shrugged, looking
悪い。
apologetic.
もっと話が上手かったら、あんたの抱えてる不安を取り除いて、笑顔にできるかもしれないのに。
I wish I were better at talking. Maybe that way I could help you get rid of your worries and make you smile.
俺ができるのは、気分転換に連れ出すことくらいだからさ。
All I can do is take you out for a walk for a change of pace. Dude, my guy, you're perfect the way you are. Do not, for a second, think you need to change. It's alright. I prefer this over some random words of comfort.
本当か?
You mean it? Do you think I would lie to you? He squeezed me even harder when I said that. He was so close that I could feel his pounding heart. Though it was a little hard to breathe, I didn't mind. I loved it all the same.
こうやって抱きしめてると、俺も安心できるんだ。
Hear me. I wish she was returning the hug at this point. I want her arm on his shoulder. You know what I mean? Hugging you just makes me feel so
あん
cute.
たがちゃんとそばにいるんだって感じられて。
This way I can be sure that you're right next to me, Thea. It was like he had read my mind. I clasped my hands around his back, willing it to reassure him. Then I buried my face in his shoulder and repeated my words from earlier. Thank you, Vilio. Patted him on the back. Let's go home. I think I can.
そうだな。もう時間も遅いし。
Sure, it's already late now anyways. He said that with a smile, but he didn't let go. continued standing in the same spot. What is it? You not want to go back yet?
いや、帰りたくないっつうか、帰れないっていうか。
It's more like I can't. Vilio pointed at the ground. Only then did I see, pale green vines had sprouted from the ground and wound tight around us. What are these? Oh my gosh, I
そ
didn't.
のまさかだろうな。あんたの魔法だ。
Yep, you did. This is your magic at work, Leah. I took a good look at our situation. It's got, like, it's wrapped around his hair. Oh my god. Well, oh wait, you can't see it. Hang on. Just kidding. Wait a second, guys. You'll see it now. It's wrapped around his hair. Look how cute. I got scared. Thought I clicked the wrong button. Countless green vines had us locked in
お
this.
お、すげえ力。絡みついててちっとも動けねえ。
Your magic is sure something else. I'm all tangled up and I can't move an inch. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I didn't
いいっ
even
て。
notice.
できるだけ植物を傷つけないように外してくから。ちょっと待っててくれよ。
It's no biggie. Hold on a sec. I'll remove all the plants without hurting them. Panicked, I reached out to help him untangle the vines. Unfortunately, the plants only grew bigger and clung onto him. I don't understand. Why is this happening? Despite my confusion, the vines continued to grow out of control. It didn't seem like we'd be going anywhere else anytime soon.
さなぎになっちまったみたいだな。
We're like a cocoon now. This isn't funny, alright?
ごめんごめん。
My bad.
でも、俺はこうやってギュッとひとまとめにされるの嫌じゃないぜ。
Getting all tied up together isn't so bad, you know?
あんたに離れたくないって言われてるみたいで。
It's like you're
ちょっと嬉しい。
telling me you don't want to be apart just yet, Leah. I feel all giddy now. Oh, come on. The vines were practically mocking us, gluing us together this way. Even though I was freaking out, this guy was laughing it up. Stop laughing and do something about this. My voice reverberated through the night sky. After some time, we managed to get rid of the vines, tying us up. I've really got to take care of this issue. Since we would be heading to Kalita tomorrow, I sincerely hoped we could find a solution there. Fighting off a dizzy spell, I made it back to Labir. We returned to Labir after a couple hours stroll in the city. Leah and I sat on the bed in her room just chatting. I think I got sleepy after all the work with the vines.
むしろ疲れたって感じだけど。ま、散歩の甲斐があったな。
I'm pretty worn out too. I guess our walk was worth it in the end. Leah let out a yawn, eyes half shut with tiredness.
眠れるうちに目閉じとけよ。おやすみ。
You better close your eyes when you're still feeling sleepy. Good night, Leah. I gently kissed her soft cheek and beautiful forehead. Before we knew it, sharing a kiss goodnight had become a habit for us, which is a beautiful habit to have. Okay, like me kissing her on the cheek and forehead might have been the embodiment of my greediness. Leah giggled, a pink flush tinting her cheek. She seemed ticklish.
かわいい。
So cute. I wanted to kiss her more, but I held myself back and pointed to my cheek instead. Vilio, I can't fall any harder for you. He's perfect. I know. I love him so much. Good night, Vilio. Satisfied at getting my return kiss, I crawled into bed beside her. Her bed, which she had been using since she was little, was small compared to the one we had in the circus tent. It made me feel closer to her, and I wrapped my arms around her
好きだ
body.
よ。
I love you, Leah. Okay, I love you too. Letting my overwhelming feelings towards her take hold, I whispered into her ear. I love you too. Half asleep, she spoke so tenderly. How adorable. Her steady breathing right after told me she had finally found
最
sleep.
近は魔法のこともあってか。眠りが浅かったもんな。
Guess she hasn't been able to rest much these days with all the magic problems. Seeing her peaceful sleeping face put me at ease. But then I was reminded of her expression in profile as she gazed at the
どう
cityscape.
してあんな寂しそうな顔してたんだろうな。
Why did she look so sad? I wished for my darling mate to have sweet dreams. A term Fae use when they refer to their spouse. Definition varies greatly across different races, and so does the relationship it entails. And with that, I kissed her forehead once more. Yeah, mate. Wink, wink, right? Like, hear me out. It's like a thing I can feel, like, in my throat, like I want to cough, but I don't need to. AKA, that's my second dry cough. I don't know what's wrong. The following day, I woke up feeling rested. It was like I'd never had trouble sleeping at home.
唐揚げに手羽先にミートボール、パンはふかふかでスープも熱々。
Where's Asia? Check it out! Popcorn chicken, chicken wings, meatballs, fluffy bread, and hot soup.
やっぱ久々に食うリーベルの飯はめっちゃうまくて安心するぜ。
Kids and Nola Beer's food is tastier than as ever.
そりゃあよかった。出かける前に存分に食べていきな。
That's great. Make sure you eat up before you leave. We had a rather luxurious lunch before setting off for Kalita.
ああ、唐揚げにポテト食うと酒が恋しくなってくるよな。
Aw man, booze would go down great with that chicken and fries. Seriously? It's still early, and Spiria told me you've been drinking more since I left. What's up with that?
わかったよ。ちゃんと控えるって。
Whatever, I'll dial it back.
はは、そういうやりとりもなんだか懐かしいね。
Oh, how I've missed hearing this back and forth. I felt so nice chatting with Spiria and Relita for the first time in a while. Relita, a golem created by Celius, the great spirit of Earth 1,000 years ago, imbued with an impressive amount of the Carteria Want's magic. He's literally half of the core item. But it helps smiling ear to ear.
ところでスピレア、ランチ営業を休みにしてよかったのか？
By the way, you sure we're not gonna open for lunch?
たまに休むくらい問題ないさ。家族水入らずの時間を取りなって常連たちにも言われてたしね。
It's fine once in a while. You know, our regulars scold me for not taking some time off for the family.
それに私も一度ゆっくりこうして話をしたかったんだ。
Besides, I'd like a chance to catch up some more.
うちの可愛い娘を射止めたのは一体どんな男なのかってね。
I wanted to know more about the man who won my darling niece's heart. Let's go.
俺のことか？
You mean me? Who else? She only has one niece. That I know of.
ああ、ビリオとは今までゆっくり話す機会がなかったろ？
Who else? We haven't had a chance to chat at length.
初めて会った時は元気でよく食べてくれるお客だなとしか思ってなかったからね。
My first impression of you is nothing more than a cheerful guest who ate a lot.
俺はスピレアと初めて会った頃のこと、すげえはっきり覚えてるぜ。
Oh, I still remember our first meeting clearly, you know?
城とか他の店で食った飯ももちろんうまかったんだけど、
Because your food was so delicious, it filled both my stomach and my heart.
ここのは胃袋だけじゃなくて心までお腹いっぱいになるようなうまさだったからさ。
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the stuff I ate at other places or the castle was bad.
それスピリアのことじゃなく飯の方を覚えてるだけじゃねえか？
Dude, you remember the food, not Spiria.
はは、でもまあ嬉しいことを言ってくれるじゃないか。
At least he still said a nice thing. Grinning broadly, Vilio continued to cram heaps of food into his mouth. He's like a hamster! A nocturnal, omnivorous rodent, popular as pets. Its large cheeks, pouches are its defining trait. So maybe it was odd to liken the strongest fey beast in the world to a tiny rodent.
たく、ビリオの姿見てると、こいつが伝説のドラゴンなんて未だに疑いたくなってくるぜ。
Still can't believe this doofus is actually a legendary dragon. His cheeks, I
な
want
ん
to
で
peach
だ
him.
よ。一緒に旅もして何度もドラゴンの姿見てるだろ。
I want a fan art of him as a hamster now. Come on, you've seen me in dragon form like thousands of times
い
already.
や、頭では分かってんだよ。けど、どう
I love the sprites having puffy cheeks. I like that they all get a cartoon CG at one point, like a little chibi CG. I know, you're just lacking a certain dignity. I hear you. I thought he was some wannabe dragon at first. Wannabe dragon, you better go back to Kovac. Roddy and our heroine couldn't believe their ears. When Vilio introduced himself as a dragon during their first meeting, they made a snap judgment that he was just merely a wannabe.
まさか本物のドラゴンなんて激レア中の激レア幻獣が街中にいるなんて誰も思わねえだろう。
See, no one would have thought that you were the real deal, the super duper rare ultimate babies.
それを言うならラリーダだってドラゴン以上の激レア面白動物じゃん。
What does that make you? You're straight up mystical, even rarer than a dragon. Gulping down his next mouthful, Vilio looked up at Ralita with a grin. Now that you mention it, did you know Ralita wasn't a fae from the
いや
start?
最初は違和感があっただけで確信したのはカリタスワンドを見た時だな。
Not really. I was only suspicious at first. I knew it was for sure when I saw the Kalitas one, though. I glanced at Ralita as Vilio spoke. He was something like my big brother. Sure, he was. Sure. Always watching over me from close by. I'm still processing this, but you've been around for more than 1,000 years, right?
うん。実は俺もドラゴン様と並ぶ伝説級の男ってこって。
Yeah, but I'm pretty much a legend too, just like your great dragon over here. Ralita had such a smug look on his face. I took the opportunity to follow up with a question I had on my mind for a while. So you're gonna live for a long time still?
ん？まあそうだな。ワンドがある限りは生きてると思うぜ。
About that, I can live for as long as the wand exists. Oh, okay. I let out a sigh of relief at his answer. Whew, I'm glad you're gonna live while my family all dies. Yeah, Bella, what are you gonna do now? At the very least, Ralita would still be here for many years to come. That thought was reassuring. Ralita reached over and mushed up my hair. I had no idea what he was thinking. What is that?
俺はな、俺を作ったセリウスにこれでも感謝してるんだ。
You know, I really owe Celius for creating me.
今まで長く生きてきていろいろあったが、そのおかげでお前らと出会えた。
I went through a lot of stuff in my long life, but I got to meet all of you guys thanks to that.
それだけで俺の人生は無駄じゃなかったって言い切れる。
That alone proves that my life ain't a waste.
この思いはこの先何百年経っても絶対に変わったりしないからよ。
I'm sure I feel the same way years and years from now. What he said took a weight off my mind that was a little out of character. He'd probably noticed how unsettled I felt deep down and was comforting me. Thanks for saying that. Right then, the red-haired dragon beside me scratched his head with a chuckle, a complicated look on his
やっ
face.
ぱまだまだラリーダにはかなわねえな。
I knew it. I'm still no match for you, Ralita.
へん、当たり前だ。俺はこいつの兄貴みたいなもんだからな。そう簡単に超えてもらっちゃ困るね。
He's doing a great job when he does this. Hey, he almost sounds like a mix of both Ralita, fuzzy form, and Roddy, and Roddy and Ralita. Oh god, his two versions together. It's obvious I'm basically her big bro, ain't I? Can't let you surpass me that easily.
なるほど。兄貴。
Got it, big bro.
ビリオに兄貴とか言われるとなんか落ち着かねえな。
I don't know why, but it feels so weird hearing you call me that. The three of us all continued to joke around. Our healthy chat was only interrupted when Spiria brought some desserts to the table. What
ビ
kind?
リオ、あんたも私たちの家族なんだからね。
You're now part of the family too, Vilio.
俺も？
I am. Obviously.
いや、なんで驚いてんだよ。こいつのつがいなんだから当たり前だろ。
How come you're surprised? Ain't it obvious you're Leah's mate, my guy?
あ
My guy!
ラリーダ
I'm the
の
one
言
who
う通
says
りだ
that.
よ。
Wait.
たとえ伝説の幻獣だろうが、大精霊の作った不思議生物だろうが、
That's right. It doesn't matter whether you're a legendary dragon or a strange critter made by a great
あんたた
spirit.
ちは全員まとめて私の大事な家族さ。
You're all family to me.
不思議生物ってスピリアな。 間違っちゃいねえけどさ。
Really, Spiria, a strange critter? Not that you're wrong, I suppose. Oh.
だからね、あんたもビリオも
What goes for Leah goes for you too.
美味しい料理が食べたくなったらいつでもこのうちに帰っておいで。
Feel free to come here whenever you run out of food. You're welcome here. We'll welcome you anytime.
家族。そっか。
I see. Vilio echoed the word and testing it out.
帰る場所があるって。なんか、すげえ幸せだな。
I wonder if they're going to show Vilio's parents. Like, hear me out. He's got parents. They're alive. Don't know if I can express this enough, but I feel blessed having a home to return
あ
to.
んたが最初、ここを離れづらかった気持ち。今なら少しわかる気がする。
You found it hard to leave this place at first, Leah.
ずっと大事にしたいっていうか、大事で幸せだから手放すのが怖いっていうか。
You want to cherish the moment forever. You're afraid to let go of the joy and feel here. The dragon boy looked up after he was done with his music.
よし、スピリア、ミートボールおかわり。
Alright, I made this stream called Time for Dragon Boy as a joke, and they literally used it in the game. So I'm accurate, thank you. Alright then. Hey Spiria, give me another meatball. A dish made from minced meat. Special meatballs Spiria makes are so delicious and can't stop eating them. He gleefully thrusted out his empty plate.
はは、まだまだあるからね。遠慮なく食べていきな。
I still have a lot, eat as many as you want. The warm laughter of our family filled the room. That day, Spiria's home cooking tasted even more delicious. Then, Fire Nation came. I assume. Did I hit the wrong button? No, I didn't. I got really scared. I thought I hit the button that opens windows random. Just opens windows. No good reason. Not chapter 5, chapter 2. Alita, the Scholar City, was the foremost gathering place for all the knowledge in the world. Ralita agreed to come with us, so he and I rode here on Vilio's back from the capital. Right after we set foot at the Sage Tower, the symbol of this city, I underwent a series of tests to assess my magic. Go on, tell me more.
お待たせ。それにビリオ君とラリーダも。
Apologies for the wait, Leah. You, as well as Vilio and Ralita.
遅れちゃってごめんなさいね。検証に時間かかっちゃって。
Yeah, sorry we're late. The full exam took longer than we thought. It's okay. I'm the one who's sorry for springing this on you.
ライジェルもメリアもすっかり元気そうで何よりだぜ。
It's whatever, girl. I'm just glad to see Rajil and Miria are doing all right. Yeah, this was his relationship. He was actually in a relationship, I believe, with these two people, and that's why they took him in and let him, quote unquote, babysit their daughter and just live at their house. The pair who came up with a bundle of papers were my mom and dad. Until 2 years ago, they had been suffering the dragon's curse and affliction they got while researching babies when I was young. Freed from the curse, they had returned to their jobs as researchers in the tower. The moment they heard about my condition, they offered to help examine my body.
で、結果はどうだったんだ？
So, how are things looking?
そうね。結論から言えば、わからないが答えになるかしら。
About that, I'm afraid the results are pretty inconclusive.
体調面に関しては全く問題なし。むしろ身体能力は明らかに上昇してる。
We didn't find any anomalies in your body. If anything, your physical condition has improved.
だけど魔法が暴走している原因ははっきりとは絞りきれなかった。
Unfortunately, we couldn't find the reason why your magic is running out of control. Oh! Here I was hoping we could find the cause or maybe even the solution to my problem, and yet, no. Reality clearly wasn't so kind. I couldn't help but be disappointed.
そんなに暗くならないで。暴走の原因こそわからないけど、健康なことは間違いないの。
Don't be so gloomy, my dear. may not have found what triggered your rampage, but at least we know you're healthy.
だから魔力の暴走で体を壊すとかそういった可能性は低いはずよ。
What I'm saying is that there is a low chance that your magic is harming your body.
そうだよな。体に悪い影響が出てないことはひとまず素直に喜ばねえと。
She's right. It's good that we know for sure you aren't getting hurt. Vilio seemed the most relieved out of all of us.
今回の検査で分かったのは、君の中のドラゴンの力が以前に比べ安定してきていること。
The only thing that we can be for sure from the examination is that your draconic powers have become more stable.
それはつまり力が体に馴染んできているってことだと思う。
Putting it simply, your body is getting accustomed to your powers as it settles. I don't understand. If that's the case, shouldn't I be able to control my
そこが
magic?
難しいところなんだよ。一応いくつか仮説は立てたけど、
That's our question too. I've come up with a few theories.
一番可能性が高いのは力が馴染んで魔力が増大したものの意識がついてきていない説かな。
While your power and magic are stabilized and growing stronger, they haven't matured. That's the most likely answer.
つまり魔法の力は持ってるけど慣れてないから適切に振るえないってことね。
And by that, we mean that you can't wield your magic properly because you haven't gotten familiar with
それ
it.
ならなんとなくわかるぜ。人間が後から魔法を使えるようになるなんて、まずありえねえことだしね。
I get it. Humans barely have any chance to use magic anyways.
さらに言うなら、君がビリオ君から受け取ったのは強大なドラゴンの力だ。
I rise for Wawa. That's a sentence. Moreover, the power Leah received belongs to the strongest dragon in the world. An draconic might, an overwhelming and unfathomable power our heroine received after becoming Vilio's dragon wife. Much about dragons remain a mystery to this day, and there is practically zero information on the dragon brides. The detail of the protagonist's changes are the extent of her abilities are as just as obscure.
人間の精霊契約者とは違って幻獣たちはみんな本能で魔法を使う。
Unlike spirit contractors, faith beast magic is one with their instincts.
だからなおさら力の扱いが難しいんじゃないかな。
It stands to reason that such magic would be the hardest to master. Congratulations, you fell in love with the strongest dragon there is, and now you're trapped.
確かにな。魔法を使うのに使い方を意識したことはねえかも。
Got a point. Whenever I use my magic, I never think about how to unleash it. It just comes out.
特にあなたの場合固定観念や常識が邪魔してる可能性もあるわ。
In your particular case, your beliefs and common sense might be keeping you from getting used to
こん
it.
なこと普通はできない。そう思い込んでるから無意識に力を抑え込んでいるのかも。
You consciously repress your power because you believe no ordinary human should be able to use magic. You're calling yourself a simpleton, my girl. You gotta quit that.
あんた普通にこだわってたもんな。
You're always fixated on living an ordinary life, too. Oh, Filio, don't say that. That makes me sound like I don't appreciate the magic you gave me. I can't deny that. Wawa sounds good right now. Blue, why don't you have Wawa? Where are you? Why can't you drink Wawa? Researcher that she was, my mom had hit the nail on the head. With a nod, I summoned up my dilemma. So I need to familiarize myself with magic to stomp this rampage. I have to accept my magic. I have to go stand on top of a mountain, on top of a rock, beside a waterfall for 5 days, right? To get control of my magic? Tell me. I'm just lazy with water these days. Honestly, so we just recently got our very first Stanley. You can congratulate us. And the great thing is it can have ice for 2 days. I don't drink cold water. I've established that, but my sister does. And so she always has cold water now. So it's magical. Hear me out. You can water yourself with a Stanley cup. filled with ice because the ice will slowly melt and it will continue to stay cold inside the container. I need to familiarize myself with the magic to stop this, otherwise I would continue to burden Vilio and the others. Just as I cast my eyes to the ground, feeling sorry, Vilio patted me on the shoulder.
よし。一歩前進だな。
Huh? I have been obsessed with Calypso strawberry lemonade that my sister introduced us to. I'm sorry, what? Calypso? Like... Oh! Oh! My goodness, hang on. Vacation in a bottle, lemonades, lemonides, 0 sugars and tea. 0 sugars? Does that mean they're low cal? Oh my god, wait a second. They have actual normal tea up in here. Wait a second. This site is way too much, by the way. I'm going to show everybody this site for just a second because it's ridiculous. Like, look at this site. Wow. 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 Look, cucumber. I want to try the actual teas. And then this, look at this. Who made this website? They were like, watch this, and they did a great job. Where's my Calypso? I can find a Calypso. I haven't tried this before, but it looks amazing. I guess you don't need water when you have this. Hear me out. I don't even need water, I guess, if I can have this. Wow. Oh, I can pick it up today at Fry's, it says, for $1.25. What a deal. Now that's a website. Yeah, it's got a lot going on. Oh, it's straight up the strawberry lemonade. Perfect. It's on sale, bro. Hang on. I can't show you the Fry's website because it tells you where I am. But, like, wow. Calypso lemonade. Let me just look up Calypso. Haven't seen the teas, but I'll definitely look around. You should totally, like, I'm a sucker for tea. I'm also a sucker for lemonade. My favorite, like, drink is an Arnold Palmer. If I can't get my favorite drink, which is Dr. Pepper, by the way. This is Dr. Pepper. Strawberry and creams, 0 sugar. This is amazing, and I love this. This is not in any way sponsored because I've never been sponsored ever, but this is my favorite drink. This is my absolute favorite drink. The only 2 Calypsos they have there is the ocean blue and the strawberry lemonade, but you know what? I could try it. So, but I'll drink this, and then sometimes I'll remember to drink water. Yay! Soda's my guilty pleasure. Okay, other people do other things. I just drink soda. It's a great time. We're making some progress. Look at this. This is like a therapy session. What are you talking about, my husband?
なんで不思議そうな顔してんだよ。要はいっぱい魔法を使ったりして慣れてけばいいってことだろ。
What are you confused for? All you need to do is use your magic over and over again till you get used to it, right?
サーカスでやってた練習と同じ。特訓すりゃいいだけだ。
It's just like the rehearsals we did for circus. You only did a crash course, my guy.
単純だがビリオの言う通りだな。幸い俺たちには頼れる仲間がいるしよ。
As simple as it sounds, he ain't wrong. And fortunately, we've got some friends we can rely on.
魔法がもともと得意なパスハリアはもちろん、後から強い魔法が使えるようになったって意味ではザフォラもだし。
I don't want to see Zafora, okay? I like Zafora, but I also don't like Zafora. Also, his route, least favorite route this time around. Second favorite route last time. His route was great until the after story in the last one. This time it was just bland. Vaseli has always been good with magic. Zafora recently inherited some power of his own.
自分を制御できない時の対処って話だったら、イオンからもアドバイスもらえるかもしれ
You
ん。
can always go to Eon for some advice if you don't know how to control your abilities. Rolita was grinning from ear to ear. Vilio likewise had a big smile on his face. There was no hint of anxiety in their expression. Something clicked for me when I realized that. What am I getting all depressed for? At the very least, I found something I can do to stop this from happening, even if it takes a while. Putting in the effort was the easy part. I've always gave things 101%. You guys are right. I should throw everything I've got at this problem.
よし、じゃあ早速あいつらに連絡取ってみようぜ。
That's the spirit. How about we reach out to the guys right away?
見たライシェル。あの子は仲間に恵まれたわね。
Is there an option to have two because they both look good? I wish. There's no poly routes. But Relita does live forever, so pretty much. So there's a chance things could happen later on. I have yet to play at least a J Atome game where you can have two. Two is usually not an option. It's a great choice though. See, Rajil, Leah is blessed with such a wonderful friend.
親としては少し寂しいけど嬉しいものだねこういうのも
We need poly routes in Atome games. I love all of the jokes they make, like the harem endings. Like, I want a harem ending. Give me an ending where I get all the guys. Like, come on, I want the ending where they're like, we'll take turns. There's 7 of us. She can have 1 of us a week. We'll go on dates. We'll hold hands. We can go to the park. Like, I want to be cute. They're too coward. Like, they make jokes about it in Atome, like, stories. Like, they make jokes about, like, harem endings, but I've yet to find one. Like, give it to me. I want one. Honestly, that makes me a bit lonesome as her parent. I'm glad her friends are there for her. In the end, we agreed to meet our friends so they could teach me magic. Having established a plan, we got ready to leave.
失礼します。
Pardon my intrusion. Alice, what are you doing here? The door swung open, revealing a face we never expected to see.
オレストじゃねえか。
If it isn't Alice.
ああ、君たちも来ていたのか。久しぶりだな。
Fancy seeing all of you here. It's been a while.
あ、もう約束してた時間だっけ悪いねアレスト座って待ってて
Sorry, I forgot our appointment was coming up. Alice, can you sit here for a
ゆっ
minute?
くりで構いませんよ。先生方のマイペースには学生時代で慣れていますので。
Take your time. I've learned long ago that you were always preoccupied with one thing or another. Aw, that's so sweet of them. Be patient. Now that he mentioned it, didn't he study under Mom and Dad back in the day? So did Ginia. With a polite smile at my parents, the bespectacled man shifted his attention to me.
ジーニアから連絡は受けている。なんでも、自分の魔法が暴走する件で検査に来たそうだな。
Ginia informed me that you came here for an assessment because your magic is going out of control. Yes, we actually heard the results just
コリブス
now.
様も心配されていたが、体に問題はなかったのか。
King Cullivis, who's in love with you, I might add, is worried as well. Is anything amiss with your body? Not at all. We still don't know why my magic is rampaging, but I'm perfectly healthy.
そうか。よかったと言っていいのかわからないが、とりあえず健康なのは何よりだ。
I see. I don't know if I should be entirely relieved, but I am glad that you're healthy at the very least. He nodded to himself. Vilio then spoke up to ask a rather obvious question.
で、アレストはなんでここに？
By the way, what brings you here? If I remember correctly, Ginia said you had to check the core items research.
そうだよ僕たち党の研究チームがルケットクラウンの調査をしてたんだ
That's right. Our team in the Sage Tower is currently studying the Roquette Crown.
君たちもジーニアから聞いただろう。クラウンの魔力が枯渇した件について。
Ginia must have told you about how the crown's mania. It's not mania. It's mana. It's depleted.
この後通信杯でその調査報告をコリブス様たちに行う予定なんだ。
We're gonna present our findings to King Cullivis through the chalice after this. He placed the relay chalice on the table. I hadn't seen it in quite some time. Alice appeared to mull something over before he continued.
そうだな。せっかくだから君たちにもこのまま同席してほしい。
Actually, since you're already here, you should stay a while and listen.
コアアイテムに関しては君たちも無関係ではないはずだからな。
We're not exactly outsiders when it comes to the matter of pertaining to the core item. Yeah, but like, I'm also not privy to most things, so. 10 minutes later, the three of us found ourselves joining the meeting.
昨日会ったばかりなのに通信配合してまた話すのもなんか変な感じね。
To think that we'd chat again when we only just spoke yesterday feels positively uncanny. You're right.
ちょうどここで出会ったことですし、同席が望ましいという私の判断です。
I happened to bump into them here, so I assumed it would be prudent to invite them.
構わないよ。どう
Is
せ
it
後で
prudent?
情報を共
Should you
有できれ
invite
ば
me?
と思ってたから。
It's alright. I was planning on sharing the information later anyways.
それじゃあ、ライジェル、メリア、報告をお願いできるかな。
Now that said, Rajiel and Miria, the floor is yours.
はい。それでは、こちらを。
Yes, sire. Please take a look at this. My mom and dad went through some opening remarks to all of those present. Then they spread out their documents and tapped one with a pointer as though they were giving a lecture.
複数の魔力系で計測してみましたが、やはりルケットクラウンは現在、ほぼ魔力が枯渇した状態です。
After measuring it with several mana scales, we concluded that the Roquette crown is almost completely out of mana.
コリブス様に魔力を注いでいただいた後も、数値の上昇は微々たるものでした。
Even after King Cullivis poured his mana into the crown, it's barely increased.
ビビたるというと具体的には
How little of an increase was it?
そうね。コリブス様に影響がない範囲で週1で魔力を注ぐと仮定して。
Let's assume King Gullivis shares his mana once a week, an amount that won't affect his
クラウンに
condition.
魔力が満ちるまで単純計算でも少なくとも10年。実際はもっとかかるでしょうね。
Based on simple calculations, it'll take at least 10 years for the crown to be full of mana again. It could take even longer. Did I hear that right? 10 years?
現実的な数字じゃないね。魔力の代替にフローラを使わんわ。
Hardly a realistic goal. Can we use Flora as a substitute?
なんでフローラ？
Why Flora? Vilio tilted his head in confusion, so Dad jumped in to explain further.
実はフローラの持っている魔力はね、コリブス様というか王族の持つ魔力と比較的性質が近いんだよ。
Flora is actually filled with mana. Its characteristics are similar to mana from His Majesty or the other
だから
royals.
こそ君たちの旅でコリブス様を目覚めさせるのに利用できた。
That's
とも言え
why
るね。
you were able to use them to wake him up during your journey. Remember that? Do you remember?
ええ。でもいくら王族の魔力に近しいと言ってもそのものじゃない。
Exactly, but no matter how similar they are, a Flora's mana isn't really the same as the royal.
だからフローラそのままではルケットクラウンへの魔力供給はほぼ不可能という結果も出ているの。
It would be nearly impossible to use Flora to provide the Roquette crown with mana. What do you mean nearly?
エネルギーとしては存在するけど注ぎ口の形が違うって言ったら伝わるかしら。
It's like they're both vessels, but the shape of their spouts is different. Does that make it easier to understand?
要はクラウンにフローラの魔力を入れるつもりなら一度コリブス様に取り込んでもらわないといけない。
Basically, King Cullivis will have to take in the mana from the Flora before we pour it into the Roquette crown.
それ意味あんのか？結局コリブスの負担になるんだろ？
Does that make it pointless? We rely on Cullivis all over again.
そうそこが最大のネックなの。だから現実的ではないわ。
Exactly, that's our biggest obstacle at the moment. The method isn't practical.
報告ありがとう、二人とも。やっぱり別の方法を考えないとね。
Thank you for the report. I guess we do need to find another way, huh? Everyone seemed displeased as they resumed brainstorming ideas.
リゴニア戦王に力を借りるのは
What about borrowing the previous king's power?
難しいと思う。父様は年々魔力が減っているから、それも早期に王位を譲った理由だし。
That'd be tough. Father's mana's been on the decline for years. As you know, that's why he abdicated the throne early. Is it? They never said that. It was never implied.
ではビゴニア様以外で一番血縁が濃い王族はどなたです？
Do you have any other close relatives besides His Royal Highness Vigonia?
直系はコリブス様だけだから。戦王の母の妹さんの娘のさらに息子がオリエンスにいたような。
King Clovis is only direct descendant, but the son of the daughter of the previous king's mother's sister is in Oren's. The son of the daughter of the previous king's mother's sister. The son of the daughter.
それはさすがに遠すぎないかい？
Can you even call him a close relative? I mean, he's the closest one we got. What? I know, I don't even. The previous king's mother's daughter's son. No, the previous king's sister's daughter's son. So his cousin. They could just said cousin. His cousin. By the way, like second cousin twice removed. Like, come on. I sat there in silence, watching Mom and Dad offer their thoughts through the chalice. My eyes widened over to Clovis, who was looking a bit worn out. I have a question. What will happen to the crown if it can't find another way to replenish its
そりゃ何年かかったとしてもコリブスが魔力を補充するんだろう。
This game is confusing. What? You're confused? You don't like... It's the son's daughter's previous king's mother's sister. Obviously. I guess Clovis will have to top it up for years to come.
責任感が強いからな、コリブスは。
Kinda hurt. Okay. He's got a strong sense of responsibilities.
自分にしかできないってわかれば、何が何でもやり遂げるんだろうさ。
I've only been paying
ど
half
っかの誰か
attention.
みてえに。
That's because you're sweepy. Once he realizes he's only one who can do it, he's gonna see it through no matter what it takes. Remind you of anybody?
耳が痛すぎてきついな、それ。
Go a little easier on me, won't ya? An image crossed my mind. I vividly recalled Vilio with his black scales tainted by all the fiends he had consumed to protect the world. Nothing matters because he's the only one who can handle it. He will carry the weighty burden by himself and endure pain for countless struggles. Isn't this basically a repeat of what's been done before? It's happening again. The words spilled forth before I could stop them. Why do you have to suffer alone when we can share some of the pain with everyone? Let's all suffer together. Let's all feel the pain. My voice was louder than expected, turning everyone's attention to me. They're like, whoa. Clovis! Hi! You look cute suddenly. Is it the bubbles? Is it your eyes being wider? I don't know. Share what? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I waved my hand in a fluster, then timidly went on. I am pouring out mana all over the place. I'm here because I can't control my mana. Like, let's give it away. I know it's difficult because only royals can replenish the crown's mana, but I don't want to see you carry that burden all by yourself. Despite myself, I voiced my wish, just a wish, not a plan, or a suggestion. Yet, contrary to my expectations, Clovis was blown away. It looked like he had just had an epiphany.
もしかしたらそれできるかもしれない。
Why does he sound so far away? This is... As I turn the sound down. This is just a hunch, but we may be able to pull it off. What?
けどルケットクラウンに注ぐ魔力は王族しか持ってないものなんだろ？
Well, aren't royals the only ones who can put mana into the crown, though? The answer to Vilio's question was quite unexpected.
厳密に言うと少し違うわ。最新の研究では王族の持つ魔力自体が特別なものという説は否定されてるの。
Strictly speaking, it's a little different. Recently, studies have refuted the claim that mana possessed by royals is
別
special.
に四大精霊の力に属さない5つ目の属性を使ってるわけじゃなく、
It's not like they hold a fifth attribute outside the one from the four great
あ
spirits.
くまで4属性を全て扱えるのがアーテイルの血を引く王族ってだけだから。
They simply have the ability to use all four attributes because they're direct descendants of the late Arthier. Dad nodded along, though it seemed somewhat hesitant.
うん。王族の使っている魔力は実は誰にでも生み出せるエネルギーっていうのが今の最新の
The
説だ。
latest theory suggests that the mana used by royals is the type of energy anyone can create. People who regard royals as walking divine might have rejected the theory. My dad looked a tad apologetic, but the royal present in our midst appeared to agree.
その話は正しいと思うよ。あくまで僕の感覚的な話だけど。
I think they're right on track, although I only have intuition to go
アー
off.
テイル王の力をもらってコアアイテムの力をまとめたとき、こう感じたんだ。
Do you know what I felt when I received King Arthier's power and gathered the 5 core items?
この力は多分誰もが少しずつ持っているのと同じものだって。
I thought everyone probably has a little bit of the same power. Did you? People started buzzing the moment he shared that with us. The first to come forward was Jinya, a deep frown on his face.
けど仮にどんなものにも王族と同じ魔法の力が備わっていたとしても、それぞれは微々たる量。
Even if common folk possess similar mana to that of royalties, we can't be sure the amount will be enough.
そのままじゃ使いようがないのは変わらないと思うけど。
Nothing will change, we still won't be able to use
そう
it.
だね。だけどこれを集めれば、それこそ世界中からもらえれば。
You have a point, but if we manage to gather power from the people all around the
コアアイ
world,
テムを満たすのには十分な力になるんじゃないかと思う。
I feel like it'll be more than enough to fuel the core item.
だとしたら問題は集める方法ね。さっき魔力の注ぎ口の話をしたけど、そこを改良しないことには。
Now, this issue here is how do we gather it? As I said before, we would need to do something about the spout.
だったら作ればいい。
We can just make one. It's easy. We said it so casually with our jaws dropped.
世界中の人から魔力を集められる新しい仕様のコアアイテムを僕が作ればいいんだ。
All I need to do is create a new core item that collects mana from people across the world. You're gonna make it from scratch? My voice cracked at the gravity of the proposal. Calm demeanor didn't change the fact that would be making the first national treasure in an entire millennium.
そんなことできんのか？コアアイテムだぞ。
We even make a new one?
アーテイル王が作ったんだ。その力を譲り受けた僕が作れても何もおかしいことはないでしょ。
Okay, yeah, let me be a god for a moment. I can't replenish the crown, but I can make a new item that will replenish the crown. King Arthier made the crown. I inherited his powers. What makes it so inconceivable then?
お待ちください。
You passed
Corvus
out last week. A word, please, Your Majesty. Alice, who had been quietly listening all this time, finally chimed
そん
in.
なことをしてコリブス様のお体に影響は出ないと言えますか？
Are you sure doing this won't adversely affect your condition?
先日もルケットクラウンに魔力を注ぎ疲弊なさっていたばかり。
After you channeled your mana into the crown the other day, you were
コアア
exhausted.
イテムを作るとなれば消耗はその比ではないはずです。
You will be much more drained should you decide to make that core item.
何度も苦言を呈していますが王が倒れたとあっては国民に不安をまくことは避けられません。
I know you hear me complain about this often, but people will fret if their king
私
collapses.
個人としても心配ですが王という立場をお考えくだ
Moreover,
さい。
So shall I. Please consider your position carefully. Alice's harsh words came from a place of care. Surely the young king felt it too. He studied Alice for some time.
アレストの心配はもっともだ。一人でコアアイテムを作るのは僕もさすがに厳しいと思ってる。
You have every reason to be worried. Making a new core item all by myself is certainly no little feat.
だけど、僕には仲間がいる。
However, I don't plan to do it alone. His gaze slid over to
四大
us.
精霊から少しずつ力を借りてアーテイル王が作ったんだ。
Even King Arthur borrowed a bit of the four great spirits' power to create the Roquette crown.
それと同じようにみんなに手伝ってもらえばきっと大丈夫だと思うよ。
I'm sure I'll be fine if everyone helps me, just like how the Great Spirit helped King Arthur. By everyone, do you mean?
そう。ビリオを助けるためにコアアイテムの管理者になったもの。
Yes, the ones who became the core item keepers to save Vilio. Referring to those entrusted with the safekeeping or management of core items, through forming a link with the relics, even humans can see spirits, can perform magic with the relic's aid.
つまり初代サーカスのみんなだよ。
Or should I say the first generation of circus? Oh, once it clicked, a powerful emotion took over me. It's the same sort of excitement I had when I took the stage for the very first time.
要するにちょっとした同窓会ってやつね。
Guess we're gonna have a little reunion then. My friends were so spread out now, their faces flashed through my mind. We can go get them again. We can get together again. Actually, the lights flickered. We had sadly, it was only for like a minute. It got really cloudy yesterday and it was like rumbling and the lights kept flickering and I thought the power might go out, but it never really rained. The power didn't go out. I was sad.
Ah!
Heck yeah. My eyes lit up and my joy threatened to overflow.
どうかな、アレスト。
What do you say, Alice?
コリブス様の体に影響がないなら
I have
反対する理由はありません。
no reason to object if it will not cause you any harm.
ただし先生、
But I
くれぐれも
beseech you,
コリブス様の身に
professors,
万一がないように当のエ
mobilize
リートを総動
all
員して
your
くださ
best
い。
researchers to not a hair of King Clovis's head will be lost, please.
ああ、もちろんだよ。サポートは任せてほしい。
Absolutely, we will. We'll behind him all the way. That voice he has, Alice. He's very enthusiastic.
ありがとうみんな。それじゃあ早速各所に連絡を。
Hehe, thanks everybody. We'd better get in touch with everyone else right away.
あ、そのことなんだけどさ。あいつらには俺たちが話をしてくるよ。
On that note, can you let us handle that part? We'll go talk to them.
でしょでしょ
Colofis, how you doing? He's doing great, honestly. Hi, Nix. How are you? Hey, world. Oh my gosh. Agawa. Taking my cue, I nodded. We already planned to visit them to discuss my whole magic issue. If you don't mind, we can fill them in on the topic.
それならお任せしようかしら。詳しい書類とか作ってくるからちょっと待っててちょうだい。
It's time to stretch those joints. It's gonna make me
でしょ
cry.
でしょ
Yeah. Yeah. This has been me all day. I stand up and I have to take a second and then I just walk so slow for a little bit and then I can walk like a normal person. That's how my back is making me feel now. It's my lower back too, so it's a whole jam, honestly. You're jealous. You're jealous of my back pain, don't you worry. We'll leave you to it then. Before you go, allow me to write up some detailed reports.
はあ、コアアイテムの生成とかなんか
Oh, you weren't in
すげえ
chat
こと
when I
になっ
first
たな
started. Yes, my back is hurting. I don't know what I did exactly, but a couple days ago, like, my back started hurting, and yesterday it was hurting really, really bad. And I woke up this morning and I basically had to like roll to get out of bed because I couldn't just like get up like I normally do. So it's a great time. It's a great time. But stretching, this doesn't hurt. Well, it does hurt, but like it doesn't hurt as bad as standing up. So this is fine. Wowie, ain't that something? They're gonna make a brand new core item. Look at that, Ralita.
何人事みたいに言ってるんだよ。ラリーダも当事者の一人だろ。カリタスワンドの管理者だし。
What are you making it sound like you're not part of this too? You're the keeper of the Caritas one of us.
へい。じゃあ微力を尽くしますかね。
Yeah, I guess I gotta roll up the old
せっ
sleeves.
かく塔に来たんだし、ワンドの確認でもしてくっか。
Maybe I should go check the wand since we're already here and all.
よろしくね、ラリーダ。
That'd be great, Ralita.
またみんなで集まるのすげえ楽しみだな。
I can't wait until we're all back together again. With that, the two of us made our plans to see our old friends. Between my magic training and the new core item, we had so much to tell them. I would throw a heat pack on your back if you have the electric shock therapy. Use that too. Why would I have electric shock therapy? I gotta go to bed. Okay, Yinny. Eepy. Have a sweepy time. I do have a heating pack, but I had an ice pack on it earlier. Oden's, the city on water, was located in the northeastern region of the continent. The city of love and art had been founded by the great spirit Levi. Electric shock therapy? I don't know what it's called either, if that's the word you're using. It was a popular tourist spot when you could see buildings adorned by the sea. It depends on the kind of pain, and I don't know what I did. I think what I did was pinched a nerve, which is just great, because pain just shoots down my leg when I walk, so. This was also the place where you could feel spirits the most, since spirits and humans lived in harmony here. The keeper of Odin's core item, the Lacrima earrings, was one former circus cohort, Pastelia. It's like a shock kit. I don't know what you're talking about. Never had anything shock my back before. According to Levy's wish, the earrings were still displayed in the underwater park. It really doesn't take long to go from one city to another if you ride on your back. A few days had passed since we made the unexpected decision to create a new core item. Odin's was the closest to Kalita, so we agreed to visit Pastelia first.
オリエンスには何度か来たけど、来るたびに活気が増してるよな。
It's not like this is our first time here, but dang, this place is feeling livelier
観
than
光客
ever.
もだけど、精霊たちもみんな楽しそうだし。
Both the tourist and the spirit seem like they're having a good time. Vilio and I were relaxing while we waited for Pastelia to meet us. We took a deep breath and opened up my senses, tuning in to the scenery around me.
人間さんが大好きなお花。大きくなれ、大きくなれ。
To you, darling little flowers that adore humans, may you grow big and bigger. A spirit was sprinkling water on beautiful flowers in front of a store.
いつもお掃除ありがとう。キラキラ、お裾分けするね。
Thank you for keeping things clean. Here, let me give you some twinkles. Other spirits sat on the shoulders of a happy married couple making a rainbow. Spirits were zipping around everywhere I looked. You're right, they really are having fun.
最初に来た時と違って、人間も精霊に感謝を示してるし。
Unlike before, humans show their gratitude to the
少
spirits
しずつ
now.
だけど変わっていってる。
What is that,
これも
Nessie? Oh my
パスカリ
god,
アと
that's so
か
cute.
この町に住む人たちのおかげだよな。
That's super cute. What the heck? Is that a... I know there's like a Loch Ness monster from... I forgot the name of the game. There's a game with a Loch Ness monster character. Nessie #1. Excellent. Things have changed a bit. It must be because Pasali and the other citizens are making a dedicated effort. Oh, Apex, right?
そう言われると照れちゃうな。
You
でもあ
flatter
り
me,
がとう、
Vilio.
ビリオ。
Thank you.
あ、パスハリア
There you are, Paselia. Hearing that familiar voice, I whirled around to find my 2-year travel companion. His light blue hair billows in the wind, and his smile looked at the same as
お待た
ever.
せ、二人とも。遅くなっちゃってごめんね。
Hello, you two. Sorry I'm late.
まったく、だから言ったでしょ。待ち合わせてるんだから急げって。
See? I told you to hurry up because you had a
水
meeting.
路にメガネ落としたおっさんなんて後で対応すればよかったのに。
You could have helped that old man find his glasses
う
later.
ん。でもあの人、すごく困ってたみたいだったから。
I couldn't leave him when he was struggling like
精霊
that.
さんたちも手伝ってくれて、こうして間に合ったんだし。結果オーライだよ。
We made it here with the help of the spirits. Everything's alright.
まったくパスハリアは。
Goodness gracious, you are so...
どうしたのよ、そんな変な顔して。
Why are you looking at me like that? Pauselia had been speaking to himself in 2 different voices, like a one-man comedy show. I hurriedly waved my hands to brush it off. It's just, I don't think I've ever get used to hearing 2 voices come out of you. I hadn't noticed it when we were traveling together initially. A water spirit had been living inside his body even before we left for our trip. The second voice I'm hearing belongs to Vita, a higher water spirit. Her powers had single-handedly saved Pauselia from succumbing to a deadly disease. Anyone seeing this for the first time would probably be surprised and confused.
ああ、そのことなら、最近いい方法を編み出したんだ。ちょっと待ってね。
I actually come up with a solution for that. Hold on a second. He pulls out like a puppet. The smile, Pauselia holds up his hand and mumbers an incantation. Water gathers around him, taking on the shape of a humanoid shape.
上出来じゃない。
Nice, it worked. Whoa, a lovely girl had appeared before our
僕
eyes.
は気にならないんだけど、ビータと話してると困った顔をされることが多くてね。
I personally don't care at all that much, but the other people tend to be thrown off when I'm speaking with her.
こうやって形を出したら分かりやすいんじゃないかってビータが提案してくれたんだ。
She told me to give this a shot so that we wouldn't baffle them as much. Fair enough.
わあ、あんたがパスハリアと同化してるっていう精霊なのか？
You're the spirit who's synchronized with Pauselia?
ええ、まあ本物じゃないけど、見た目は元の姿に寄せてるわ。
This is more or less what I look like. I never knew that. You're totally adorable.
顔？あなたね、仮にも上級精霊様に向かって何を
What did you call me? Adorable? How dare you talk to a higher spirit that way?
照れなくてもいいのに。けどひとまず人が集まる前に移動しよっか。
No need to be embarrassed. Anyway, shall we move elsewhere before this place gets crowded? Yes. Yes, let's go. As keeper of the Lacrima earrings, Pauselia had become the most famous person in Odense. Vilio and I didn't exactly make it better, being fellow members of the global sensation that was Circus. The 3 of us stood out far more than necessary.
って感じで、今は定期的に精霊さんたちへ向けた勉強会も開いてるんだ。
These days, I host study sessions for the spirits on a regular basis. We'd moved to a quieter spot of the city outskirt to catch up. While we walked, Pauselia told us all about the work he had been doing in Odense. So you're educating both humans and spirits.
うん。人間側の意識改革だけじゃどうしたって限度があるし。
Yep, there is limits to what we can do if we only focus on the human side of things.
何より精霊さんたちにも人間のいいところをもっと知ってほしいからね。
On top of that, we want to tell the spirits about the human's best.
お互いを知ること。その大切さを 僕はみんなと旅して学んできたから。
During our journey, I learned how important it is to understand others around one another. I don't know why I said it. He smiled proudly. The elusive and fragile Pacelli of the past was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was brimming with so much hope that it dazzled me.
それじゃあ今パスハリアは精霊の先生ってわけか。
That makes you like the spirit's teacher, doesn't it?
先生なんてそんな大したものじゃないよ。
That might be a stretch. Pacelli insisted he was merely a busybody. We all knew he was just being humble, though otherwise all the passerbyers wouldn't thank him whenever he walked past. You're awesome, Pacelia. You're changing the entire city's mindsets.
ひょっとしたら僕が楽したいだけかもだけどね。
Thanks. I might just want to get to a point where I can kick back.
僕が人と精霊さんの間に直接入って仲介すれば早いけど、それにはどうしたって限度がある。
I'm sure things get taken care of quickly when I intervene, but there's only so much that I can do.
だからもし僕がいなくても、いつか遠い日に死んでしまう時が来ても、
I want humans and spirits to live in harmony even when I'm not around. He came up with this on his own. He didn't need me.
それでも人と精霊さんがお互いに手を取り合えるようになったら、
Or even when I pass on in the far future
それが
and
僕の
leave
理
this
想だから。
world for good.
そっか。うん。パスハリアらしい、いい夢だな。
I see that's such a nice dream, Pacelia. It's so
俺もで
you.
きることは何でも手伝うし、いつでも声かけてくれよ。
Feel free to contact me if there's anything I can help with.
すごく頼もしいよ。その時は頼らせてもらうね。
You've always been so supportive, and sure, I'll reach out to you when the time comes. Pacelia truly shined when he spoke about the future. It made me want to support the work he was doing. I couldn't bring myself to smile though. He's gonna die one day. The moment Pacelia broached the topic, my steps halted. Is this what she's gonna worry about? The fact that she's gonna outlive her parents and Rolita won't die, so at least she has Rolita. She's just like, oh no. I was well aware. No matter how much I ignored or denied it, the thought haunted me. All the friends I've seen the world with would one day. Leah. Huh? I snapped back to my senses when Vita peered into my face.
どこか具合悪いの？魔法が制御できずに暴走するって聞いてはいたけど。
Feeling under the weather, I did hear your magic has been running amok. Amok! Amok, amok, amok. I'm totally fine, just thinking about something. I got examined at the stage tower and they didn't find anything wrong with me.
本当に？でもちょっと顔色が良くない気がす
Are
るよ。
you sure? You look terrible. Your complexion doesn't look so good. I'm okay, really. Panicked, I tried to reassure them. And then I used my power. Oh no! The flowers around my feet explosively bloomed all at once, poorly timed proofs of my insecurity. Fresh fruit plopped down from the tree above us at the same time, thumping down on my head. Owie! You okay, Leah? No, I crouched down on the ground with Vilo covering my head. Pacelia simply observed me with a
大丈
smile.
夫だよ。落ち着いて。まずはゆっくり深呼吸しようか。
Calm down, it's okay. How about you take a deep breath first? Got it. I'd sit on some rocks. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on Pacelia's
Vilio.
gentle voice.
彼女の手を握ってあげてくれるかな？
Vilio, can you hold Leah's hand?
わかった。
Sure. The gentle warmth that wrapped around my hand brought me immense relief as I steadied my breath.
それじゃあ、精霊さんに向かってこう言ってみて。
Now face the spirits and repeat after me.
もう大丈夫だよ。
I'm all right now. I slowly opened my eyes and repeated his words. I'm all right now. No more fruit dropped from the trees and the flowers stopped their wild growth. Thank goodness.
今のが魔法の暴走かな。
Was that your magic rampaging?
ああ、今回のはいつもより規模がでかかったな。
Yeah, this one was bigger than usual
な
though.
るほど。手紙では読んだけど、改めて詳しく聞いてもいい？
I read your letter and all, but can you explain it to me again in detail? Right, okay, so here's the deal, yo. I am crazy, alright? I'm wild and out. I told both Pastelli and Vita all about the details I hadn't written down in my letter. From the incident during our circus tour to the results of the exam I got at the stage tower, the two of them exchanged glances, clearly mulling things over.
なるほどね。
I get it now.
体の方に問題がないなら、暴走の原因は心の方かもね。
If there's nothing wrong with your body, it might be a physiological issue. You mean something going on in my mind?
そういやライジェルも意識がついてきてないのかもって言ってたな。
Now that you mention it, Rajil also said something about the reality not hitting her yet.
うん。知ってるかもしれないけど、精霊さんは魔法を使う側の感情に大きく影響を受けるんだ。
As you may already know, spirits are greatly affected by the magic user's emotions.
私くらいになればそこまで影響は受けないけど、小さな子たちはどうしてもね。
I'm a higher spirit, so it doesn't really make a difference to me, but it's different for the little ones.
特にドラゴンの力は大きすぎる。小さな精霊たちがびっくりするのも当然の話よ。
Draconic power is especially intense. No wonder the smaller spirits are startled by it. What do I have to do to stop this? Should I try to keep my emotions in check?
ちょっとは違うかな。生きている以上、感情の波を完全に抑えるのは無理でしょ？
Not quite. There's no way you can suppress your emotions for the
だ
rest
か
of
ら
your life.
結局はあなた自身が慣れるしかないってことね。
Ultimately, you just gotta get used to it, okay?
魔法が暴走しそうになった時の対処法をあなたがちゃんと心得ること。
You need to know what to do when you feel your magic rampaging up before it
そ
blows.
してそれを反射的にできるようになること。
And you have to be able to do it on reflex. So they said. Paucelia clapped his hands and made a suggestion.
まずは魔法と精霊さんのことを知るところから始めよう。
You should start by getting to know magic and spirits first. Okay, I can do that. But that was how our study session beneath the bright blue sky began. Paucelia and Vita explained things thoroughly, so it was easy to understand. They must have had practice during their lessons for the humans and spirits. Being a spirit contractor pair, they could take both sides into consideration. Before we knew it, Vilio and I were engrossed in their lecture. So earth spirits can be grumpy, but they're extremely loyal once they open up to you. They wield magic carefully and
その
accurately.
打ち解けるってところがなかなか難しいんだけど、あなたならそこは大丈夫そうね。
They're quite hard to make them open up, but I'm sure you can do it.
で、非属性の精霊は力はあるけど難しいことが苦手。
Fire spirits are powerful, but they're not good at handling the hard
え
stuff.
え、簡単に言えばおバカよ。人間風に言えば脳筋ってことね。
If we put it in human terms, I guess you could call them meatheads.
なんで俺見ながら言うんだよ。
Why'd you look at me when you said that? Apparently, my magical element was earth. There are 4 types of elements: fire, water, earth, wind. Its handiness is greatly affected by the nature of the spirits using it. I assumed I would have a fire ability like Vilio because he gave me his power.
暴走した時の魔法の効果を見ても間違いなく非属性じゃないからね。
Look at what happens when your magic goes out of control. It definitely is not
学
fire.
術棟での検査結果でも正式に土って結果が出てたもんな。
Even the exam results said your attribute was earth. Mom and Dad said that there was 2 possible factors. First, when a human contracts with the spirits, the subsequent attribute was determined by compatibilities. It was sometimes humans. It was something humans were born with, so there was no way to change it. Second, the dragons themselves didn't have a fixed attribute.
ドラゴンといっても非属性とは限らないのね。
Being a dragon doesn't always mean your attribute will be
おう
fire.
俺は火だけど他の魔法を使うドラゴンもいるぜ。
She's right, there are dragons who use other
あん
attributes
たもあっ
too.
たと思うけど例えば族長は土だしな。
For instance, our chief's attribute is earth. I think you met him, Leah. Yeah, he said he was going to train me in the last game. I know all this is spectacular since there's no procedure for a dragon's bride. Still, I'm glad my attribute isn't fire. I shudder to imagine the kind of damage I'd cause if I were. I'm gonna grab my energy drink because I'm starting to nod off. I shouldn't be nodding off.
それじゃ大体は分かってくれたと思うか
Give
ら
me just a minute because
次は
I
いよ
got
いよ
to
実践だね。
do that waddling thing to get there. You know what? We'll put the cute BRB screen up for just a second. Oh my god, it's so cute. You would spit on my controller. This one, I haven't had this one before. It is called Orange Cream. It is Ghost. But it's got 0 calories, which is why I got it. It does taste like a melted ice cream. Like, not ice cream. An icy pop. Like a push pop, actually. I'm having breakfast for dinner. I had breakfast for lunch. When I got home, I made biscuits and gravy. And eggs. We had went to a place that sells like discount, like it's one of the places that are owned by the makers of the food. And they had a discount on some stuff, and we saw biscuits and gravy, so I grabbed one of each. I think we've got the rundown on elemental magic. How about we put it into practice?
本番はここからビシバシ行くわよ。
This is the beginning. I'm not gonna hold back. You hear me? That sounds good. I did bacon, eggs, and pancakes because kids voted. Bacon. We didn't have bacon. And this was a surprise snack. We just got that and I was like, ooh, I can make it. And then I made it. The gravy that we got was so good. It was so good that came in. We have pancake mix. I guess I could have made pancakes too. Next time. I over-undercook pancakes. I always overcook the outside and undercook the inside. I don't know how I do it, but I do it every time. So if you'd like some pancakes that have batter still inside of them, make them for you. Go easy on me. This was the main reason we moved to a more isolated area. A place with plenty of spirits and very few people was the perfect spot to practice magic. Encouraged by Vita, I practiced and practiced until the sun set. My husband.
ほら、集中集中。魔法を制御するために何より大事なのは集中力よ。
Focus! You got to focus. The most important thing when practicing magic is concentration, right?
人間が魔法を使うためには精霊との対話が重要だけど、
Humans usually need to communicate with spirits whenever they use magic.
私たち精霊や幻獣は自分の体から力を引き出すイメージ。まずは魔力の流れを意識しなさい。
I love Vita. She's fresh. I love that her hair is like water bubbles. Us spirits and babies just visualize drawing the power from our bodies first. Be aware of the flow of your magic. I'll do that. Well,
ほら、油断したら土まみれよ。そろそろ諦めて休む。
see what happens when you lose focus? You're covered in dirt. Should we stop for a break? I can keep going. I can do it. I got it. Leah gave her all and practiced despite Vita's constant scolding. I had been watching her for
や
some
っぱ
time.
すごいなあいつは。
You really are one of a kind, Leah. People tell you, do this, and you keep doing it. Oh no. I was the one who gave Leah the vast, unruly power, making her magic run wild. And now that power was taking control of her life. She could have complained or blamed me for all the things she had to endure, but the truth be told, if I hadn't done it, she'd be dead right now anyway. So honestly, what is she gonna do by blaming you? She never complained about it, not once. She tackled it head on.
何が俺も付き合うだ。
I said I'd come to, but I'm useless. There she was, putting her everything into this, despite being caked in sweat and dirt. All I could do was look from a distance, since they said I'd only interfere.
ビリオ、隣座ってもいい？
Mind if I sit beside you, my guy?
パサリア。
Oh, hey, Pasalia.
いいのかよ、こっちに来て。あいつに魔法を教えるんだろ？
You sure about that? Aren't you busy teaching her?
ビータがいるから大丈夫だよ。多分、
Pick up
人
some
間の
flash.
僕が扱う魔法よりも精霊さんの方が性質は近いだろうし。
She has Vita. She'll be fine. If anything, her magic is more akin to a spirit's than the kind humans use.
それに、仲間としてはビリオのことも気になるしね。
Besides, I'm worried about you, Vilio. You're my friend.
いや、俺は。
I'm fine. Pasalia raised his voice to interject before I could finish.
水の精霊さんの気配が強い場所では元気がなくなるって言ってたけど、
Probably feeling drained since you're surrounded by water
今
spirits.
落ち込んだ顔をしてたのってそれが理由じゃないよね。
But I doubt that's the reason you're over here frowning.
僕はね、何も知らないまままた君に苦しい思いをさせるのはもう嫌なんだ。
I won't let you suffer in silence again. I've had enough of that.
パサリア。
Pasalia.
あの子のこと全部話してとは言わないよ。
I'm not asking you to tell me everything about Leah.
でも僕にできることがあるなら力になりたいと思うんだ。
But if there's something I can do to assist, just say the word.
僕たちはサーカスを離れても仲間。そう思ってるのは僕だけかな。
Even though we're not in circus anymore, we're still friends. Or am I the only one who thinks so?
そういうずるい言い回しは相変わらずだよな。
You really have a way with words, never change, man. Smiling bitterly at the long-haired guy beside me, I finally caved.
あいつが頑張ってるのに見てることしかできないのがさ、なんつうか心苦しいんだ。
It's just painful to know that all I can do is watch when she's working so hard.
特訓とか言い出したのは俺なのに何の力にもなってやれねえし。
I'm the one who suggested she train, but I can't help her. My gaze dropped to my hands. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Pasalia shake his head.
きっと彼女はビリオがそばにいてくれるだけで心強いはずだよ。
It's not right, is it? Leah must find it reassuring that you're always there for her.
さっき魔法が暴走した時だって君が手を握ってあげたから落ち着けたんだと思うし。
Remember when her magic went out of control earlier? It calmed down right away the moment she held your hand.
でもさ、結局それって俺
Yeah,
が何かしたわけじゃ
but
な
I
いだろ。
didn't do anything in particular. I just, was there for her, offering her my support.
いるだけでいいっ
I
て
have
思
to
って
head
くれてるのは
off. I
嬉
hope
しい
your
けどさ、
back feels better soon.
何
Thank
も行動し
you.
てない事
I
実
hope you
は
have
話
a
したし、
lovely rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad my being here is enough to help her, but it doesn't change the fact that I did nothing. Deep down, I knew Passelia was right. Just having me close by probably meant a lot to her. I couldn't shake off my
自分
frustration.
勝手な話だよな。望まれてもいないのに何かしたいなんて。
I know I'm being selfish. I just feel this urge to do something even though it's not necessary.
ビリオはきっと今まで何でもできたからそんな風に思っちゃうんだね。
I imagine that's because you've always done everything. You can't help but think that way.
そんなの誰だって当たり前に考えることだよ。
It's also totally normal. Everyone has moments like that. Looking a bit wistful, Passelia
うだ
said,
うだ悩むくらいならできることをすりゃいい。
just do whatever you can instead of sitting around worrying about it.
え？
What?
自分のことだからこうしてすごく思い悩んでるんだろうけど、
I'm sure that's what you'd say if someone else was having the
も
same
し他
problem.
人からの相談だったらきっとビリオはそんな風に答えると思うよ。
Perhaps you're so wound up about it because you're too close to the issue to look clearly. My eyes widened at his unexpected
ここは
remark.
愛の街。そして僕はその街を任されてるからね。
We're in the city of love. It's my job to make sure it stays that way.
大事な人のためにできることはきっとたくさんあるよ。
There must be all sorts of things you can do for the woman you love. Passelia radiated confidence as he told me to rely on him for counsel. Then he tossed out a few ideas. He seemed to enjoy the process. Snacks? She probably would love a snack. In fact, I too would enjoy a snacky. Snacks are great. Treats are great. Cookies are wonderful. Cookies aren't snacks. Cookies are dessert, but cheese. I know even a girl with lactose intolerance will enjoy cheese. It'll cost her, but she'll eat it. What else? Like warm blankets. Like, hear me out. You gotta warm up the blanket, then you give them the blanket, and then the blanket's warm, and then they're nestled in warmth, and like, great feeling. Several days had passed since I started honing my magic. Thanks to Vita's strict instruction, I'd gotten better at controlling it. I couldn't say I'd mastered it, but I felt like I had at least managed to get the hang of this. Honestly, I'm still not sure. I need to practice more. I figured I'd take the day to
なあ、
do it.
今日ちょっと時間あるか？
Lee, are you free today? I am. Passelia had another appointment to take care of. I was thinking of practicing on my own.
ならちょうどいい。デートしようぜ。
Perfect timing. Let's go on a date. Come again. It's like we're married. Let's go. The two of us went to the underwater park. This place was a hotspot for tourists and couples. I sure didn't see this coming. Who knew you'd ask me out on a date? I'm really glad we get to see in town, just the two of us.
サーカスで都市を巡ってた頃はつがいなのに二人で街を回る機会なかなか取れなかったもんな。
When we were on tour with Circus, we barely had a chance to enjoy it as a couple. I beamed at him and gave him his hand to squeeze. By the way, I'm happy to join you since you asked me out and all. But are you okay? Didn't you say Fire Fae had the worst compatibility with water? When Circus visited Odense the first time, Vilio didn't even hide the fact that he was feeling sluggish during his stay here. It was the same this time around too. His parlor wasn't too bad, but he was pretty disoriented. I'm sorry, what? His parlor? Parlor? That's not a word. Don't make up words, game. Parlor meaning. Deficiency of color, especially in the face. Synonym: paleness. Got it. Why did you pick here of all places? We're literally underwater.
心配してくれてありがとな。さすがに万全とは言えねえけど。
Can't say I'm in perfect shape, but it's no biggie.
でも、隣にあんたがいてくれるから、気分的に楽だ。
I feel better because you're next to me, Leah.
ぼーっとしてるように見えるのは、可愛いつがいに見とれてるだけってことにしといてくれ。
Maybe I only look like I'm spacing out because I'm entranced by my super duper lovely wife. Aw, jeez. Vilio won't be able to relax if I keep fussing over him. He must have been feeling alright if he was still cracking jokes. I smirked at the thought and Vilio took a good look around us.
というか、前から俺、この庭園に来たかったんだよ。
Besides, I've always wanted to come to this
サー
park.
カスの興行中に何度か来たけど、水中庭園はじっくり見てなかったし、一度は一緒に歩きたかった。
We've been here several times for circus shows, but I've never got to explore it. I wanted to go with you at least once. Same. Not to mention, your mom and dad met each other in Odense. And didn't you say something about your mom giving your dad a replica of Lacrima?
そうそう。前に来た時、あんたが俺に送ってくれた。
Yuppers.
これと同じようにな。
Just like how you gave me this thing when we came here before. He rummaged beneath his shirt and took out the pendant he was wearing. I had given it to Vilio during our first visit in this place. It was a gift from me to him. You're still wearing it, huh? Good to
当た
know.
り前だろ。あんたからもらった一番大切な宝物だからな。
Whispering. Why wouldn't I? This gift from you is my greatest treasure. With a happy smile, he cradled the pendant in his hand.
魔物を限界まで食らって自分の意識が負の感情に支配されて制御できなくなりそうだった時、
When I was devouring fiends throughout the world and felt like I couldn't control the storm of negative emotions inside
こ
me.
れを握りしめてると不思議と苦しさが和らいだんだ。
Sounds strange, but I just held on to this and my pain miraculously went away.
俺がギリギリまで負の感情に抗えたのはきっとこれのおかげだ。
Pretty sure
本当
this
に感
thing
謝してる。
helped me suppress the negative emotions until the very last moment. I owe it a ton. Oh. My chest still felt tight remembering what he went through. It was agony knowing how much he struggled when there was nothing I could do but watch. Amid all the turmoil. Why are you doing this to me, game? I already gotta Google a word. Don't make me Google tumult. Meaning. A loud, confused might. To melt. To melt? A loud, confused noise, especially one caused by a large amount of people confused or disordered. Ah. Amidst all the tumult, I gave him the pendant. It was a delight to know that such an ordinary thing had helped him through his darkest times, and when he called it his greatest treasure, it had me on cloud 9. I'm so glad I gave it to him. I let out a sigh of relief. I went back and forth on whether I should give it to you. Although they said it could grant wishes, it's just a replica. Some people called it a talisman, but I figured it's a charm at best. Gifting that to you was all I could do back then. I poked the black gem in his hand. The stone sparkled, reflecting the soft light filtering through the water.
俺、これもらった時、なんであんたが辛そうな顔してたのかわからなかったんだ。
You know, Leah, when you gave this to me, I didn't know why you looked like you were in so much pain.
だからせめて俺がこれをもらって嬉しいことを伝えなきゃと思って。
I felt like I should at least tell you how happy I was to receive it.
でもさ、今ならあの時のあんたの気持ち、痛いほどわかる。
It all makes sense now, though. I fully get how you felt back then, Leah.
目の前で大事なやつが一人でずっと頑張ってるのに、自分は何も力になれない。
The person I care for most is giving it everything she's got, and I can't lift a finger to help
それ
her.
がどれだけ辛いのか、今になって。
I finally know how much it hurts, dude. Heartbreak. Vilio. He held my gaze for one beat, then
な、
two.
ちょっと腕出してくれるか。
Leah, can you hold out your hand for a second? Okay. My arm? Why? It said hand, right? Did it say arm? Arm, just kidding. Arm. Puzzled, I did as he asked. He wrapped a bracelet around my wrist. It was pleasantly warm to the touch. Huh? Surprised by the gesture, I took a closer look at the jewelry. Look at this beautiful man. Look at this gorgeous girl. The white flowers adorning the item were a bit oddly shaped. Right in the middle was a luminous white gem. It gleamed with... Its glimmer was different from that of the black gem on Vilio's pendant. What a novel design! He might have made it himself, but we're not going to ask if he made it himself. That implies you can see the imperfections. I don't know, man. It's the hesitation. Nah. With an unshapely flower, the bracelet was a bit poorly made for merchandise. Is this handmade? What a novel design.
だよな。一応頑張ってはみたんだけど、なかなかうまくいかなくて。
Haha, figures. I did as best as I could, but it didn't turn out so great. Vilio rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile on his face.
昨日パスハリアに教えてもらいながら作ってみたんだけど。
I had Passelia teach me how to craft this
手作りって簡単そうに見えて難しいもんだな。
Making a handcrafted item isn't as easy as it looks. He glanced down at the bracelet, giving it a light poke.
パスハリアには既製品でもいいんだよって何度か言われたんだけど。
Passelia kept telling me to buy it from somebody else.
不格好でも俺ができることならできる限り自分でしたいと思って。
But I wanted to do it myself, no matter how weird looking it turned out in the end. You put so much thought into it, thank you. This white gem is shining so brightly, it's
それな、
beautiful.
確か石の名前はセレナイトだったかな。
If I remember correctly, the gem's called
悩み
selenite.
事を解消してくれるって力が込められた
I
石
hear
らしい
it's
んだ。
got the power to clear your doubts. Wow. Let's load that up again and get the other noise option. Did you make it yourself?
実はそうなんだよ。
Is it the same? We got so easy to find out the answer to that question. Go here. Yep, different. He's and then he's like ah.
ところどころほつれてたりとか、なんか形が不格好だったりとか、お世辞にも整ってはいないけどさ。
It's honestly not that good. Some of the threads are loose and the shape's kind of funky.
これでも一応頑張って不器用なりにやってみたんだ。
Clumsy as it is, I swear I gave it my best shot. Vilio's smile was ear to ear, thrilled that I noticed he had made it
これ
himself.
さ、昨日パスハリアに教えてもらいながら悩み事を解消してくれるって力が込められた石らしいんだ。
I hear it's got the power to clear your doubts. Is that why you picked it?
あ、最近ずっと何かに悩んでるだろ。
You've been worried about something lately, haven't you, Leah? He noticed. Even then, he had never asked me about it. He was probably waiting for me to speak up first. There was just one thing, though. I can't tell him what I'm feeling quite yet. I'd hurt him if I let out my pent-up emotions carelessly. I need to think things over more before unloading. My silence must have told him I didn't want to talk about it. Instead of pressing me for answers, he steered the conversation back to the bracelet. Dude, don't do this to my sweet angel. What are you thinking about? Why do I even know?
それにこの石の色さ、すげえあんたっぽいだろ。
Know what else? The gem's color is so Leah. I mean, it is pretty white.
真っ白で柔らかそうで透明じゃないのに光って見えるところとか。
Soft, pure white. Seems like it's glowing even though it's not see-through. You think I'm like that? Hearing myself compared to something soft and glowing had me flustered. Vilio's smile wider at that.
まあ、こうして渡せてよかったよ。ずっと 今度は俺から何か渡したいって思ってたんだ。
Anyways, I'm glad I did it. I've been wanting to give you something for the longest time. Well, you gave me your hand in marriage.
これまであんたにもらってばっかりだったからさ。
I'm always on the receiving end. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's disappointing. That's not true. You've given me so many things.
え、何を？
Like what? Like how you gave me an opportunity to step outside of Levere. Then there's all the fun memories we shared on our journey together. Not to mention the sweet ache in my heart when I'm with you, a feeling I wouldn't give up for the world. Those things were wonderful, but my real treasure was the best present you've ever given me is the future, one where we'll be together forever. Oh no. Oh, so her fear is the fact that she's it's the Twilight dilemma. She's now going to outlive her entire family, and she's sad about it, but she doesn't want to say about it. I missed the last 30-minute mark. Honestly, I was half asleep, so I think I missed it too. I've already received so much. What else do you have to give me? My earnest feelings coerced a glorious flower into blooming. Vilio watched the petals unfurl, seemingly ever so apt.
何言ってるんだよ。思い出も愛しい気持ちも。
Hydrate, dehydrate.
これから先の未来だって。
でしょでしょ。
Get hit with a double high. That's messed up, man. Water tastes a little funny after drinking an energy drink. Got it. What are you saying? Those aren't just things I gave you. They mean the world to me too.
全部、俺もあんたからもらってる。俺だけがあげてるわけじゃないだろ。
The memories, your affection, our future, everything. We're even then. Thanks, Vilio. I keep it with me always.
あ、喜んでもらえてよかった。
Of course, glad you like it. The dragon beamed brightly at me. I scanned our surroundings, wanting to give him something in return, except there was no food stalls or anything for me to purchase from. I know. Can you come closer, Vilio?
Hmm?
When I beckoned Vilio over, he leaned in close. I gave him a peck on the cheek. Then I drew back, smiling shyly. Thank you, Vilio. I love you. Taken aback by my surprise kiss, he froze up for a moment. It only embarrassed me even more. It was just a thank you for the bracelet. I don't have anything else to give you. Bracelet, its full name, capital B. A bracelet Vilio personally made for the protagonist. While it may look somewhat rough, it was made with love and affection. And we're in Oden's too. He should at least let this slide, right? I'd normally never be this smooth. But we were in a #1 destination for lovers. Besides, we're married. He's my other half. Hey, Vilio, say something, please. You're making me feel all bashful now. The boy was still rooted to the spot, eyes wide open, so I called out to him in a timid voice that seemed to do the trick.
俺も大好きだ。
I love you too. He threw his arms around me and tugged me into a big hug. Even in the cool water, I felt his warmth. It brought a smile to my face. After that, we continued to enjoy our time in the underwater park just like the other couples. We made great use of our quality time together. What a cute couple. Chapter 3. Yay! Look at that. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought that a new chapter was upon us? What a light. Everything's like I moved my chair a little too far over, so my keyboard's more to the left than it usually is. Alright, Ferris, the Dual City, had a special rule that set it apart from the rest. strength is justice. It was an absolute law advocated by the great spirit of fire, Valen. Most of the people here took pride in their combat skills, and there was plenty of gladiators. The security forces' head office was also here rather than the royal capital. As for the core item of Ferris, it was a fiery artifact called the Intaglio Ring. And the person in charge of it was Eon, a former member of Circus who traveled the world with us. He had a deep connection with the ring, and now he was working as the commander of the forces here. We had come to Ferris to see him. The city has never changed, huh? The atmosphere is no joke. I gasped in awe at the enormous structure in front of us. The outer wall, probably the largest among the major five, looked as intimidating as I remembered.
着いたはいいが、早く着きすぎちまったかな。
I'm glad we made it, but I guess we're too early. Should we walk around and come back later? We still have some time.
そうだな。せ
Sure,
っかくだし
why not?
なんかうまいもんでも食って。
Might as well eat some food while we're here. Heck yeah. With that, we headed off towards downtown.
お
Right then, a pounding footstep came our way. Curious, we turned around only to see a couple of officers from the security forces running straight at us.
見ろみんな、やっぱりそうじゃないか。
See, I was right,
う
wasn't I?
お、本当だ。公演の時に見た通りだ。
He's really the one from the show. He looks exactly the same.
なんだなんだ
What's the matter? Did something bad happen around here? Their response was quite unexpected. The officers stopped in front of Vilio before
失礼
saluting
します
him.
もしやあなたはドラゴンのビリオさんでは？
Pardon me for asking, sir, but are you Vilio the dragon?
ああ、そうだけど。
Yeah, I am.
おお、やっぱりだ。本物のビリオさんだ。
Oh man, I knew it, the real Vilio.
すみません。握手してもらっても？
Sorry, could I get a handshake?
握手？別に構わねえけど。
A handshake? I suppose I can.
俺もお願いします。握力確かめさせてください。
Yes, me too. Please let me check your grip strength. Bro, his grip strength? Bruh. And just like that, Vilio was surrounded. I was stunned by the sight. A disappointed voice rose up behind him.
急に走り出したかと思えば、まったく困ったものだな。
Here, I was wondering why you suddenly ran off. What a troublesome bunch. Oh!
規律を守れない者は腕立て100回。そう申し付けていたはずだが。
I believe I made it clear that the rule breakers are to do 100 push-ups. Eon! I spun around and greeted the familiar face. His sharp features, which many people thought to be frightening, relaxed when our eyes met. He seemed pleased about our reunion.
久しいな、二人とも。
It's been a while, Leah. Same to you, Vilio. This is just a guess, but are the officers swarming Vilio?
部下だ。来てくれた早々、騒がしくしてすまない。
My subordinates. I apologize they caused a commotion the moment you arrived. Hehe, it's fine. I was just surprised. Besides, it looks like he's enjoying this. My gaze shifted back to the buzzing around while Eon and I caught up.
ビリオさんは最強の拳銃ドラゴンなんですよね。
Aren't you a dragon? The strongest babies in the world?
おお。
Yeah?
まさか生きてる間に本物のドラゴンと話せるなんて。
I can't believe I get to talk to a real dragon in my lifetime.
ドラゴンってどれくらい強いんですか？
Mind telling us how strong you are?
え、どれくらいって？
Not sure how to describe it.
イオン隊長と戦ったらどっちが勝ちますか？
If you were to fight Commander Eon, who would win?
剣をお持ちですけど、やはり人型の時は武器を？
That sword over there, is that the weapon you use when you're in human form?
待て待て待てって、一個ずつ答えるから。
Hold on, fellas. I'll answer one at a time, alright? As a real-life dragon, Vilio would attract attention anywhere he went. With the way they clung to him, I doubted they were just doing the fairest thing of showing him adequate respect for his power. The people of the city were not fearful of the dragon boy. They were simply intrigued by him. Oh, my little dragon boy. The last time I saw him this bewildered by a bombardment of questions was when my mom and dad swarmed him just like this. I watched on, stifling a
なん
giggle.
ていうか、そもそもドラゴンって種族的に俺たちとは桁が違うっていうか。
How do I put this? Dragons are a whole other race than us from the
寿
get-go.
命も力も生き方も人間とは全然違うんだよね。
It only makes sense that their lifespan, power, and lifestyle differ from ours. The officer's remark was offhand, and he didn't mean anything by it, but I went stiff the second I heard it.
人の何倍も長生きなんてめちゃくちゃ羨ましいよな。
I'm so jealous. You get to live way longer than you.
羨ましい。なんでだ？
Are you jealous?
だって長生きってことは時間があるってことですよね。
Because that means you've got a whole lot of time, you know?
つまりその分鍛えまくって強くなれるじゃないですか。
You can train as much as you want and grow even
俺たち
stronger.
なんか体張れるのっていいとこあと20年だもんな。
Unlike you, we humans can only max out our training for like 20 years or so. That's a lie. That's also a lie. If you're training every day, you don't stop after 20 years. But I don't know.
俺たちがじいさんになって死んでもバリバリ現役とか羨ましい。
You'll still be alive and kicking while we grow old and die. Did you hear that over there, Leah? Did you hear that? We're gonna die someday and you're still gonna be alive.
ああ、そっか。そういう考え方もあるか。
See, I never knew there were people that felt this way. Vilio nodded pensively. I gave my head a light shake, the officer's words echoing in my head, different lifespans. All this time, I had tried so hard not to touch on that subject. It was only natural that different races had different lifespans. I knew that all too well, but when I actually heard someone else say it, it feels a little lonely. Come again, Leah? If you want me to, I will. Eon faced me with a frown. I must have accidentally voiced my thought out loud and he had
寂
overheard.
しいというのは
What do you mean by lonely? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Just thinking about something, no biggie. Clutched my wrist tightly, clinging to my bracelet. It was a shame thinking that living so long wasn't that great while these people earnestly wished for the privilege. I couldn't help it.
そうか。
Right.
少し待っていてくれるか。隊員たちに声をかけてくる。
Mind if I step away for a moment? I need to tell them off. His brows creased as he strolled over to the noisy officers.
お前たち、憧れの相手に高ぶるのはわかるが、そろそろ解放してやってくれ。
You there? I know meeting someone you admire has you excited, but is it not about time for you to let him go?
隊長
Commander!
ビリオは久方ぶりに会う友人だ。ゆっくり話をさせてほしい。
He's a good friend I have not seen in quite some time. I would like to speak with him.
気が回らず申し訳ありませんでした。
Apologies for the insensitivity.
我々は先に失礼いたします。
We'll go on ahead, sir. The officers saluted the big man and left. It's great to see On giving instructions to someone else. You never do that when he never did that when he was still a member of Circus. I figured it was because the man himself was being controlled by the intaglio ring. The fact that he was dishing out orders to his subordinates was a sign of growth. I studied Eon not knowing whether to feel happy or sad about it.
すまないビリオ。隊員たちが迷惑をかけたようだ。
Vilio, my subordinates wound up giving you a hard time.
日頃ビリオの話をしているからか、どうも必要以上にドラゴンへの興味を抱かせてしまっていたらしい。
I may or may not have ignited their interest in dragons when you spoke about you yesterday.
いや、賑やかなのは大歓迎だぜ。
No problem,
み
big
んな
guy.
嬉しそうだったしな。
I'm all about that kind of energy. Sides, they seemed real happy. Eon smiled, then stood up a bit straighter and saluted.
改めて歓迎しよう。ようこそ。
Once
決
again,
闘都市フェルスへ。
welcome to Ferris, the duel.
連絡によれば直接伝えたいことがあるという話だったが。
I hear there's something you wanted to tell me in person. Right, can you read this letter real quick? I nodded and opened the letter, which summarized the current situation. Once he had finished, he let out a breath.
なるほど。あなたの魔法制御の件とコアアイテムの生成についてか。
I see. So Leah's struggling to control her magic, and you've set out to create a new core item.
自分の知らない間に随分と
大きな話が動いていたのだな。
Things have escalated a great deal under my nose.
内容はそこに書かれてる通りだ。
It's just as you've read.
特にコアアイテム生成にあたっては、インタリオリングの管理者でもある
We
イオン
especially
の
need
力
your
を借
help
りたいらし
creating
い
the。core item since you're the keeper of the intaglio ring. Eon listened to Vilio, then pondered for a moment.
コアアイテムの件はもちろん協力させてもらうつもりだ。
Regarding the core item, I would be more than happy to lend you a hand.
インタリオリングは負の点が目立つが、正しい使い方をすれば役に立つのだと証明もしておきたいからな。
The intaglio ring has a bad reputation, so I would like to prove that it can be beneficial from when used correctly. Thanks. And what do you think about my
ただ、
situation?
あなたの魔法の件は力になれそうにない。
I doubt I can be helped when it comes to your magical troubles.
自分は魔法については素人だからな。役に立てずにすまない。
I'm still quite new to magic. I do not think I'd be much assistance. Don't feel bad. It's alright. I mean, we're the ones dropping this on you out of nowhere. Besides, we're already starting to see some improvement on that front.
パスハリアやビータに徹底的に鍛えられたもんな。
She's been thoroughly trained by Passelia and Vita.
暴走自体が消えたわけじゃないけど、何かあった時の対処法とかはいろいろと伝授されてたみたいだし。
What's even happening? Okay. So, we're doing it's a fighting montage. We're learning how to fight, right? So Passelia was a waterfall who taught us how to kind of control and what to say and do. We're right now here visiting the mountain. And he's gonna probably show us something else, but the other mission we're on is the crown that the king wears is currently not recharging its mana. So we're trying to create another artifact that can help take mana out of people's bodies to recharge the crown, because apparently that's important and I don't know why. So yeah, we're trying to get control of our powers so we don't pull an 11, and we're trying to create an artifact because apparently that's easier than recharging the current artifact. And I still don't know what happens if the artifact breaks, and there was a solution that would work for the artifact, which was just going to take 10 years, which BTW was how long Cullivis was stuck in a state of perpetual deanimation, and nothing was done in those 10 years. So I don't know why they're acting like 10 years is that long, since they treated it like it was nothing to begin with. Anyways. Yeah, so instead of just a little bit of every week for 10 years, we've decided we have to do this instead. The rampage hasn't gone away, but they taught her how the do's and don'ts for when it happens.
そうか。
Great to hear. The big guy let out a sigh of relief at our cheerful smiles.
一応自分も使おうと思えば、インタリオリングを通じて魔法を使えるのだろうが。
I could probably use magic through the intaglio ring if I put my mind
リン
to
グ
it.
に関しては必要でない限り、自分から触れる気はないんだ。
But if there's no need for the ring, I would rather not touch it at all. Eon gingerly touched his eye patch. I nod, averting my gaze. That's valid. The ring has already given you a lot of painful memories, not to mention the underground arena. If anything, you probably want to seal it away completely. Hot. Eon and the ring were pretty much inseparable. Bound by the ring, he had been forced to fight in the underground arena. He once said he's used to seeing his friends die. A friend he made one day would die in a fight the day after. I wondered how he felt back then, having to go through all of that every single day.
どうかしたか?
What's wrong? It's nothing, sorry. I shook my head, hoping it had banished the gloom settling in my mind. She's just got a fear of death, guys. She needs an actual therapist right now. She's dealing with this trauma where she's scared that her entire family's gonna die like tomorrow. She's having this kind of weird panic about it. So she needs some assistance with it. I've also had issues with that as a child, so I understand what she's going through. She needs someone to tell her, like, you know, this is natural. But anything can happen, and you know, just because anything can happen doesn't mean it will happen. Right? Right. Vilio told me he wasn't convinced.
そうだ、二人とも今から少しいいだろうか。
Alright, do you have some time? We both looked up at Eon, who appeared to have remembered something.
見てもらいたいものがある。時間があればついてきてほしい。
There's something I would like to show you. Please come with me if you're able. I wonder what it is. He said he would explain it once we got there, so we simply followed him.
この辺りだ。
Should be around here. We were walking through the forest when Eon stopped in his tracks. Deep in the woods was a small clearing that glowed in the moonlight. Then we found flowers. Flowers? That is a mean flower. Clusters of jet black flowers I've never seen before were fluttering in the wind. Are those mystic flowers? Given the fact that they were floating in the air and had no roots, they had to be mystic flowers. They were as beautiful as the chloris, but somewhat eerie. They had a powerful draw that sucked you in and made it hard to look away.
エレボスだな。
The edibles. Edibles, they're edible. He really is incredible. He's simply the best of the bunch. I assume. I assume. Sort of sounds like something dropped. What's that?
魔法花エレボス。
魔法
負の感情を糧に日の当たらぬよどんだ場所で花開く。クロリスと対になる黒の魔法花。
Edibles are mystic flowers that bloom in dark, stagnant areas and feed on negative emotions, the exact opposite of a chloris. A black crystal flower that blooms in response to negative emotions. They require darkness to thrive, like me, growing in clusters deep within forest. For this reason, one would normally never come across them. They are harmless as flowers, but when their numbers reach a certain threshold, a handful will transform into fiends and prowl around. I really am a fiend. They feed on negative emotions. That sounds just
そう。
like...
これは魔物が魔物として動き出す前の状態。
This is what a fiend looks like before it's able to move around.
言っちまえば、この花の実が俺たちのよく知る魔物ってことだ。
You can bet that these flowers will grow into the fiends we all know. So these are fiend flowers. I scuttered backwards and hid behind Vilio. Eon smiled warily, picking up one of the black flowers.
これ自体には触れても害はない。心配しなくても大丈夫だ。
Really touching the flowers will do you no harm. There's nothing to worry about. What am I about to do? I reached out and touched it. It's even prettier than I thought. The way it floated in the air reminded me of chloris, just in a different color. I did feel a fiend's presence coming from it, though. I never knew such a mystic flower existed.
知らないのも当然だ。暗い森で人知れず咲く花だからな。
I don't blame you. These flowers bloom in dark woods without anyone knowing. Just like a human heart. People seldom hid their joy. Gloom was a different story. Most people would rather keep their sorrow and resentment locked away. Why did you show us this, Eon? I don't quite get it. The man in question answered with a smile.
先ほど言っていただろう。インタリオリングと地下闘技場は辛い思い出なのではと。
Remember what I said earlier? The intaglio ring and the underground arenas brought me nothing but painful memories.
もちろん否定はしないが、封印してしまいたいかというと少し違う。
I'll not deny that, but if you ask me whether I want to seal them away, then the answer would be slightly different.
辛い過去を封印して全てをなかったことにしたなら、それはもう自分ではないからな。
I do not think I could be true to myself if I were to seal away my dark past and act as if nothing ever happened. His gaze dropped to the edibles in his hand.
自分が目をそらしている場所にひっそりと咲き誇るこの花と同じように。
This flower blooms in a shrouded place away from my sight.
目を背けようと隠していようと自分の過去は存在している。
Similarly, my past lurks within me even if I wish to conceal or ignore it.
地下闘技場は確かにあった。自分の最初の友人や仲間たちはあの場所で生きていた。
The underground area was certainly real. My first friends and cohorts lived there.
その事実だけは否定したくないんだ。
I'll not ever deny that fact. Eon was surely thinking of his old friend Avi. A young man who owned the 7th Arena affair is possessed by a fiend. He was cremated in Vilio's flames and is no longer in this world. Yay! I vividly recalled how Avi was possessed by fiends and purified by Vilio. He vanished from his world without a trace. I remembered every second of it. Frankly, I was far more than just a bystander. Had I made one wrong move, I would have been the one purged by Vilio's flames. Then I would have died instead of Avi.
自分は今まで幾度も
Not
考えた。
instead. No, you
ど
would
う
have
して
died
他の人々
too.
が死んでい
Not
く中
instead.
自分が生き残ってしまったのかと。
I have questioned it over and over again. Why did I survive while others
だ
died?
がそれで後悔しても失われた命が戻るわけでもない。
No matter how much I regret it, I will never be able to return to the past. Eon looked like he had made up his mind. He closed his fingers around the black
ならば自分にできることは自分が見とってきた命を忘れぬこと。
Get wrecked, Avi. That's so mean. How could you? The one thing I can do is preserve the memory of the people who died in front of me.
生き残ったことを後悔するのではなく、この命で何ができるか考える。
Instead of
それが
lamenting my survival, I
一番の
want to
償い
do
だ。
everything I can do to prevent more suffering. There is no better way to make amends. He opened his hand, which was now empty. A soft smile tugged at his lips.
寂しいと言っていたな。
Leah, I believe you said that you were lonely. Eon, don't call me out in front of my husband. He doesn't know that yet. I didn't tell him for a reason. Vilio flinched beside me, but Eon kept on.
寂しさや苦しさを抱くのは普通のことだ。
Loneliness and pain are completely normal.
だがその気持ちを押し込めない方がいい。
It would be better if you did not keep those feelings locked away.
心が辛くなるなら自分一人で抱え込まない方がいい。
Do not hold them in. You will only hurt yourself that way.
自分だけの問題だと抱え込んだ結果、苦しむものを見てきただろう。
You have seen how much people suffer when they keep their problems a secret. Throwing a profound look at the redhead, Eon then shifted his gaze to me.
自分は先に戻るとしよう。ビリオ、夜道だが任せて構わないか。
I shall return first, Vilio. I assume I can trust you to escort her back.
あ、大丈夫だ。
Yeah, we'll be fine.
では後で治安維持隊の宿舎に来てくれ。久しぶりに自分の料理を二人に食べてもらいたいからな。
In that case, come to the Forces HQ later. It's been far too long since I cooked for you.
調理には時間がかかる。ゆっくり戻ってくるといい。
Cooking takes time, so take it easy. There's no need to rush. With that, Eon turned and walked down the path we had taken earlier. Meanwhile, the two of us followed his advice and took our time. Rather than departing immediately, we quietly observed the erotus blossoms. I've made him worry. An awkward silence fell between us, and I snuck a peek at Vilio. He was surrounded by the flowers, standing in the darkness with scarcely any moonlight. He looked gorgeous. Yet I couldn't help but remember his black dragon form. He was in so much agony back then. You know Chlora suits you way much better than Erebos. I spoke without thinking.
そうか？
You think so? I mean, you're always so bright and cheerful. You shine like the sun, warming me up and filling me with energy. That's why you're more like a chorus.
そう思ってくれるのはめちゃくちゃ嬉しいけどさ。
You think that, I'm real pleased to hear it.
俺は太陽みたいにいつでも輝いてるわけじゃないと思う。今みたいにさ。
Except I don't think I shine like the sun at all, like right now, for instance. My gaze was more than enough to convey my puzzlement. He brushed the black flower with his fingertips, then went on.
最近さ、ずーっと何かで悩んでたろ。
You've been stressed about something, right, Leah? Forcing a smile, he looked back at the
け
flowers.
ど、何に悩んでるか、さっぱり見当がつかない。
Thing is, I have no clue what it could be.
ラリーダとか他の奴らは、うすうす感づいてるっぽいのに。
Rolita and the other guys seem to have a vague idea, but that only makes it worse.
魂を分け合った半身のつがいの俺が全然気づけないのが悔しくてさ。
It's
気候に
frustrating
も聞けなかったんだ。
because I'm your other half, yet I don't know anything at all. I didn't even dare to ask.
実はこれでも結構落ち込んでるんだぜ。
To be honest, it's making me feel pretty depressed.
この花の中の一つくらい俺が咲かせてるかもしれねえって思うくらいには。
It has me so down, I think I'm the one who made these flowers bloom so big. He plucked a blossom out of the air, a bitter smile on his face. My chest ached at the sight. This is the first time I've ever seen him so sad. He must have been waiting for me to tell him that what was on my mind. He has, actually. Yes, he has. I was too afraid of hurting him to broach the subject. My heart broke when I realized that bidding my time had caused him a deep unseen pain.
目の前で大事なやつが一人でずっとそれがどれだけ辛い。
Thinking back on what he said, I took a seat under one of the trees. I took a deep breath as I mustered my courage. I feel lonely.
イーオンも言ってたな。何がそんなに寂しいんだ？
Eon mentioned that. What makes you feel lonely? Eon, Passelia, Zaphora, Ginia, Kolova, Spiria, my mom, my dad. We might be able to spend time with them now, laugh together, and even enjoy each other's company, but they don't exist in my future. What? His eyes flickered and his lips went taut. He knew the reason behind it. I had become a dragon's bride. Now that I'd received a share of this dragon's power, I would live for a long, long time. It was the reality that had been festering in the back of my mind, one I pretended not to know. Don't get me wrong. I know you'll be here for me, and Ralita is probably immortal unless something happens. But as for everyone else, I'll have to watch my friends and family die one by one. Our wonderful time together will be a distant memory. I'll never be able to see them again. It hurts to think about it. It's been hard. I knew I'd only upset you if I complained about it, so I kept it to myself. I grasped my bracelet. It took some courage, but I wouldn't stop now. I needed to tell him everything. I'm no longer human. My lifespan is no longer the same as others people. I feel like I don't belong anymore knowing I'm not human. It's so painful. All this time, this is what had gripped my heart in a vice. I never wanted to open up to Vilio about it because he was the one who had made me this way.
そうか。それが。
Oh, right, that. Yeah. I think my magic is running wild because I'm struggling to cope and having all of these mood swings. Somewhere deep down, I knew the cause was internal. Even so, the physical showed that there was nothing wrong with me and my body. Passelia told me it could be psychological, but it only clicked for me now that I had said it out loud. The reason I couldn't control my magic was because I couldn't accept I was no longer human. Mom was right. Normal humans can't use magic, so I told myself I was still an ordinary girl. That was why I was so afraid of seeing change in the city or my friends, something I never cared about before. It felt like I was being left behind. Everyone would move further and further away from me till the day we had to say farewell. I'm sorry. I shouldn't feel this way when you're right here for me. Logically, I know nothing has changed. But I felt so lost, like I'm watching my old life go on without me. Thea. I averted my eyes, afraid to see his reaction. Instead, I looked out at the airbose blossoms. I distinctly remembered what Vilio said when he gave me a share of his draconic power. Hate me as much as you want. I don't even want him to regret it or think I detest him for it. If it weren't for his powers, I wouldn't be alive right now. Of course, I wasn't disappointed about having a future with the man I loved. I don't know how to tell him that, though. No matter how hard I thought about it, the right words never came. I opted to cast those half-formed sentiments into the darkness around us. The heavy silence reigned for some time.
そっか。
I see. Vilio's tone was neutral. Oh. We're just chilling with these dark flowers. Yeah, this is what depression looks like, I assume. These legs. The dragon boy, who had been listening from a distance, quietly sat beside me. He held my hand and pulled me close. What's gotten into you?
最初に謝らせてくれ。俺、本当にわからなかったんだ。
Let me apologize. I genuinely had no idea.
俺にとって、ドラゴン以外の生き物が自分より先に死んでくなんて。
I never realized you'd be so distressed over this.
あまりにも当たり前だったから。それが悩みの原因だったなんて思い至りもしなかった。
I've always been a dragon. Seeing other races die is pretty common for me.
寂しいと思うし、辛いとも思う。別れがたいって気持ちもある。
There are times when I feel lonely and hurt, and I find it hard to
で
say
も正
goodbye.
直、ピンとこないんだ。別れは避けられないことだから。
But honestly, I don't get it. Separation is a part of life. I know. Vilio was a dragon from birth, and I was a human who was granted a power beyond me. Our perspectives were bound to be different.
だから今一番感じるのは、
You know what I feel the
悔
most
しいっ
right
て
now?
思う気持ち。
Frustrated. Why? This time I was the one seeking insight into his
みん
feelings.
なが、俺よりもずっとあんたの気持ちを理解してるってこと。それが悔しいし、ずるいと思う。
Because everyone besides me understands how you feel. It's frustrating. It's not fair.
多分これが嫉妬ってやつなんだろうな。
I guess you could say I'm jealous. He smiled, but there was no mirth in it.
俺、今までは自分が誰よりも先に死ぬもんだと思ってたから。
That's right. Our sweet, sweet dragon boy, was gonna die. You know, I've always pictured myself dying before everyone else.
使命のために生きて、世界のために死ぬんだって、それしか考えてなくて。
I'd lived to fulfill my mission and then die to protect the world. That was all I thought about.
何かを欲しいなんて
I
思
never
ったこともなかった。
actually desired anything.
何もかも全部欲しいって思ったのは、
You were the first
俺にとっ
person
て
I truly
あんたが初めて
desired.
なんだ。未来も心も本当に全部、何もかも。この気持ちは仲間だろうが親だろうが
Your future,
誰に
your
も負け
heart,
たくない。
your everything. I'm not gonna let anyone take it from me, even if they're friends or family. Vilio's voice was quiet yet clear. His hand clenched mine harder. It wasn't like he was trying to reassure me. If anything, he was essentially telling me he would never let me go ever. His fixation was so strong it sent a pang through my chest. It was so unlike him.
あんたはさっき俺のこと明るく前向きって言ってくれたけど、
You said I'm always bright and positive, right, Leo? Yeah, like a rainbow.
俺はあんたが思ってくれてるほど前向きでもないと思ってる。
That's the same for me, buddy. We just have internal thoughts. We just don't share them with the world. The truth is, I am not as positive as you think I am. His lips curved into a soft smile amid the whirling Erebos flowers. Except it wasn't his usual smile when bright as the clear blue sky. Loneliness clouded his gaze.
でもさ、
She
やっぱ
looks
そう思う気持ちも
so
結局俺の一部なんだよな。
She doesn't look happy at all. Oh my god. I was tearing up. Hang on. At the end of the day, even this is just another part of me. His words were reminiscent of Eon and he chuckled.
人は誰だってみんな後ろ向きな感情を持ってる。
Feeling dejected is totally normal. Everyone has moments like this.
あんたを好きだって思う気持ちの中に負の感情もたくさん詰まってる。
My love and affection for you have dark sides of their own, Leah.
だけど負の感情はきっと次の一歩を踏み出すための原動力でもある。
That said, I believe these negative emotions can motivate us to take the next step forward. Lego. I realized he was referring to something I had told him in the past. To me, he still suits the chorus more. I won't concede on that. On the other hand, he was facing some negative emotions head on. Rather than deny those feelings, he embraced them. I said once before that there are some feelings too important to ignore. Contrary to what I said, I might have been trying a little too hard to ditch the loneliness in my
あんた
heart.
が魔法を暴走させちまうくらいの寂しいって思うよ。俺は決してやれないし。
I can't help you completely erase the pain that sends your magic into a rampage.
怖いって気持ちを理解してやれないから
I can't
一
relate
緒
to
に
your
悩むことも
concerns
できないけど。
because I don't understand your fear.
でも
Her expression is everything right here. Despite all of that, well,
俺はずっと隣にいる。
I'll always be here with you.
触れられる場所でこうして必ず手を握ってるから。
I'll hold your hand just like this anytime, anywhere. His grip on my hand was so strong. Through touch, he was telling me he'd be there when I was ready to take the first step. I know. I gazed up at the night sky. It was dark, the moon nowhere to be seen. We were simply talking. We hadn't found a solution to my problem, and I was totally fine with that. I would embrace my loneliness and fear. My gaze would be firmly fixed on the future.
俺はずっと隣にいる。
I'll always be here with you.
触れられる場所でこうして。
We're not repeating this. His words kept on repeating in my mind. I squeezed his hand just as tightly as he held mine. Boom. Safora! We flew west, crossing nearly all of Esotia and arrived in Kultura. Upon our arrival to the Labyrinth City, founded by the great spirit of wind, Labir, we were greeted by... I don't even understand. Oh my god. It's beautiful. From sadness to happiness. Safora, a former member of Circus, let out an extremely long sigh. What's with the sigh?
おいおい、ひでえな。遠路はるばるやってきた親友にいきなりため息はねえだろ。
Aren't you being rude? Your best bud came all the way here and you're just gonna
言い
sigh?
たいことはいろいろとあるが、まず親友って部分を訂正させろ。
There is so much I want to say, but first let me make this clear. We are not best buds. Safora, now a bona fide sentinel, had done amazing work bringing the people of Kultura back from the brink of Travolto's abuse. Yet this generous, considerate leader who would revitalize the city was glaring at us with eyes full of scorn.
とりあえず手紙は読んだ。お前らの説明も十分聞かされた。
Anyways, I read your letter. I've heard quite a lot from you.
その上で言うが、なんだその内容は。
So what the heck is
ひょっ
this?
として
Are
ふざけて
you
るのか。
messing with me? What? Did you say something shocking? We'd filled Zafora in on our idea for a new core item and the deal with my magic. We also told him that we'd meet up with the others before coming to Kultura. Now he knew just how cute Vida was and that Eon's cooking was as delicious as ever, so some of those topics were a little feverish, Liz. I don't get why you're so angry about it.
わかった。なら頭の程度に合わせて一つずつ丁寧に答えてやる。
Alright, let me respond in a way each one in a way your puny brains can
まず
understand.
新しいコアアイテムについて。ぶっ飛んだ考えだとは思うが悪くない。その件については協力しよ
う。First, the core item. The idea is a bit far-fetched. I hit a button. But it could work. I'll help out.
経緯もまあ雑ではあるが把握した。コリブスに賞賛があるならそれでいい。
Chance will succeed is slim, but you can count on me as long as Cullivis is committed. He paused and pointed at me.
問題はお前の魔法が暴走する件だ。突然の体の変化に不調を起こすのは何もおかしな話じゃないが。
Well, the problem here is your magic. I get that your body went through a sudden change and is going to endure some growing pains.
だろ？だからまずは特訓で徐々に慣らしてこうって話を。
I know, right? She'll gradually get used to it through training.
不調の理由がまずバカだろ。寂しいからって舐めてるのか。
But the reason behind it is you're feeling lonely or whatever. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Safora? Safora, wait, you're too sudden. You're being too quick about it. My skirt is tangled up right now. I'm sorry.
バカとか言うなよ。俺とこいつは真剣に悩んでたんだぞ。
Don't be so harsh, dude. Lee and I are really stressed about it, you know?
そんなくだらないことで悩むのがまずバカだって言ってるんだよ。
Hi, Dweet. Why shouldn't I? Only fools would be stressed about such trivial things. People are dying, bro. How old are you, Zafwada? Like 18? You're gonna die in like 80 years. I gotta be worried about that. Give me 1 second. I need to stand up because my leg is cramping. It could be in conjunction with my back pain. I have no clue, but give me 1 sec to stretch this out. It is still cramping, but I'm just slowly dying. This is what's happening today. My body's telling me no, and I'm like, we're doing this because I said I'm going to. Welcome back, thank you. Also, Prim said right before I started, which she said, I'm still upset with you, Zafora, and I am the same. I am... This man, he could have been so better. He's still got a great voice, though. And eyes. Like, look at this man's eyes. Like, I could get lost in those eyes. Like, look how blue they are. Zafora heaved another sigh and narrowed his eyes at us.
将来の別れが寂しいなら、出会ったこと自体を否定せざるを得なくなるだろう。
Me too, I'm mad at the writers. Yeah, like, come on. You didn't have to make him that way. Like, there's a difference between a tsundere and a person who has trouble communicating their feelings, like, to that point. Like, if she's... And he convinced her to move. He convinced this chick to move. I can still get mad. I can still get so mad at this guy. She moved to this town under the guise that they would be dating. He literally told her she didn't even have to work. He just wanted her to be there. How sweet and loving, right? And then they backpedaled. And then she's his, like, secretary, basically. And he won't ever commit to, like, saying he likes her. He never, like, shows affection unless she's asleep, which is trash. Tsunderes aren't like that. That's not a tsundere trait. Tsunderes, when they're in a relationship, are different than before they get into the relationship. They become more protective of that person. They changed his persona. I don't know how to describe it. Like, ugh, I just hated it. And then don't give someone flowers and say, this is for all the times I'm going to ignore you. Never do that. Don't pull a Full House. Don't give me Full House, the K-drama, not the TV show from America. Don't give me flowers and say this is for every time I let you down. It's not romantic. Don't let me down. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're too fixated on the future. So what if I die someday? It's like you're saying the past and the present don't matter.
だが、もしも出会いがなかったら、今のお前や俺たちは存在してない。違うか？
Say we never met. You wouldn't have to worry about the future, but you wouldn't have the past either. Don't you care? No, I care a lot.
そうだ。バカみたいに笑って、稽古して、舞台に立って。
Obviously, I was there. We laughed like fools, rehearsed, and performed
あ
together.
の騒がしい時間があったから、今があるんじゃないのか？
We're here right now because of that rowdy time we had as a
いつ
group.
か別れが来るとしたって、それまでの日々は無駄じゃない。否定する意味がわからんって話だ。
One day we'll say goodbye. That doesn't make all of those days a waste. Why deny yourself that joy? Hi again. I'm officially off work and home. Yay! Congratulations. I'm so glad you're free from work. And then you're getting ready for your trip in the morning. What time is it for you right now? How close is it to you needing to go to bed so that you can get up at 8 a.m.? So one day we'll say... Actually, no, we're at the same time zone, aren't we? It's 5 o'clock. Just kidding. I just remembered where you are. I just remembered. Just kidding, Jay. I know where you live. That doesn't make all those days waste. Well, why deny yourself that joy? Zafora lecture was a punch to the gut.
なんだよ、ザフォラ。たまにはいいこと言うじゃねえか。
Whoa, man, you can say something nice once in a while, huh? Whoa.
茶化すなバカトカゲ。ちゃんとこのバカ娘をしつけろ。へこんでる暇なんてないくらいにな。
Are you loving this fan disc, Leah? Yes, I'm loving this a lot. I think it's super sweet. I actually liked Roddy's route. I know most people didn't like Roddy in general, but his route, it was just quiet pacing. There was nothing dramatic. They were just vibing, really. Don't taunt me, Lizard Brain. If you have the time to be depressed, how about you go train this stupid girl?
こういう時くらい、ちゃんと支えてやれって素直に言ってくれりゃいいのに。
Could have just told me to support her. I smiled as I watched them bicker, ruminating on Zafora's words. We're here today because of all the times we had. I love the part where he said maybe we'll come home with a family of 3. I know, that was super cute. They were hinting at it from the very beginning. So I was like, oh, okay, they're having like, you know. But that was so cute. He's like, it's just gonna be the 2 of us, and he's like, well, it might just not be the 2 of us forever. I'm like, oh my gosh. I just wish they'd stop mentioning their age difference. Honestly, I think they'd have the cutest kids. First off, she has eyes that look like the sun. That's like not even an exaggeration. They're so yellow that her eyelashes are on fire. And he is hot and he has gorgeous arms. Their baby is going to be so freaking cute. Saying it right. I want babies. I want to see what the babies look like. This is all I want. Who, what, where? Roddy's route. Our clock started ticking the moment Vilio fell from the sky. Yeah, Radalia. I call him Squirrel. He's a squirrel. He's just a squirrel. I'm tempted to get the whole set of baby Radiant Telcast with teddy bear. I mean, they're pretty cute. I want to get all of the Verge art. Oh gosh, I want the tarot Verge art. I love it. It's so pretty. If I stopped now and didn't let myself move forward, those rowdy times would slip through my fingers. We can't stop time. All we can do is proceed towards the future. I miss that rotating microwave plate. They're still there. They didn't stop them. That doesn't mean all of our precious memories will disappear though.
なんで罵られたのに笑うんだ？ついに頭のネジが飛んだか？
Gosh, keep yelling at me. They had the Verge characters with teddy bears too. Okay, but they also... Don't stop it, Jay. I don't need it. I'm trying to be a good person and not spend a bunch of money on things. It sounds beautiful. Why are you laughing in the middle of the lecture? Have you finally lost your mind? Not at all. I was just thinking your insults are full of love.
わかるわかる。なんだかんだ言って面倒見がいいんだよな、ザフォラは。
I know, right? Despite what he says, he actually cares a whole lot. Aww, Zaphora's lips twitched as he beamed Dragon Boy as after the beaming Dragon Boy's praise. Zaphora loves us. Trembling with anger, he spoke up again.
わかった。面倒見がいい俺は、お前らの魔法特訓にも付き合ってやろう。
Alright, this caring person is more than happy to assist you with true training.
え？お前らってなんで俺まで？俺は普通に使える。
Hold up, are you including me? But why? I can use my magic just fine.
被服だけで魔法とかほざくバカに基本を叩き込むって言ってるんだ。ありがたく苦行に励め。
Breathing fire is literally the only thing you can do. You don't even possess the bare minimum skill level. Be grateful and repent.
今苦行って言ったよな。
Did you just say repent? Do I have to do that too?
お前がメインディッシュだ。心置きなく魔力を絞り出して干からびろ。
You are the main course. Squeeze out all of your mana and don't stop trying till you're dry. I don't want to see you hesitate. I guess you understand since you've gained a ton of power after becoming a sentinel. So yeah, I'd love to learn magic from you totally. I extended a shaky hand towards Zaphora, which made Vilio raise a brow in confusion.
というかザフォラって今はどれくらい魔法が使えるんだ？
By the way, Zaphora, what's the extent of your magic? Oh, he's got... Oh, I don't know if he's like in his route.
コアアイテムの力は伊達じゃない。人を宙に浮かせたり運んだり、風で花吹雪を散らしたり、い
Too
ろいろで
sad
きるぞ。
Ralita got sold 30 minutes ago. Are you straight up on Makari right this second looking at this stuff? The core item's power is legit. I can do a lot, from carrying people and objects through the air to scattering gusts of flower petals. Imagine if it was our wedding day. Yeah, I could bring flower petals. Oh. We should do a show. Let's go. Zaphora has the power to ghost people. Yeah, he had that power all along. Jay, you're about to go on a trip tomorrow. Don't buy more merchandise. Like, don't do it. You can use magic now. And the others have definitely grown since the last time we went on stage. If we got everyone together, I feel like we could pull off a really great show, guys. Hear me out. For the first time in ages, my producer brain went into overdrive running through the possibilities. You could definitely fan Vilio's flames with wind, but we could also combine it with my magic. If we add Pastelia to the mix, we could create our own weather inside the tent. We can tweak the temperature and let the illusions do the trick. I was beaming with inspiration, letting the ideas take hold. What's that look for, guys? What's wrong, you two? They were staring at me, mouths agape.
いいじゃんその話。
Sounds like a great idea. The fuck you I just I didn't buy any more merch as of now, but I did buy those 9 rip postcards. ... Today, are they on Idea Factory's website, or did you just buy them before they got up? IFI. What did you do? It better be on their website, Jay. You better not have bought it secondhand. Don't waste money like that. Everything's loading so slow today. What's happening? Okay, it's on their website. I hope that's where you got it. Okay, great. It's great. It's great that it's on here now. Is it under... Why does it... Okay. Got it. So the postcards are officially on their website. Why are you doing this to me, dude? Oh, coming soon. Is that what I need to do? No. Golden Week? What's Golden Week? Is there not a filter on here for, like, new? Because this is not in any particular order on here. Those keychains shot up in price? Did they? Oh yeah, they're $18.99. What the heck? I paid $10 for mine. Whoa. Yeah, I guess I should have gotten more. Oh. They're really cute though. Only reason I didn't get myself one was because the chain scared me. I didn't want to put it on my keys. I had a really cute keychain on my keys, and it was a little adorable Hello Kitty, and it fell and cracked, and so I was just so afraid these would get deflated if I used them. I thought about putting one on my bag, but you know, parasites have been killing me. But I just like that it had both donuts, like you get each donut. I did get scared afterwards because I realized I would have bought one if there was Lynette, and I was like, oh my god, why didn't I just get Lynette? Because I didn't know which one to get. And then I realized there was not a Lynette. There should have made a Lynette one. I wanted Lynette. I paid $7.99 for shipping and $2 in tax, so the price of those keychains. You should have waited. And then the postcards they went up only by $5, so they were 20 at the event. I don't remember how much the Neptunia acrylic stands were because I'm not a Neptunia. Oh, it says 15. They were 15, so they went up $4. That's a big jump for the keychains. Why did the keychains go up so much? I wonder if that's a mistake. I don't have an answer. Dang, yeah. I paid 20 for the postcards. I paid 10 for the keychains. I had planned to spend more money, but they only had 3 items at the event. Which
あ
one?
んたが言った今のみんなでショーをするってやつだよ。
The thing you just said, Leah, about doing a show with everyone. Sephora across his arm looking thoughtful. I hope someone else can win a chance to get those postcards. It could have been you, Jay. I still have to decide what the contest should be. I don't know what to make it.
どうせコリブスの話通りなら全員オートに集まるんだ。
Doesn't Colobus need us to gather in the royal capital?
それに コアアイテムの性質的に
Considering the nature of the core item, that's a waste. Hold on. What's up, Sephora? After muttering to himself, Sephora fell silent for a few moments when he spoke next. I couldn't believe my ears.
俺も賛成だ。ショーをするぞ。
I'm in. Let's do a show. We're gonna do a show together. Let's do this. Woohoo! What? Wait a minute. I was just voicing my thoughts aloud.
なんだ。お前はやりたくないのか？
You don't want to do it? What? No. It could, but I didn't want to miss the chance if they sold out. Aw. They're really pretty, and it's just like that thing, so... I haven't set mine up yet because what I'm gonna probably do, because this is the shelf that kind of stands out the most and it's right above this, I'm gonna redo the shelf. Like right now it has my Cheon Senjihi the Grace stuff. I have an FX album right here. These are stickers of Saikuno. I can show you what they look like because they're on my desk, but my back hurts. Hang on, I'm weak. Saikuno, no. These keychain right here, that's what those stickers are like. I also have an Iron Mouse keychain. Oh wait, it's got a film on the back. I like Saikuno's more. This one has a flat, this has curved corners on front and back, but I wanted this because it had little boobies. Look at them. Little cute babies. I'm an Iron Mouse, and this just lives on my desk. But yeah, this is where I'm gonna start putting my Atome stuff once I clear that shelf off. Because it shows best. It's still so far away, but it matters to me. Does anyone else care? No, it just matters to me. It's not a problem. I'd love to do another show. But you're all the heads of the major cities now. It won't be easy to. I also was thinking, hang on, sorry, I'm easily distracted. I might put the postcards here, depending on the route I'm doing. See, I have thoughts.
できるかできないかはみんなに聞いてみりゃわかるって。
We won't know for sure until we ask the others, bro. Like, think about it. Think about it. One last show.
それでダメなら仕方ねえ。だけど、挑戦してみるだけならただだろう。
If they can't, then there's nothing we can do about it, but there's no way we're giving up without even trying.
突然巻き込まれるのは全員慣れっこだ。何も問題はないな。
We're all used to getting swept into things out of the blue. Don't worry about it. Vilio was all smiles while Zafura seemed dead serious. But I can see so many gaps in this plan. I was the one who was clinging to caution. Meanwhile, the men were already on the move. They told me to hurry up, dude. They're like, let's go.
通信杯あったよな、ザフォラ。ちょっと借りるぞ。
You have a chalice, right, Zafora? Let me borrow it for a bit.
最初はコリブスから説得しろ。最高権力者から許可が取れれば、誰も文句は言わないだろう。
Convince Colivus first. No one's gonna complain if we get permission from the highest authority.
コリブスなら絶対に OK くれると思うぜ。
Sure thing. If Colivus we're talking about, he's bound to give us an okay.
俺はスケジュール調整して、他の奴らへ書状でも書いておく。
I'll adjust my schedule and write letters to the
よ
others.
し。じゃあ通信の後はウールー便の手配もしとくぜ。
Gotta hit the Wooloo post after we're done with the chalice. What's happening? They're so in sync. It was a sight to behold, especially since these two always bickered without coming to an agreement. Now that they were finally on the same wavelength, things were moving ahead at lightning speed. I was completely blown away.
楽しみだな。
This is gonna be great, Leah. Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, it is. They were so excited, I threw caution to the wind and went with the flow. My heart soared in anticipation of the upcoming show. Chapter 4. We are doing it. I didn't copy something else, did I? We came up with the idea to assemble all the first generation circus members and put on a reunion show. Some time has passed since then. Colovis, Ginia, long time no see. Hello, Colovis, and your teenage form, technically, with so much bare chest, if I'm being real.
うん、久しぶりだね。みんな元気そうで何よりだよ。
Hello, and same to you. Glad to see you're doing well. Vilio, Zafora, and I had traveled from Kultura to the castle in Arthier.
ってあら、あなたのブレスレットなかなか素敵じゃない。
Wait a minute, Leah's got quite a pretty bracelet there, doesn't she?
本当だ。でもこれってこの間までなかったよね。どこかで買ったの？
You're right. I don't recall you wearing this last time you were here, though. Where'd you buy it? Thanks for the compliment. The truth is, I didn't buy it. This bracelet is a wonderful gift I just got recently. Wait, older Clover. Little wobblies.
ああ、なるほど。だったら大切にしないとね。
I get it now. In that case, you should take care of it. Colovis had figured it out with a single glance at Vilio. With a soft chuckle, he faced the three of us.
それにしてもびっくりしたよ。コアアイテム生成のためにみんなを集めるのは予定通りだけど。
I can't believe it. I mean, our original plan was to get everyone together to create the new core item.
まさか、どうせみんな集まるんだし、ショーもしちゃおうだなんて。
Never expected we'd do a show now that we're all here.
驚いたろ。久々に集結するんだから、俺たちらしいことしたいなって。
You pop off, Vilio. I just feel like Colovis looks sickly. He just looks sickly to me. And that's probably the only reason I'm like, I'm not that attracted to Colovis. I'm not saying I'm not attracted to sickly looking people. Elle is a great example of someone who I think is cute. I just don't know why this is happening to him. Like, why is he so thin? And why does he hunch forward? Like, I know I said he looks like Zareth, and he still looks like Zareth, and Zareth is a sad man. But his outfit should have changed more. And he maybe shouldn't be hunching over. Not gonna lie. Okay, don't lie. I know you'd be surprised. It'd been so long since we all were in one place. Might as well do our thing. He looks like a
案外
skeleton.
悪くない案だったからな。
He does.
俺も賛成させてもらった。
And it's because they show so much of his chest area and he's so skinny, you're seeing so much of his bone structure at the same time. And I'm like, okay. It's not the worst idea I've ever heard, so I'd say yes.
話を聞いたときは耳を疑ったわ。内容もそうだけど。
I
ま
doubted
さか
my
ザフォ
ears
ラが二つ返事で賛同したって
when I
いうの
first
が。
heard it. The plan is outrageous enough, but the Zafora agreed to it right away. What a shocker.
そうそう。俺も手紙で読んだ時はいたずらか新手の詐欺かと思ったぜ。
I know, right? When I read the letter, I figured it was some wise guy's idea of a joke, or worse, a scam. A voice I knew all too well rose up behind us. At the same time, the door swung open to reveal our old friends. We're getting real close to being done with him. He looks like he'd steal your funny bone, or all your organs. One or the other, I mean. Funny bone or all your organs. Like, he looks like a dark mage. Like, he looks like someone who does dark magic, because when you do dark magic, everybody knows this, by the way, this is not a secret. Your body deteriorates because you aren't supposed to do dark magic. It's bad for you. So he looks like someone who does dark magic, and that would explain why he's so thin, because his body is deteriorating from the dark magic. Sad. At the same time, the door swung open to reveal our
す
old
まない
friends.
みな。待たせたようだ。
Looks like he's stuck in Halloween. That's not true. Don't insult my Halloween like that. Apologies for the delay, y'all.
僕たちが一番乗りだと思ったけど、先越されちゃってたね。
I thought we'd be the first one here. It looked like you beat us to it. Well, we do have a dragon. Hi, Ralita. You two, Pastelia and Eon.
これでみんな集まったな。なんつうか、嬉しくなる顔ぶれだ。
He's not even 20 and he has a foot in the grave. So him and Pastelia have something in common. Nice, nice. Got a new ice pack, by the way, when I was stretching my bad knee. The gang's all here, man. Seeing everybody together again has me so happy. I was also grinning ear to ear as I looked at all of their familiar faces. After we made our initial pitch, Vilio and I spent the next several days at Safora's mansion. We worked hard to get everything ready for our big reunion show. This marked our first meeting with the others since we got everyone involved. They were so happy to see one another.
まさか再びこのメンバーで舞台に立つ日が来ようとはな。
I never thought I would see the day when we stood on stage together once more.
僕はすごく嬉しいよ。全員揃う機会はもうないかもなんて思ってたから。
Do you know how thrilled I am? I generally thought we'd never see each other again.
結構なブランクがあるから、まずは勘を取り戻さねえとな。
First, we gotta get back in the saddle. It's been a while since we did a show.
つうか、お前の方は大丈夫なのか？
By the way, are you sure you'll be okay, Leah? Me? Why? Do I seem like I have problems?
魔法が暴走する件だよ。
I mean, with your magic rampage and all. No need to worry about that. Pascelia and Zafora gave me special training, so I learned how to deal with it.
パスハリアはともかく、ザフォラは特訓に見せかけた苦行だったけどな。
Pascelia's side, Zafora basically forced us to practice mega strict self-discipline disguised as training. There was some pain in Vilio's smile, but I'd actually found Zafora's instructions helpful. He taught me what to do when my magic went out of control and unleashed around me. Thanks to that, I pretty much had the hang of how to deal with the rampages. Obviously, my magic didn't stop rampaging completely, but being able to cope with it made a huge difference.
ま、大丈夫でしょ。何かあってもこれだけのメンバーがフォローに回れるんだし。
Well, you'll be fine. If anything happens, these guys have your
特に
back.
今回は国で一番の魔法使いコリブス王も参加するんだから。
Especially with King Cullivis, the greatest magician in the country, joining us.
ああ、その話も驚いた。国王自らステージに立つとは。本当にいいのか、コリブス。
That did come as a surprise. Will you be all right taking the stage, Cullivis? You're our king now.
いいんじゃないかな。王様直々の決定だったら誰も逆らえないし。ね。
It's fine, isn't it? Who would dare oppose a decision made by the monarch himself?
問題ないよ。というか、僕だってサーカスの一員なんだし、仲間外れは寂しいからね。
I'll be fine. I'd be sad if you left me out. I'm a circus member too.
よく言った。やっぱ俺たちみんな揃ってのサーカスだもんな。
That's right. We wouldn't be circus without every last one of us. Vilio was bursting with enthusiasm, and we all nodded in agreement.
それに、今回のショーは僕が参加しないと意味がない。
Are you shooting to finish the game tonight? Yeah, I'm gonna finish today. We're on chapter 4, so we have this chapter and then the after story. And then we can review photos. I wanted to get all the wedding pictures in one to look at them kind of like we did for Cupid Parasite, but I realized some of the wedding photos are in the first game, and I don't know if I don't want to switch games to do that. There's no point in holding this show if I'm not included.
だって、今回行うのは今までみたいな、ただの公演ってわけじゃなく。
It's set to be unlike any other performance we've done thus far. He paused, looking at each of us in turn.
コアアイテム生成の儀式。これも兼ねてるんだから。
See, like right here, he looks fine. I mean, he still has the skeleton bone structure of a person who does dark magic because they don't have time to eat. They're just too busy doing dark magic. But it's when he's like sunk over, he doesn't. This is part of our plan to make the new core item. It all started 2 weeks ago. After putting a written proposal together, we asked for Cullivis's permission through the chalice. Both Cullivis and Ginia were more than happy to say yes. Oh, did everyone get a wedding CG? Leah, spoil it for me. So, Relita's first CG is the wedding. Zafora's is the last CG you get. Pascelia is from the last game. I got this. Vilio is from the last game as well, so they got married in the last game. Who am I missing? Eon. Eon's last CG is their wedding CG. And then Ginia and Leanne don't have wedding CGs. But Ginny has definitely implied that they will have a wedding at some point. I'm sure Leanne wants to marry the girl. And then, of course, Cullivis and Alice don't have wedding CG. So everyone has a wedding CG in this point. Not like this. Not like this. What do you mean not like this? The king had one more thing to add.
僕が新たに作ろうと考えてるのは、人々から魔力を集める機能を持つ新しいコアアイ
I'm
テム。
planning to make a new core item that collects mana from humans.
だから多くの人たちが訪れ、プラスの感情があふれる
Alakazam,
サーカス公演は
Snap,
生成にぴったりの場だと思う。
Lavati. I know, Jesus Christ, just saying, Snide Nichols can hatch a yo-yo and never give enough love because a yo-yo shouldn't visit. Human is humaning. Okay, perfect. A circus show will be the perfect catalyst for its creation, given all the positive emotions the audience will feel during it. I'm
最初にその
translated
話が出た
it. Not
時は
gibberish
驚きだったぜ。
You really caught me off guard when you first mentioned
ま
it.
さか公演の場で同時にコアアイテムを作るなんてな。
I can't believe you're gonna create a new core item during the show. It's gonna be an amazing CG, isn't it?
あらいいじゃない派手で
Isn't
お
that
披露目
just
式も
lovely?
兼ねられるし
It'll double as an extravagant unveiling ceremony.
俺は最初からありだと思ってたぞ。フローラを咲かせるほどの公演の熱は生成に役立つんじゃないかってな。
I like the part. I like the part. No, I like the person something mattered that a stupid succubus are really terrible, like, oh my lord. Considering the crowd's hype made those flora bloom, I assume the same thing would apply when we form the new core item. Wait, is that why you were so on board with this plan?
そうなのか？みんなと会いたい的な意味で賛成したんじゃなく？
Not even close? Oh. Not even... No, okay. Seriously, it wasn't because you were so excited to see us again?
俺がそんなキャラだと思ってたなら、その小さい脳を一度医者に見てもらえ。
Take your... Oh, no. No. You think I'm the kind of guy... Why? We're just vibing today. To take my glasses off for 5 minutes. What is this? What kind of messed up society are we in? My timer's not set to 5. I almost dropped my glasses on the ground. We would have been over, guys. I would have had to end the stream. Oh no, my vision's worse. You think I'm the kind of guy someone gets a magnifying glass and check his pea brain. Oh god, why? I can't read your text.
小さくて狭いのはザフォラの心の方だろ。
Your heart's way smaller and narrower than my brain, don't you think?
ビリオとザフォラのこのやりとり見てると、帰ってきたって感じがするよね。
I definitely feel like I'm back now that those two are popping off again.
全くだ。ブランクがあると感じさせないほどの相性の良さだな。
Got me. Got me. Right, you are. They get along so well, no one would believe our last meeting was ages ago.
けど、とりあえず
Get
誰か
along
止
so
め
well.
ろ。
I love when they're like,
ミリオが
oh,
暴
look
走
at
して
them
高そうな
bonding.
調度品灰にしちまったら、全員で借金生活だぞ。
Oh, goodness. Alright, somebody go stop him. We'll end up in debt if Vilio goes bonkers and burns all of the pricey stuff around here to ash. Otaku, I can't read what you're saying because the font is too small. My nearsightedness just cannot. The rest of us laughed, reveling in the nostalgia.
はいはい。ジーニア様自らお茶入れてきてあげたから。飲んでちょっと落ち着きなさいな。
Now, boys, calm down a bit, will ya? The benevolent Ginia has made you some tea. We sat down and enjoyed some tea with our animated chat. Chart? Chat? I don't know what it said.
じゃ、改めて聞くぜ。
I
その
still
コア
got
アイテ
some
ムについ
questions
てだが、
about the new core item.
人々から少しずつ魔力を集めるって機能を持たせるんだよな。
It has the ability to collect a little mana from each person, right?
うん、その通り。
Yep, that's correct.
それは自然界から力を補充する4つのコアアイテムとは違う形でってことだよね。
This set sets it apart from the other core items, doesn't it? Its power won't replenish naturally.
そうね。私やコリブス様、当の研究者も交えて話し合いを進めてきたんだけど、
We've actually been discussing a lot of stuff with the researchers at the Sage Tower.
作るのはルケットクラウンの代わり。4属性のいずれにも偏っていない、いわば無属性のコアアイテムだから。
Essentially, it's a replacement for the Roquette Crown. It has none of the 4 attributes, so it's outside the element.
要は注がれる魔力も属性のないものが必要ということか。
Does that mean that mana poured into the item will have to be non-elemental?
そう。火、水、土、風のどれでもない属性がつかない純粋
Instead
な
of
魔力。
fire, wind, water, earth, it has to be pure mana with no distinct attribute.
それはつまり王族しか使えないと言われていた魔力のことだよ。
In other words, the kind of mana that people believe only royalty can use.
コリブスの話によれば、その魔力は微弱だが、あらゆる人間が持っているということだったが。
According to Colovis, it turns out that all humans have the same mana, albeit in smaller
にわか
amounts.
には信じがたいな。そんな力が本当にあるのか？
I still find it hard to believe. Does such a power really exist in everyone? I understood his concern. I blinked a few times, then glanced down at my hands. Ever since becoming the dragon's bride, I'd seen spirits many times over, and yet I never saw one without an attribute. Makes me wonder whether that power really exists, like Zafora said. As though he could read my mind, Colovis
実
nodded.
感が湧かないのも無理はないよ。僕が言ってるのはとても小さなエネルギーだから。
Then minutes of 5. I'll read this last one since I had to put the timer on to begin with. It doesn't feel real, I know, but that's because the amount is still very, very small. Ahem. I can see now. It was not 6 minutes, it's 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes. I would never do 6 minutes. 5 is the number. I don't like the number 6. That's the only reason I don't know how to explain that besides saying that. I am blind without my glasses. I am definitely Velma without my glasses. It doesn't feel real. 9? You can't say 9. I know how long I take my glasses off for. 6 minutes doesn't feel good. That number doesn't feel good. 5. It's 5. It doesn't feel real, I know, but that's because the amount is very, very small. A rip off. Oh my gosh. I will update the thing to say I removed my glasses for 5 minutes just for you. I know I would not do 6. 6 does not feel good. That number feels unbalanced. I know it's balanced because it's an even number, but 5 is like I group things by 5. That's how I do it. Agree. People be like, your glasses are right in front of you when you fall, and I'm like, bitch, where? It's like you don't. I think I tried to make a photo that was accurate to how bad my vision is, but without my glasses, man, it's like, let's see. Here, this is how far before it starts getting blurry. That is like a foot away. That's how far I can see before it gets blurry. And then the further away it gets, the blurrier it gets. It's not. I hate it, man. I can't see. What do you mean there? This is actually a pet peeve I have at work too. When someone goes, how much is that? And then I go, what is what? What are you pointing at? Because there's like more than one thing in the section. And they're like, that right there. I'm like, what color is it? Give me some defining words. I just need to know. I will so help. I gotta condense my lens to fit it into frame. Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? I can only see a hand away like this much, like that much, like that much. That's not even far. Because I'm nearsighted and I've been nearsighted my whole life, I just want to know what it's like to be farsighted, where the closer it gets to you, the harder it is to see. What is that like? I feel like nearsighted feels like the correct way to be blind. I don't know. They like to press the lens down so they are not too thick looking. Oh. I see. I have my vision. I recently got my vision done, so I could probably tell you what my exact vision is, but it's... I don't know. Mine isn't thickety thick right here, but it gets a little worse every year, which is a great time. It's a great time in general. Oh, the joy.
研究が進んでるわけじゃないし、扱える僕自身もうまく説明できないあやふやなものなんだ。
Everything's still sort of vague since the researchers hasn't progressed much, but I can't explain it very well. His eyes slid to Ginny as he added, however... Right on cue, Ginny retrieved a mysterious
どんな
box.
時にその魔力が出るかは
We can
もう
tell
分
you
かってるんだ。
when that mana is gonna be unleashed. Is that a flora? Inside the box is a familiar flower with colorful petals. This mystic flower bloomed when nurtured with enough positive emotion.
クロリスやフローラは人々の幸せな気持ちに応じて咲くって世
Florist
間で
and
は言われてる
flora
け
are
ど、
said to blossom in response to people's happiness.
それは半分正解であって厳密には違うんだ。
In truth, that notion is only half correct. He said he learned about this after inheriting Arthier's power. He gingerly brushed the vibrant flower petals as he continued. He could have looked like this, guys. Like, what if he's wearing sandals? I miss him. I miss this very dead man. Look at him. His best friend was a dragon. He had 4 fays at his disposal, and he looked like this. This man, I don't even think he had to fight anybody to get them to do what he wanted. Like, oh my god, I cannot with how gorgeous he is. Come to mommy, yeah. Please, come over here. Ugh, I miss him. It happened long, long ago when the 4 great spirits had yet to appear. There was no such thing as attributes, only pure magic. Oh, there's the guys. Look at them, looking so pretty as well. These guys were pretty cool too. Gosh, Levy, gorgeous. As time passed, the magic linked with nature and was divided into 4 attributes, becoming more distinct. Tracing magic back to its origins, everything stemmed from a single power. This ancient magic was born from the positive emotions of people and other living things. It had no elements. Does that mean that Chloris's magic is closer to being non-elemental? I mean, it blooms from positive emotion.
うん、そういうこと。だけどアーテール王はね、その先を発見していた。
Exactly, but that's not all. King Arthier made one more discovery. When people experience positive emotions, they naturally discharge non-elemental magic. If you had lots of people involved, the magic would be exponentially stronger due to this synergetic effect. King Arthur was probably the first person to notice that phenomenon.
点在していた集落を駆け回り、バラバラだった人間という種族をまとめて国を作り上げ、
He ran around the scattered villages, uniting all people and established a country. I bet he ran around like a pop star because if he looked like that and he walked around like hot damn. If you could cosplay any Otome character, who would it be and why? Well, I've cosplayed an Otome character before. And it was Lynette from Cupid Parasite. Um, but okay, hang on. So if I were to cosplay like not a girl, what do you have I showed it. Hang on. Oh, wrong thing. I'd probably do one of the boys from Paradigm Paradox in their girl form. Because that'd be funny, in my opinion. But let's see. Charger desktop. And there, and then this, and then this, and then that. Oh gosh, it's way big. Hang on, that's too big. Oh goodness, how big is this? How big is this picture? There I am. That's my cosplay of Lynette. That's way too big. That's so big. We're gonna turn that off. I'll make it smaller later. I want to cosplay Ganyu. Wait, who's Ganyu? But I haven't actually finished that costume completely. Ganyu. This is an Otome character? I'm seeing multiple Gan. Is this the blue-haired person? Oh, Genshin. It's gotta be the blue-haired person. That's very Genshin looking. But yeah, one of the girl forms in Paradigm Paradox would probably be funny. It really depends. I have to really like someone to want to dress up as them. Lynette was not even like my favorite. I just wanted to. I'm working on Rukia from Bleach. Ooh. Well, if we're talking about actual cosplays we're doing, I am going to be cosplaying Charlie from Has Been Hotel. Um, and my sister's gonna be dressing up as Nifty from Has Been Hotel, and we volunteer at our local convention. So we're gonna have a table we sit at. So we're gonna also decorate the table to make it look like you're staying at Has Been Hotel a little bit. So we're gonna have a lot of fun with that. We're gonna be working on that stuff this month because concert, the convention's at the end of the month, and then I'm hoping to get selected for a panel at the event. I already submitted it, and it's going to be called "Who's Your Dede," which is why we went through all those dedes. So I can compile a list of different dedes from different games. That way, if someone's a newer Atome player, they they have like a type and they want to stick to that type, then they can know what characters they're going to find in what games. I specifically want to focus on the characters that you do not have to unlock. Like you can get who's your dede? Nah. Who's your dede? Like that. That's the pun though. Who's your dede? Um, but yeah. So I wanted to make sure that the characters I show off are characters you don't have to like play through the whole game to unlock. I can obviously show those ones, but I want to be so that if you are interested in one type of character, you can just play that character. Um, So that's it. That's what my panel's gonna be about. If I get picked, I'm still waiting to hear it because they said it was gonna be announced like 2 weeks ago. But they had an update to the website. So when they did the update to the website, you had to resubmit your panel. So I resubmitted my panel. So I'm hoping I get picked because I would love to do it. I think it's gonna be funny. But yeah, I thank you. I was gonna try and live stream it. I still don't know if I can, um, because the internet's really bad. So if I can't live stream it, it'll just be posted. Girl sent an email. Have a double check. Oh, I know all the people running it. They've been updating about it, but they just said, "Hey, resubmit your panels," like a week ago, and that's when I submitted it. So I'm hoping they announce it soon because we have like just a few weeks to start planning it if we get picked. If I don't get picked, I don't want to start prepping before I get picked. You know what I mean? Like that just seems silly. I could still do Who's Your Daddy as like a normal thing on this channel, um, or on my main channel because I don't know if I want to do it live, but we'll see. We'll see. He ran around the scattered village, uniting all the people and establishing a country. This is what our sweet Arthier guy did.
やがて元素を司る四大精霊や世界最強の幻獣ドラゴンとも手を取り合うことができた。
Is it only Otome, guys? Yeah, for the panel, that's what it's going to be about, is Otome. I don't want to do anime. There's enough anime at this convention. I specifically work typically now on the game side. This started last year, because the convention I go to takes over 2 hotels. They took over a hotel called the Sheraton and a hotel called the Renaissance, and they decided to exclusively put all the gaming stuff at the Renaissance, so I usually stay there the whole time. Um, and if I'm doing an Otome panel and it's about video games, they're more likely to schedule that panel near me. And I want them to schedule it near me because I don't want to have to go all the way to the Sheraton for my panel and then come back to the other hotel. So, but I want it to be about Otome. There's enough anime out there. There's probably someone talking about Deades already, honestly. The previous year we had a really cool panel about Monster High that I went to. Trying to think what other ones. I went to a couple panels. That's the one that stands out. I don't remember the other ones I went to right now. But yeah, there's always a lot of cool stuff at our little convention. We managed to work for the 4 Great Spirits who controlled the attributes and the strongest Fey beast, the dragon.
そんなアーテイル王だ
The
から
dragon.
真っ先に気づくことができた力。
We never would have known about this power had King Arthur not discovered it
だ
early
か
on.
らアーテイル王は無属性の魔力にこんな名前をつけたんだ。
That explains why he named this pure, non-elemental magic
絆
Bond. A non-elemental magic used by royalty that does not fall into the categories of fire, water, earth, or wind.
人々が手を取り合った時に自然と溢れ出す絆の魔力
When people join hands, their bonds give off its own magic. The answer Colobus had been building to came from an unexpected source. The king paused, surprised as his eyes locked on Vilio. You knew, Vilio.
いや知らなかったけどなんとなくそうなのかなって
Are you the reincarnation of the previous archdragon? Does the archdragon's soul run in your veins? Not at all. I could just tell. Couldn't tell you why. I just feel like that's the
ひょっ
answer.
としたら俺の中のマスタードラゴンラグレスが言わせたのかもしれねえな
Top anime zaddies. Mine's is always going to be. I can't think of his name right now. Hang on. He's in Jujutsu Kaisen and he is a zaddy. He's a bad daddy. He left his son. He left his son. And he's hot. He's so hot. Oh god. I guess it's a little bit of an archdragon Regulus in me that made me
アー
say
テイ
it.
ルの手を取り合う絆の力
Regulus.
それを一番実感してたのが親友のラグレスだっただろうから
Regulus was Artier's best friend. He might have felt the magic of bonds most when they joined hands. Vilio placed a hand over his chest and the rest of us nodded. Hi, Dwayne.
人と人との思いがつながるとき強く生まれる
Toji!
力というわけか
That man wears tight black t-shirts and sweatpants, and I'm down. I'm down. It's the most lazy outfit I've ever seen, and I'm for it. Man is fine as hell. He's like a wall as well. He's so wide and like buff at the same time, and I'm just like, yes. It's fine. You can abandon our children, it's fine. So a strong power is born when people's feelings are connected.
絆の力 うん。なんだかしっくりきた気がする。
Bond magic, huh? Yeah, somehow that it all makes sense.
考えてみれば、クロリスとフローラの関係もそれに近いな。
I'm a Sebastian lover. See, Sebastian's great. I do enjoy. Actually, that's why I enjoy the butler, in the game we played the other day, the Save the Villainess, because they give off that energy, and I just like that little sneaky attitude. It's really good. Sound? Why did you just do that? Why did you quiver? Now that I think about it, the relationship between Chloris and Flora is similar.
一人の喜びで生まれる
If
ク
we're
ロ
gonna
リス
go
より
older
大勢を
animes.
集めて咲かせたフローラの方が強い力を持ってるもんな。
I love J. Michael Tatum. Did you just say a real person? Blue. Wait. Oh, the voice actor. That's the voice actor. Okay. That's the English voice actor. Hang on. I was like, I know that name. I was like, why do I know that name? I watch subbed too. That's actually what I was gonna say. I don't watch it in English, but I do know what his voice sounds like. And so he does a very lovely Sebastian. He's witty and lovely. That's always good. Yeah. A flora that blooms from other people's emotions sure is stronger than a chloris that comes from only one person's happiness. Rolita, how can you judge things? Everyone seemed to be convinced, prompting the king to speak up again.
僕は今回の公演でその絆の力を集める器、新たなコアアイテムを作りたい。
This show, I want to create a new core item that can collect that bond magic. I'm going to say right now, imagine this was a horror video game, because that is the line that you would hear in a horror video game by a dark magic user that's like, I want to collect their bond magic, but then it like sucks out their soul and they all die in the process. Anyways. I only watched sub, but I grew up with dub and our AU high school host club, and oh yes. I loved our Orient high school. That one was good. Blue ad, how could you? Fruits Basket is the one I grew up with. I had started watching the new ones because the new ones, the original one goes off script and it has one season and it ends. So I was glad they decided to redo it because it didn't stay true to the manga, but I only watched the first 3 episodes or so. I just remembered a Zaddy. Okay, who's a Zaddy? In that case, we should produce a performance that makes those bonds resonate with the audience. I was started to get lost in my thoughts when Vilio nudged me.
何悩んでるんだよ、プロデューサー。深く考え込む必要ねえだろ。
Sesshomaru. Okay, I had it bad for Sesshomaru. Oh my god. If he showed up in an Inuyasha episode, it was my happiest day. I love Sesshomaru so freaking much. I have not watched the new Inuyasha, and I have no intentions to. I have the same concerns with how they had children as I do with Rolita in this, so. He's my phone background. He's hot. He's a hot boy. The true tsundere. The first tsundere. The new Inuyasha did him wrong. Imagine having a child with someone and then just taking those children and leaving. Like, what? No! That's not how love works, but also, no, not her. Shouldn't be the mom. She shouldn't have been the mom. I grew up with Inuyasha. Honestly, I grew up with Dragon Ball and Gundam Wing. And Gundam Wing, oh my god. Gundam Wing was made for the girls. If you want to watch a Gundam show, Gundam Wing was made for the girls. It was 5 hot guys. There could have been a boy band. Gorgeous. Hiro, Duo Maxwell. Oh my god, Duo Max. Actually, that's an English voice actor I like because I watched that in English. Duo Maxwell. Who else is in that one? There's I think there's a Max. I don't remember his name. Dude, yeah, everyone should watch Gundam Wings. Everyone go watch Gundam Wing. It's great. It's a great time. Oh man, I loved that show. Where are you going, producer? No need to rack your brain.
そうよ。昔の公演は各都市の問題点を直視させるテーマに沿うことが多かったけど。
Yes, and the weird ones like Trigon and Big O and Lupin the Third. Yeah, there were so many. Also, another one that does not get enough love, and I can't watch it because the animation's so bad in my head now. I remember it more beautiful. It's the best way I can say it. Outlaw Star. I loved that anime. It had, and the ending made no sense. The end credits, it's one of the few end credits, like, I can just listen to that and I feel so at peace in my life. Oh my god. Dude. But if I try to watch it now, it looks terrible. I tried to watch it again. I was telling my sister, you need to watch this show. And I was like, just kidding. You need to watch it. Oh man, I was so in love. I was so in love back then. I agree. I know we used to base our shows on the problems each city was
今
facing.
回はそうじゃないでしょ。
This time it's different though, right? That's how I feel
解
about the
散してそ
wallflower.
れぞれの道を歩み始めた俺たちサーカスが
I didn't watch the anime for the wallflower. I read the manga and then I think I watched a couple episodes of the anime. But that story is incredible and I love that, and I think my personality is based off that girl. I'm her. I just want 3 life-size creatures that I can drag around with me. One can be a skeleton, one can be an animation prop, and I just want a dark room to hide in. I loved the wallflowers so much. Oh goodness. And all the boys super gorgeous. Like that art was amazing, but I didn't watch the animated version. You would protect the hottest man alive. That's all I do. Yeah. But she's like, I can't look at the gorgeous people. Like that's, oh god. Circus may have disbanded to pursue our own goals.
こうして欠けることなくまた集まって公演をやろうってこと自体が絆から生まれたものじゃねえか
But us getting back together to put on a show is possible because of our bonds, don't you think? You're right. Then that can only mean one thing.
やりたいことをやりゃいい
Do whatever we want. My goodness, his smile. My beloved had a smile so as bright as the sun. I smiled back, then turned to look at the rest of the group. Let's make a show that conveys the joy of being together with your friends. Let's just watch a movie and eat popcorn together. Let's go. We'll do all our own things, and hopefully the audience will have a blast along with us.
バカすぎるな。なんだその具体性のない話は。
Did you leave your brain in Cultura? What are you being so abstract for?
いいんじゃないかな。みんながみんな自分のしたいことを自由にやるのが一番だよ。
Let her be. The most important thing here is to give everyone the freedom to do anything they like.
ああ、我々はそういうバラバラの個性をぶつけ合い、
Oh wait,
一つのサーカスになったのだから。
I just thought about another old anime, Boys Over Flowers. Was that what it was called? That one's another one. I haven't tried to watch that one, but if I recall, it's an older love anime, and I don't know if it aged well. All of our different personalities are what makes us circus.
そんな俺たちの奇跡を観客に伝えるだけで十分絆を感じてもらえそうだしね。
We can just tell them the road we took to get here, and boom, it'll sure as hell be enough for them to feel our bond.
じゃあ決まりね。今回のショーのテーマは
I guess then we're all set. The theme for this show will be
俺たちの絆の物語だ
the story of our bond. My beloved. That night, we all exchanged opinions and made an outline for the show. Then we had dinner at Le Beer. It brought back memories being the first place we ever met. They made such a commotion in our tavern, even though they barely knew me. Vilio was busy gulping down meat. Please don't gulp it down. While Zephora berated him the whole time. Then there was the was Paucelia, who made sure to stay out of it. Ralita was drinking booze behind our backs, only for Eon to scold him in the end. When we first met, I was overwhelmed by their strong personalities. But before I knew it, I had already found myself adding to the clamor like it was the most normal thing in the world. Nothing made me happier than getting to spend quality time with them again. Later that night, I was sitting at my usual table, lost in thought in the still dining room. It's so quiet. Feeling like all the bickering over our hamburger patties was just a dream. No sooner I thought that than a vase catch my eye. I extended a finger towards the wilting gerbera daisies in the vase. Be healthy. Contrary to last time I did it on purpose. Boom! Look at me. I touched the flowers with a clear desire in mind and they slowly turned upwards. Their bright red color was now on full display. I did it! I smiled, then caught the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs.
やっぱりここにいたのか。
I knew it. There you are, Leah. Once again, we've met again in the kitchen.
で、なんか前にもこんなこと言った気がするな。
Why did I just get deja vu when I said that? You said something like that before.
あの時と同じで、今日も眠れないのか？
Are you having trouble sleeping like last time? Yeah, it's different now though. I'm so excited I can't calm down. My heart is pounding so hard you'd think our show was tomorrow. Strange, isn't it? It's still days away yet I already feel this way. I smiled wearily at him and he told me he felt the same.
じゃあ眠れないならさ、ちょっと付き合ってくれないか？
If you can't sleep yet, do you want to go out for a bit? He offered me his hand and I took it and gave it a squeeze. Just like before, the two of us went on a nighttime stroll around the city. We walked slowly as the cool breeze nipped at our skin. Once we went past the gate, there was no more buildings in sight, only plants and trees. There were far fewer fiends now, but if things were as they had been 2 years ago, I could imagine running into one here. I was afraid though, probably because I had Vilio I wasn't afraid though, probably because I had Vilio with me.
疲れてないか？
Whoops, it's important to get the right tone there.
歩かせちまって。
You're not tired, are you? My bad. I ended up making you walk away. I'm fine, don't worry. Still, we walked quite far, didn't
飛ん
we?
だ方が早いんだけどさ。今日は一緒に歩きたくて。
I know we'll get there faster if we fly, but today I want to walk with you. Vilio explained that he wanted to walk alongside me as a person, not a dragon. Elated, I held his hand a little tighter. Before I knew it, the city lights were already far away, but the moonlight and starlight overhead looked brighter than usual.
さて、着いたぜ。
We're here. This field looks like we're in a field that Zafora took me to, and there was a bunch of fireflies, and then he kissed me, and then he ghosted me for a year. Vilio, what are we doing here? He pointed to a small hill on one side of the meadow. There was nothing else around, though I tilted my head in confusion. Is there something here?
いや、何もね。
Nope, nothing. Why does he sound so proud of it? He mussed up his hair, a half smile on
い
his
や、
face.
何もねえは言い過ぎか。ここは俺がアーテイルに来た時、一番最初に降り立った場所で。
I guess I shouldn't say there's nothing here at all. This is actually the place I landed when I first came to Arthier.
でもって、アーテイルの周りで、一番星空が綺麗な場所なんだ。
It's also the best place for stargazing. He flopped down onto the grass.
ほら、あんたも。
Come on, Leah, join me.
ここは他に誰もいないから、この夜空全部貸し切りだ。
There's nobody here, so we have the starry sky all to ourselves. He looked up at me, his wide grin sure made it tempting. I lay down beside him on the grass. Beautiful. Wow. I was completely in awe. With no trees or buildings around, it was just us in the sky. It was positively breathtaking. So
今
pretty.
日はいい天気だったからな。いつも以上に綺麗な星空だ。
The The weather's great today, so the sky is clearer than usual. Clearer than usual? Do you stargaze a lot?
あ、ぼんやりしたいときはよく一人で見上げてる。
Yeah, especially when I want to zone out. His lips curved into a soft smile as he reached a hand out towards the sky.
マスタードラゴンとして世界を守る使命を持ってたろ。
I had a duty to protect the world because I'm an
だから
archdragon.
このエスコルチアの世界全部を背負ってるって、そんな重圧をずっと感じてたんだ。
I always felt the pressure of carrying the weight of the world on my back. He chuckled admittedly that he sounded a bit too
だ
cautious.
からこの夜空が好きだった。手が届かない遠くの星が好きだった。
That's why I love the night sky so much. I adore the stars that are out of my
俺
reach.
が抱え込まなくてもいい、そんな場所もあるんだってことになんだかほっとしてたんだ。
These stars will keep shining no matter what I do or don't do. It's kind of a relief. Vilio. The momentary sorrow in his eyes vanished, and he turned his eyes skyward once
不
more.
思議だよな、星空って。すごく遠くに見えたと思ったら手が届きそうに見える時もある。
The starry sky is kind of strange, don't you think? It's so far away, yet it feels like you could reach it with your hands. I know, right? We extended our hands, but of course it wasn't enough to reach the stars. So close, yet so far. It brought me back to when I was chasing him. I withdrew my hand, took a deep breath, and ventured a glance at Vilio. So quiet. I must have felt that way because of how rowdy we all were earlier. Isn't it so weird? I get to reunite with everyone and we've had so much fun together already. I've laughed enough to last my whole life, so I should feel satisfied, and yet, the more fun times we had, the closer we got to the end. Just thinking about it took the wind out of my sails. I've told the audience countless times that our show was about to come to an end. Except this might surely be the last time we come together, rehearsal, and perform. The idea of announcing the show's end never bothered me before. I also believed that we would get together again if someone wished it. Who knows about the future though? Eventually there will be a greater reason we can't do a show together, something beyond scheduling or beyond busy work. A day would surely come when we couldn't reunite no matter how hard we wanted. It made me feel
寂しいか。
lonesome. He read my mind. Not like I was before. Not really. Not like I was
いいよ。
before.
強がんな。
Oh, really? I mean, I assume she wouldn't be like she was before. She's had counseling since then. We're not doing. I am. I answered without hesitation. I didn't try to hide it, even though it could hurt him. I just voiced my honest feelings as I kept my eyes fixed on the starry sky. Vilio said only a single word in response. He didn't rush to reassure me or tell me I shouldn't feel that way. He took it all in
ありがと
stride.
な。素直な気持ち
Thank you for being
聞か
honest
せてくれて。
with me. Okay, first off, I wasn't dishonest prior, so that's kind of rude. I should thank you too for showing me this beautiful view. Even if you haven't said it out loud, I know what you're trying to tell me. You'll always be with me, doing your best to understand what I'm going through. Thank you.
そりゃ俺のセリフなんだけどな。
Hey, that's my line. He seemed pleased as punch, though his answer was a bit bashful. His smile lifted some unseen weight from my shoulders. I took a deep breath on the cool night air. A bunch of little blossoms popped up around us. Whoops, I did it again even after practicing so hard. My control had improved, yes, but to this guy's training, thanks to the guy's training session, my magic still overflowed sometimes when I let my guard down though. Guess I still have a long way to go until I master my magic. I smiled a little and Vilio
こんな
chuckled.
こと言われてもって思っちまうかもしれないけどさ。
probably gonna get confused when I say this.
俺、あんたの魔法、好きだぜ。
But I actually love your magic, Leah.
なんて言うんだろうな。本人によく似てる感じがして。
I'd always say it. Your magic is really similar to you. What does he mean? It was the first time I heard anyone say that. He tentatively went on to
今ま
elaborate.
で暴走した時もさ、困るようなことはあったけど、誰かを傷つけることはなくて。
Your rampaging magic never hurts anybody, even if it does cause a
どっ
fuss.
ちかというと、そっと寄り添うっていうか、
Maybe it's just projecting your feelings on your behalf.
寂しいんだって手を伸ばして、静かに教えてくれるみたいな。
I feel like it's trying to tell people that you're lonely. I glanced at him and he gestured at something below to prove his point. Small weeds and vines were wrapping around him. Sorry.
前も言ったけどさ、こういうの俺は嬉しいぜ。
I've said it before, I'm actually really happy about it.
俺のできることが少ないのは、やっぱもどかしいけど。
Cute CG, yeah, it's really pretty. It's frustrating that there's not much I can do to help.
でも、隣にいてほしいって、求めてもらえてるんだと思えて。
But things like this just gives me the impression that you just want me to be with you. I do, yeah. I never expected that it came through on my magic. It's kind of
別に
embarrassing.
恥ずかしがるようなことでもないと思うけどな。
There's nothing embarrassing
だ
about
って
it.
これ、俺があんたを抱きしめたくなるのと同じようなもんだろ。
It's no different from when I want to hug you, am I right? If you put it that way, I guess not.
口で言えないあんたの思いを魔法が表現してくれてる。
I suppose
そ
your
ういうこ
magic
とだと思うんだ。
is helping you express the desires you can't put into words. I couldn't say for sure whether that was the whole reason my magic ran wild, but it was true what he said. I absolutely wanted him to be with me always. Therefore, when I concentrated, the vines grew larger and completely wrapped around Vilio's body. He looked down at them, then fixed me with a playful glare.
今のはさすがにわかるぞ。
You think I don't know what you're trying to do, Leah? Oh, am I busted?
隠す気なかっただろ。
Didn't even try to hide it. Sorry. Just thought I'd mess with you a little since you got me feeling shy. We smiled at each other, then returned our gaze to the glittering
俺
heavens.
さ、昼にみんなと話をしてから
This could get
ずっ
steamy.
と考えてたんだ。
Did we get good CGs? For his route, they've been kind of plain. There's been nothing really steamy. Or like overly cute. There was a couple times I thought we'd get a cute one. For his, they've all been kind of meh. Like there's this one. I love this one because she looks like she's so done. Like she's like, I quit. Like that's my favorite one. For that reason. Not because it's good, because it just looks so done. Then there was this one where he puts a bracelet on her. And then there's this one where he just hugs her. And that's all we've gotten so far. And it's fine, I guess. I don't know. Nothing out of this world. Nothing has really made me go, oh my god. Like this one's cute. And I keep comparing this to Twilight. So if this is Twilight, this is the meadow scene from Twilight, by the way. So you know, I've been thinking about this ever since our chat this afternoon.
絆の力って何なんだろうって。
I wonder what your power of bonds really is. I wonder what the power of bonds really is. Think you found the answer?
いや、でも分かったことはいくつもあると思う。
Nope, though I do know a few things. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, drawing on his feelings within.
俺は今こうしてあんたとつがいになって並んで話してるけどさ。
You and I are here together as mates talking side by side.
それは偶然出会ったその日から俺たちが絆を紡ぎ続けた結果だ。
I think that's thanks to the bonds we've had since the day we met by chance.
今まで俺が取った行動も あんたが持ってくれた思いも、仲間がかけてくれた言葉も、全部。
Everything I've done, your feelings for me, and the things our friends
どれか
said.
一つでも欠けてたら、今この時間はやってこなかった。
If even one element was missing, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
そう考えたら、この今は奇跡って魔法の積み重ねで成り立ってるんだって。
If you think about it, the present came to be through another kind of magic, something we call a miracle. The magic we call a miracle, something that anyone can achieve as long as they are alive, a little spell born from the power of bonds that is used to craft happy future. The way he described it was a little abstract, yet something about it took hold of my heart. You make a good point. Our time is built on miracles, so we've got to cherish it all the more. I hope the bonds we share last forever. More like more little flowers sprung up from around us, punctuating my wish. I looked down at them with a warm smile. May you bloom into beautiful flowers. Vilio squeezed my hand and I squeezed his. We laid there, just him and I, in this meadow, dappled with blossoms beneath a starry sky. The night was so quiet, it felt like we were the only two people in the world. Leah, my beloved husband, gently called my name and kissed me out of nowhere. I rolled into him, enjoying his heat and the aroma of flowers as the stars watched over us. Again. Ooh. Vilio and I exchanged one kiss after another until we were both satisfied. The intimacy of connecting and sharing each other's warmth reminded me that we were here together. Circus first generation members were set to hold a one-time reunion show in the near future, with King Colovis joining as a guest star. As soon as it was announced, the news spread all over the world in no time. Ever since then, the reunion show had become the talk of the town. People had already given it an embarrassing nickname, the Legendary Show. The name of the reunion show that Circus's first generation, a very special show to create a new core item where Colovis, now a king, makes his appearance. We all put others in charge of our regular duties so we could focus on hammering out any changes during rehearsal.
パフォーマーとしてはかなりのブランクがあるからな。
We need to practice since we have not taken the stage in some time. Eon said as we threw ourselves headfirst into rehearsal.
はい、できた。どうかな、僕の水のアート。
There, all done. How's my water art? It seemed like ages now, but Vilio and I had only quit the second gen circus a few days ago. In our views, not a few days. It's been I know he flies, but it still takes a little bit of time to travel these things a few weeks ago. In our view, everyone slipped seamlessly back into their roles. We were so in sync that it didn't even feel like we'd been apart. You even said you spent a couple days in Colterra. As the saying goes, times fly. Time flies when you're having fun. I know the saying. I know what I'm saying. And indeed, the day I spent with Circus whizzed by in a flash. Before we knew it, the day had arrived. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching.
次はいよいよお待ちかね。初代サーカスメンバーが集う最高のレジェンド公演。
Next up is our long-awaited performance from the first generation of Circus, the legendary show you've all been waiting
どう
for.
か最後までゆっくりとご覧ください。
Keep your eye on the show stage even till the very end.
あと僕たち現役サーカスも今後ともよろしくです。
And thank you for your continued support of the new members of Circus. Great work, guys. I gave the first round of performance high fives. High five, high five. Theo and Luna had led the group. The current members of Circus were tagging in the older ones.
はい、頑張ったです団長。 じゃなかった。前団長。
Good luck, leader. I mean, former leader.
会場温めておいたから。レジェンド公演頑張ってね。
We warmed up the audience for you. Good luck on your legendary show. When we first heard we were going to perform, they rushed back to Arthier. Furthermore, they even delivered a performance at our opening act. Their words of encouragement brought a smile to my face. Then we formed a circle.
あいつらのショーも
Why
なか
would
な
we
か
be
どう
doing this
に言っ
now?
てるじゃ
That
ねえ
means
か
there's no one out there talking to this crowd. They're like, next up, and then they came backstage and now we're having a grid together. This is not the order this would happen in. Tough act to follow, don't you think?
この分なら安心だな。
I am relieved to see it.
つうか、あれ見せられたら、こっちも負けてられねえよな。
Hey, we can't afford to lose to them now that they put on an amazing show.
現役サーカスの方がすごいなんて言われるのは尺だからな。
It's annoying to hear that current circus is being better than us.
そうだね。先輩の威厳見せつけちゃおう。
We'll have to show what the pros are made of. We all nodded in agreement, finished getting our costumes on, and looked out at the stage. Ginny and Colovis were already there doing the introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, 大変長らくお待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for making you wait so long.
はい私たちのことを覚えてない子はいるかしら
I wonder if anyone here has
当
forgotten us.
然いないわよね
Of course not, right?
ということで伝説の初代サーカス皆様に夢と感動をお届けするため戻ってまいりました
We are the legendary first generation of circus, have returned to deliver dreams and dazzlements to you all.
観客の盛り上がりも最高潮って感じだな。
You can feel the audience is reaching its climax. Scenes. Excitement. I spotted some familiar faces among those applauding hard. There was Alice, His Highness Begonia, the Speria, and as well as my mom and dad Linian and the others too. A number of people who had met here and had come to watch us perform. I turned back to the others, my heart thumping. One more time. You sure you guys are ready for this?
今さら何言ってる
One
んだ。
more time.
嫌だって言ったら変更するのか。
Are you gonna change your mind if we say we don't want to go on
僕た
stage?
ちの紡いできた絆を全部観客のみんなに伝えるんでしょ。
Aren't we gonna tell everyone about the bonds we formed?
まちーっと恥ずかしいが隠してたら意味ねえしな
I'm feeling a teeny bit shy, but there's no point in
Ah.
hiding it.
覚悟はできている。こんな奇跡をたどったからこそ今がある。
I am
ただ
ready.
それを伝えればいい。
All we need to do is regale them with the story of how we got to be where we are.
よし、そろそろ来るぜ。みんな、準備はいいな。
Alright, it's almost time. Are you with me? Oh, you with me? That was it. This was the moment.
さあこれより始まる演目名は
The name of our performance for today is... When we ran in front from the backstage and yelled the name of our show along with Jinya.
ラディアンテイル。
Fanfare. Forgot fan. It said fanfare.
この物語の主人公は
The protagonist of this tale is...
両親を殺され立場を追われて復讐に身を焦がした迷宮森でも
Not a labyrinth sentinel who was desperate for revenge after being chased from his home once his parents were murdered.
幼い頃から死病に侵されてか細い命を抱えた魔法使いでも
Not a fragile magician who suffered from a deadly disease since childhood.
呪いの刻印を身に刻まれて人を殺し続けた剣闘士奴隷でも
Not a gladiator slave whose curse forced him to kill.
人でもなく幻獣でもない体で時をさすらい続ける作られたものでも
Not a man-made creatures who wandered the world for centuries in a body that was neither human nor fae.
世界を守る使命を背負って闇と戦ったドラゴンでもなく
Not even a dragon with a mission to fight the darkness and save the entire world.
小さな食堂でウェイトレスをしていたどこにでもいる普通の女の子
Our hero is just an ordinary girl who worked as a waitress in an ordinary tavern. Oh, I me.
これは彼女が紡いだ光り輝く物語。
This radiant tale belongs to none other than her. This white screen's making my face so bright. So bright. She's so
ごく
cute!
普通の女の子だった彼女はある日サーカスという集団と出会い世界を巡る旅に出ます。
One day, this ordinary girl encountered a troupe called Circus and embarked on a journey around the world.
そんな彼女を待っていたのは普通とは程遠い刺激的な毎日。
What awaited her was a life that was nothing but ordinary.
そう波乱万丈のトラブルジャーニーでした。
It was a journey full of ups and downs.
学術都市カリダでは周りを顧みない研究者たちとのトラブルに巻き込まれ
In the scholar city Kalida, she got herself into trouble with researchers who didn't care one bit about people around them. Ralita and I walked on stage, bowed to the audience, and started dancing. We ran around and sometimes fell, the kind of slapstick act we'd do for kids. Applause erupted from the audience when we jumped in sync.
迷宮都市クルトラでは地下迷宮へ迷い込み
In the labyrinth city Kultura, she got lost in a labyrinth. The next person to join me on stage was Zafwara, but there was a twist. He walked on in a comical manner, and the moment he realized I was looking for him, he slipped past my blind spot and hid. If I looked right, he'd go left. I looked left, he'd go right. Just when I thought I had him cornered, he used his wand magic to disappear into the crowd.
水上都市オリエンスでは人と精霊さんの意識のすれ違いで事件が起きて
A misunderstanding between humans and spirits caused an incident in a city of water Odins. Passelia was up next. We needed water from the buckets as though it was clay. His skills were amazing as ever. Not stopping there, he unleashed a fair amount of water and created a pond on the stage. I fell into the pond and got myself wet, earning laughter and claps from our spectators.
決闘都市フェルツでは激しい闘技場の試合を見てガクガクと震え
Watching fierce arena battles in the dual city, Ferris made her tremble. Eon appeared carrying a huge spear. He bowed to the audience. I stood in front of him as apples were placed on both my hands and the top of my head. Dangerous. Eon pierced through one by one, never so much as grazing my skin. My throat was so dry the moment it ended, I fell to my knees. I ran around the stage, sharing laughs and anger with each of others. We shuffled around a bit, gazing at the smiles of the audience.
世界の端から世界の端へ駆け巡った大騒ぎの旅物語。
It was truly a thrilling journey from one end of the world to the other.
そんな旅路の最後に待ち受けていたのは
And what awaited them at the end of that journey was
世界が闇に飲まれるという最大の危機でした。
the greatest crisis ever, one that could have plunged the whole world into darkness. The light danced, drawing everyone's attention to the top of the tent.
暴れ回るドラゴンを仲間みんなで追いかけるけれど捕らえることはかなわず
Everyone chased the rampaging dragon, but to no avail. Vilio swooped right past us, almost taunting us. Safora and Passelia used their magic to try and capture him. Meanwhile, Eon and Ralita joined forces and reached out to the dragon boy. We failed to catch him. Instead, we flew past the audience's heads, kicking up dust in his wake.
だけど
However, we wouldn't let it end that way. Right when I yelled, Vilio landed on stage in his human form and looked up. The choices we made as a group was the most vital part of our
闇に一人で立ち向かう仲間を英雄なんかにはさせまいと。
There was no way we were going to let our friend who was facing the darkness all alone become a tragic hero.
仲間と共に光さす未来へ
We headed towards a brighter future together. I extended my hand towards Vilio from the trapeze made of magic. During our last performance in Arthier, there was a scene where Vilio was driven away in the darkness alone. But our firmly clasped hands banished that scene to the realm of the past.
こうして少女の物語は誰一人として欠けることのない
Thus her story
幸せ
concludes
な
with
エ
a
ンディ
happy
ングを迎
ending.
えたのでした。
No one was left
し
behind.
かし
But there's more.
そんなトラブルだらけの旅が終わりを迎え
But
少
at
女
the
はよう
end,
やく
at her
自
rocky
分の
journey,
本心に
she
気づいた
realized
の
her
で
true
す。
feelings. Kiss him. I'm so lonely. Oh, sorry. Right. In the beginning, all I thought about was how much I wanted to go home, how much I missed my normal ordinary days, but before I knew it, I came to love circus. The bond I formed with everyone had become so dear to me. I walked towards the center stage with a bouquet of flowers in hand. Time flies when you're having fun, and it's gone before you know it, just like these flowers. The flowers lost their color, withering and fell to the floor. No matter how beautiful a flower is, it only matters of time till flower wilts. What's our message? I cast my eyes down, letting the melancholy wash over me. The audience watched with bated breath.
でも紡いだ絆は消えない。
However, the bonds we forged won't go away. Speaking in a dignified voice, Vilio strode towards me.
楽しい時は過ぎれば一瞬で、どんな思い出もいつか色あせる。
Fun times whiz by in an instant, and one day your memories will fade.
だけど色あせたとしても思い出は、あの日つないだ絆は確かにそこにある。
No matter, it's not even there, but even if they do, those memories and the bonds we formed that day will still remain. Encouraged by the redhead, I glanced at my hands. I then extended the hand towards the audience, revealing what lay in my palm. The flowers might wilt, but the leaves behind their seeds, the seeds of our bonds. Our memories sleep quietly within these seeds. I took a slow deep breath, until one day the flowers bloom again. Feeling my heart from its fetters? Why do you do this game? Who did this? Who put these words I don't understand? Fetters. Better, okay. A chain of manacle used to restrain a prisoner? Restraints, okay. Freeing my heart from these chains, I unleashed the magic within me. If what Vilio said was right, my magic was an extension of my heart. May my feelings reach everyone. The seeds in my hand exploded into bright, beautiful flowers, creating a grand rainbow throughout the venue. It felt like the seeds blossomed to soothe my wistfulness. No matter how much time passed, our bonds would bloom again, even when the season came. The whirling petals of blossoms floated up high and filled my vision. Clovis stepped forward to switch places with us. He stepped into the center of with the roquette crown in hand.
あれは国宝のルケットクラウンじゃないかい？
Isn't that the roquette crown?
でも今ひびが
There's a crack in it. Clovis let the crowd buzz for a bit before he began
こ
to
の通
speak.
り王とアーテイルのコアアイテムルケットクラウンは
As you can see, this Arthier core item, the roquette crown,
仲間のために力を使い果たし役目を終えました。
it ran out of power after saving my friend. It has fulfilled its duty. The man caused quite a commotion, which was to be expected. King Arthier had created this national treasure by combining the power of the great four spirits. It was a symbol of the royal capital. Before the shock of losing such an artifact could fully set in.
だから僕はこれから新たなコアアイテムを作ります。
Therefore, I shall create a new core item. The audience gasped at one another upon hearing the king's
今回
declaration.
のコアアイテムは天才と言われたアーテイル王が一人で作り上げたものとは違う。
The new core item will be different from the one that the genius Arthea
み
created.
んなの力で作るものこそこれからの時代にふさわしいと僕は信じてる。
I don't know. I like him, but I also don't like him. I forgot Colobus is hot. I just missed that. Yeah, Colobus is hot. But he just looks tired, bro. He's not unstable. He's stable. I believe the item we create together will be suitable for the future.
だからどうか力を貸してほしい。みんなの絆の力を。
So lend me your power, the power of your bonds. Are you bonds? The rest of us approached Colobus. We surrounded the king while holding the Great Spirit's core items, then shared the nod.
だけど力を貸すってどうすればいいのかな。
How are we supposed to lend our
何
powers?
も特別なことはないだろうさ。きっと今見たあの子らのステージと同じ。
I don't think we need to do anything special, just what the kids on stage are
た
doing.
だ普通に普段そうしてるように大切な人たちの顔を思い浮かべればいいんだよ。
Do what you normally do. Picture the faces of the people you love in your head.
血はつながっていなくても孤児院のみんなとの絆はどこにいても消えないもの。
Although we're not related by blood, the bonds I have with everyone at the orphanage will never disappear no matter where I go.
世界中を巡っていても大好きな家族はいつだって僕とつながってるです。
My dear family will always be connected to me even if I'm traveling around the world. Some were closing their eyes while others were holding their family's hand. Though each was different, everyone was there.
さあ始まるよ。
Everyone had their own bond. Let us
みん
begin.
なが絆でつながっていく。これからの未来のために。
For the future, everyone here is connected by their bonds. We were creating an item for the new era, and Colobus wasn't making it alone. The circus members on stage and the crowd beyond were also taking part. The 4 core items started to shine, and then the stage was enveloped in a bright light. That warm light took root in my chest.
強い力を持った一人の誰かが世界を救う物語よりも僕はやっぱりみんなと一緒がいい。
I'd rather have a story where everyone joins forces to save the world than one person doing it all the work.
出会いも別れもいろいろあった。だけど、1000年生きてきたからお前らと出会えたんだ。
Many people came and went in my life, but it's thanks to my long life that I was able to meet you guys.
僕がいなくなっても僕が残したものはきっと未来へ残る。それは僕がずっと消えない証。
I thought you said you were listening, Prim. What do you mean, what is going on? Even once I'm gone, the things I leave behind will remain in the future. It's proof that I'll never disappear completely.
生き残ってしまったんじゃない。未来を生きたいと願ったから。
You see light? Don't follow the light. Be careful.
ここにいるんだ。
I'm able to be here now not because I survived the incident, but because I wish to live.
ぶつかり合って話し合って笑い合う。
Is this the end?
そんなくだ
We've
らない
been on
時間
this
も
chapter now
全部
for
必要
over
な
an
もの。
hour.
俺たちが築いた絆を
It ends after
舐めてもらっちゃ困るな。
Eat the light. Yes. No, don't do it. All those silly moments we had chatting and sharing a laugh are important. We can't let everyone underestimate our bonds. Their voices sounded off in my mind. People could become stronger by joining hands with one another. Hiccups. We could harbor strong feelings towards someone other than ourselves. The light is Sephora. Don't bring it. You know, that's her light. I believe that the strength was enough to support the world.
何がどれだけ変わろうと、私たちがやることはいつも同じ。
Itai. Okay, no matter what changes in the future, what we do will stay the same.
誰かを笑顔にするには、まずは自分から。ね。
Before we try to make someone smile, we need to be happy ourselves. Aww, she's beautiful. What the heck? I willed the flower of happiness to bloom around the world. And one day, my tiny wish to have you smile by my side was bound to come true. It's okay to have worries. It was okay to be in pain. Even when you felt sad, as long as you joined hands with your friends, you could take a step
出会いは
forward.
偶然だったとしても、俺たちがたどり着いたこの場所は、俺たちが願ったから生まれたもの。
We might have met by chance, but we made it here because we wished for it.
目に見えないけど確かにある。俺たちの絆が生んだ奇跡っていう魔法の力。
Of miracles born from the bonds may be invisible, but it absolutely exists.
もし奇跡に形があるとすれば、
Should it have a form, though?
それはきっとあんたみたいに強くて優しくて真っ白な。
It must be strong, gentle, and bright like you. Aw, it turned into like a sakura blossom. Instead of a piercing sword that could cut through the darkness, what came into being was a pure white glittering flower. Okay, I thought that was a cute CG. I just think that's a weird way to end it. I mean, they were making the thing right then. Hear me out. I can spell, but I can't spell. Our legendary show ended with thunderous applause. 2 weeks had passed. We parted ways with our friends, promising to meet again with big smiles. We then headed to Paseo, the Isle of the Dragons and Vilio's birthplace, to get the clan's chief up to speed.
そうか。ルケットクラウンに代わるコアアイテムが作られたのか。
I see, so a new core item was created to replace the Roquette crown. I wish we too could have seen it.
すごかったぜ。こう観客の思いを受けてキラキラーって輝いてさ。
It's amazing. It sparkles like crazy from all the audience's feelings.
あれに秘められた力はルケットクラウンと同等。いや、上回ってると思う。
I think the power within the new core item makes it greater than the Roquette crown, even
真
better.
の天才であるアーテイルが作り上げた伝説のコアアイテムを大勢の力を束ねて超えてゆくか。
You have united the many people to create this new item, which surpasses the one made by the genius Arthier.
驚くべきことだ。時代の変化というものは。
How remarkable times sure have changed. The clan chief calmly listened to our report, looking deeply impressed.
我々ドラゴンもいつまでも歩みを止めているわけにはいかないのかもしれんな。
I guess the dragon clan can't afford to stay quiet forever. We have to make our move too. Vilio once told me the chief was terrifying when he got angry. Yet he was so composed during our chat. He was a very kind person who treated me, the dragon bride, like family.
お前たちの判断が正しかったのか。
Reminds me, it's
そ
been
れは未だにわからないが。
It reminds me to be seen whether you have made the right decision. It reminds me to be seen whether you have made the right. I don't understand.
ただ一つ言えるのは、こうしてお前たちと言葉を交わせる今がとても喜ばしいという事実だけだ。
All I can say is that I am delighted to had the opportunity to speak with you, one another.
良い未来をつかんだな、ビリオ。
You have a bright future ahead of you, Vilio. That was the man who raised Vilio to be the Archdragon, the world's sacrificial warrior.
Ah.
Thank you. Though the clan chief had raised Vilio to die for his mission, one thing was clear. As much as any parent, he loved Vilio and wanted him to be happy. After meeting with the chief, we took a break and returned to Vilio's house. Wow, I just can't get over this house. I gazed at the white flower adorning my chest and let out a terrible sigh.
そのコアアイテムのことか?
You mean the core item? Yeah, who would have thought the bracelet you gave me would become the new core item? Colovis had named the new core item we made the Radiant Blossom. A new core item in the royal capital created by Colovis to replace the Roquette crown, made with the power of generated from Vilio's handmade bracelet, a faintly shining brooch of white rose flowers. That very artifact was shining on my chest at this moment.
それな。俺も本当驚いたぜ。
I know, right? Threw me through a loop too.
こうなるって分かってたらな。せめてもうちょっと角度とか、ガタガタのとことか直したのに。
If I knew it'd turn out like this, I would have changed the angle or fixed the rough parts a little more. I think it's cute. He puffed up his cheeks and I couldn't help but laugh. He was just
まあ
adorable.
外見はともかく、アイテムとしては有用だよな。持ってると魔法も安定するし。
Appearance aside, it's a useful item. Your magic should be stable as long as you have this. I'm still not sure if I should be the one to hold on to it though. It has me nervous.
いいじゃん。みんなとの話し合いで決まったんだしさ。
What are you nervous for? We made that choice together. It's cute. It's cute. It happened about a week ago. 1 week after the show, we all gathered in the throne room.
改めて新しいコアアイテムラディアンブーケについて報告するね。
Let me inform you once again about the new core item, the Radiant
いろ
Blossom.
いろと調べてもらった結果、魔力はしっかりと安定してる。
Thanks to research, we can confirm its magic is stable.
コアアイテムとしての能力は他のアイテムをも上回るってお墨付きが返ってきたよ。
We also received word that its ability has surpassed that of many other core items. That's great to hear.
これこそハッピーエンド。めでたし
Kiss
め
already.
でたしってところかしら。
We can't kiss him. I want to. Trust me. I would love to kiss this man. What a happy ending. This calls for a celebration.
それでここから大切な話なんだけど、
Moving on to the important
この
part.
アイテム君が持っててくれないかな。
I'm thinking of entrusting this core item to you, Leah. To who? All the other circus members were equally shocked by this decision. Honestly, I love it. Like, let's be shocked. Like, what are you talking about, boy? Colovis and Ginia were the only ones unfazed. That's funny. For a second, I thought you said you were asking me to keep the core item.
あら、珍しく現実逃避
Oh, unusual for you to escape reality?
俺ですら空耳かと思ったが。
I also find it hard to believe.
ひどいな。空耳でも幻聴でもないよ。
How
所
rude.
持者は
I'm completely
君に
serious.
したい。
I want you to keep it. He's in love with me, and I'm married to a dragon.
これは僕の王としてのお願い。
This is my... No, I mean the king's request. What do you say? Well, wait a minute. This is the royal capital's core item we're talking about. Are you sure you want me to keep something that important?
このアイテムが人々の絆で魔力を溜め込むっていうのは知ってるでしょ。
Yep, you know this item stores mana through the bonds between people,
つ
right?
まり宝物庫に安置するより世界中を巡っていろんな人と触れ合う方がいいってこと。
From the looks of it, he'll die by 25. Honestly, Hence, it's better to take it around the world and encounter all sorts of people rather than lock it away in a treasury.
なるほど。
Agree.
一理ある。
I get it now. It makes sense. Does it make sense, or are you just saying that?
ビリオと君はこの後2人でまた世界を巡る予定って言ってたもんね。
If I remember correctly, Leah and Vilio did say they're going to travel the world after this.
サーカスに戻ることも考えたけど、それはもう俺たちの役目じゃない。
We thought about returning to circus, but our roles have ended.
何の縛りもなく世界の隅々まで旅していくって夢叶えたいんだ。
I want to fulfill my dream of traveling the world without any restrictions.
うん。とってもいいことだと思うし、その
Please do
夢は
make your
叶
dream
えて
come
ほし
true.
い。
I support you. Yes, that is our plan, but surely that doesn't mean I'm automatically in charge of this, right?
けどよ、ラディアンブーケはもともとお前の持ち物が形を変えたもんだろ。
Wasn't the radiant blossom your bracelet to begin?
なら所有者がお前なのは割と自然な流れじゃねえか。
That being the case, isn't it pretty obvious who'd make you hold on to it? Not at all. This is a national treasure.
いや、俺も自然だと思う。
I agree with him. Shutting down my argument was the one person I believed would always take my side.
何しろこれは世界で一番
Pride flag? Who's
こい
gay?
つに似合うからな。
After all, this thing suits Leah more than anyone in the world. Say what?
なんだ、のろけか。ひいき目にも程があるぞ。
Oh, I thought you just saw something that made you think that's those men should kiss kind of thing. My bad. The hell? So you just want to gush about her? Stop being upset.
のろけでもいいんじゃない？
If
僕も
anyone
実
is
際似合っ
gay,
てると
it's
思う
me.
よ。
I mean, samesies, I guess. I don't see anything wrong with that, though. If anything, I agree it suits
あ
her.
ひいき目だというのなら、この花を別の者が身につけた姿を想像するべきだな。
True, if Vilio is biased, that means we must put forth someone else to wear the flower instead of
なん
her.
ならザフォラが持つといい。今後、フラワーザフォラと呼ぼう。
Perhaps you could keep it. We call you Zafora, Zaforla Flora? Zaflora, the flower boy. Nah, I'm always seeing someone gay. She's at the bottom of my screen wearing cat ears. Whoa, that's crazy. There's more than one person wearing cat ears right now? That's insane.
よし、それはお前のだ。五章を大事に持っておけ。
Alright, I guess we're giving it to you, Leah. Make sure you keep it safe always. What? I looked at all of them and turned, silently begging for help. Ginia simply giggled at
いい
me.
じゃない。持ってなさいよ。
I mean,
他の
why
みんな
not?
がそれぞれコアアイテムを管理しているんだもの。
You should just keep it. Besides, the others already have their own core items to attend
もしコアアイテムが必要になった時、また会いに来る理由になるでしょ。
And that way we'll have a reason to meet again, you know? Like when we need the items. When we put it that way, I had no reason to refuse. I wanted as many people as possible to see them again. And so it had come to this. I had officially became the keeper of the Radiant Blossom.
まあ最初は慣れないだろうけど、ドーンと構えて持ってりゃいいさ。
I might feel weird now, but I'm sure you'll get used to it.
別にそう簡単に壊れたりするようなもんじゃないだろうし。
Besides, it's not like it'll break easily or anything. I know, but that's not the problem here. My heart's not ready. I couldn't toss our excuse forever. Collecting myself, I placed a hand over the item. I've been entrusted with this role, so I've got to see it through to the very end. I'll have to meet a lot more people and bond with them.
たくさんの人と出会う。考えただけでもワクワクするよな。
Meet more people, huh? Just thinking about it makes my heart race. I nodded at Vilio, who seemed optimistic about my plan. This is both proof of my bond with everyone and a charm that will bring them back to me. I caressed the shiny flower. The sharp shape certainly had changed, yet the gentle warmth emanating from it was the same as the bracelet Vilio gave me.
綺麗だな。
So pretty. You know, right? I'm sure this flower will shine in full blossom forever and ever. Even if it does change one day, the time I spent with all of you won't just disappear. I'm sure I'll meet new people from now on, but I know you'll always be there for me. And that's why I am so excited to see that future what that future has in store for us. Vilio?
Hmm?
Yeah? Thank you for choosing me.
何言うかと思えば、それは俺の言葉だよ。
Thought you were gonna say something else. That's my
俺と
line.
出会ってくれて、俺の手を掴んでくれて、ありがとう。
I'm so lucky I've met you. Thank you for taking my hand.
世界で一番大好きだ。
I love you more than anything in the world. I had to get the kids. I missed some interesting things. Honestly, you must miss like what I would call it the feeler. Send. Send. I don't just send people CGs. His lips brushed to mine and our hands intertwined. His hot, passionate kiss burned me up in both body and soul. I love you more than anything in the world, too, Vilio. I conveyed that feeling through our linked hands and our interlocked lips. Slide into my DMs. I don't think that's an option. But you know, no sooner than our lips parted did his kiss me again, gentle and deeply. I had to wonder if he knew what I was thinking. Does he? Does he? Our story would continue into the future. I had no idea what trials and tribulations laid ahead, but I knew I could overcome anything with Vilio and my dear friends by my side. We could tackle anything as long as we were together. Our story would not have a sorrowful ending. Everyone would smile and live happily ever after. Our goal was to create a radiant tale, and that would never change. Muffin! Alright, we're gonna see if we got all of the pictures before. 1,000 years ago has been unlocked. Not do that. Let's not go there. Mission: kill him with cuteness has been unlocked. We have an epilogue. Wait, an epilogue. I take a peek from behind the curtain. I can see my friends in the audience smiling, shining brightly beneath the light. This will be the last act of our final show as we march towards the future. Please stop being louder than me. Applause. The applause asking for an encore led me to the spotlight. Leah, my trustworthy friends are waiting for me on the bridge. Together we will never ever run out of energy. Together we can do anything. Ignoring the heart palpitations, I take a step forward onto the shining stage. Thank you. They tricked me. That was terrible. Ginia! Everyone remember Ginia? Clap, 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 clap. Ginia! Oh my gosh, Ralita! That's fine, that's fine. Eon! Facelia! This is the end credits. I got the epilogue. Zafora! Clap, 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 clap. Vilio! It's showtime! What was that? What was that? What is this? What am I looking at? Oh my god, it's the poly routes. What is this? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Now, how dare they? It's probably gonna be in the photos now, guys. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be all right. Sound back up. Don't worry. We're gonna go find them in the
以上をもちましてサーカス公演ラディアンテイルの全演目を終了とさせていただきます。
And with that, our show, Radiant Tale, has come to an end.
最後までお楽しみくださり誠にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for watching until the very
笑
end.
顔になりたいときはまたいつでも遊びに来てね。
Feel free to come visit us whenever you want to feel happy.
それでは
And last but not least,
またのご来場心よりお待ちしております。
we'll be waiting for your next visit. Hey, does that mean there is gonna be a next time? Hang on, what does that mean? Wait, alright, let's look at the photos. We're gonna look at pictures now. Alright, gallery. 15 of 15, 15 of 15, 17 of 17, 16 of 16, 11 of 11, 12 of 12, 14 of 14, 19 of 19, 20 of 20. Oh god, wait, where is it here? There was a... Oh, here we go. No, here we go. Alright, great, we got it. We got it, guys. We got it. We're there. So hydrate. Okay, hang on. Oh my goodness. There he is, kissing our sweet angel. Alright, this is beautiful. We're almost out of water. Like, that's gorgeous. What the heck? How beautiful. We did it, guys. We got the gorgeous one. Like, this is my life. I want this. What is this? Like Pastelia and Zafora? I don't know if I would consider those two the two I would pick to do a side-by-side with. We Windies. Yawn and... wow, Roddy? Via wants a clown, do I? This one's great. I like this. I like this pose. I like the, oh my god, there's two boys here. Yeah, Roddy looked so hot. Roddy was cute. I like these. These are gorgeous. I want these in print format. I want them on my walls. And this one, first off, Alice smelling her hair is just a little creepy. But that is super cute with Olavis. The future. Olavis for the future. Perfect. We got all of them. We got 19 of 19. He's kissing her hair. Oh wait, hang on. We'll go back. I mean, he's not kissing her hair. His lips aren't touching her hair yet. So he could just be smelling it. I could be right. But this pose is cute. Like, he's blushing. We did it, guys. We finished all of the game. How exciting is that? What's your favorite CG? Let me look at them really quick and I will think about it. I'm trying to remember if I had one that went, oh damn, this is the best thing ever. I think it was under Leanne's, maybe. Pastelia's, we'll go back again. Congratulations, Leah. Thank you, Jay. And also congratulations on you on getting a break. I didn't fall in love with any of his. Honestly, it's this one. Actually, it's this. This is my favorite CG. I fucking love him. Like, this is beautiful. He's gorgeous. Abs. Concern when you ask who the hell he is. Intrigue. intrigue. Like, it's his hair. It's the way his hair is right here that makes it so pretty. 'Cause usually his hair is like look at this man, right? This is a good moment. This one I didn't like. That one's fine. I love that one. That one's the most beautiful CG to me. This one's also good for them. This is a good one for them. They look good in this one. What'd you think of the fan disc? I liked this a lot. This was really, really fun. I might say I like this almost more than the original game. Like, the fan disc had, first off, it had these guys in it, and these guys deserved to be in the first one. Like, Leanne had a story to tell. Like, he fell in love with her. Again, this is one of those things where they're Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. He's old, right? He's old, but he's also super old. And then so is Roddy, which humans age fast in their eyes anyways. This was a great moment. That one was fine. This, beautiful. Loved it. Loved it. They deserved each other. My favorite and least favorite? My favorite was probably Leanne's route. I love Ginia. His route was great, but he wasn't my favorite. Leanne was probably my favorite. Roddy's was fine. Let me think. Probably Zafuora was my least favorite route. I just can't get over being in a relationship with someone and treating them this way. And they really, at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like they're in a relationship that's going to end well for either of them. Like, they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like it. I still want the poly threesome route with Ralita and Ginia. Honestly, that'd be great because, like, Leanne said, Ralita's beautiful. You guys were really pretty too. He's pretty, which makes this pretty. This is a good one. This one's beautiful. I do like that. Could have been a little different. Eon's photos, I actually didn't like most of his photos. This is fine. This is fine. This one was probably one of my favorites. This is fine. That one's also fine. Like, this is gorgeous. I don't think they did him justice. I like the Kiss Kids. The Kiss Kids? That Pastelia one is gorgeous. It's like, it has Winter Royale feeling. This one. Like, it definitely looks like a movie poster. They put effort into this one. Kiss Kiss does not. Like, don't register. These ones are also, I like her outfit, but this, I thought it was weird that he took up so much of the frame. And she's like almost hiding behind him in it. I want her to be more front and center. I want a further away shot. I want to see her dress. Oh, Kiss Kiss and Parsley. Okay, one second. This one was cute. That's the one I used for the thumbnail. This I didn't need. This is gorgeous. They look great. This is good. This is when she's like, we're gonna have a baby. Okay, you said Kiss Kiss and Parsley. Like this one is a kiss and parsley. This is a kiss. Baby Ralita. I mean, imagine their baby. How cute would that be? Oh yeah, and this way we can appreciate these guys. So this is Colovis's. This is what we can have, guys. This is what we can have in the next Radiant Tale Fanfare. What should be called? The Show Must Go On. Radiant Tale, The Show Must Go On. Like, Alice being earnest. Big ass bait. Honestly, like, it could have been so good. Still so mad. I mean, I want him to be big. I want him to be big, not a memory of being big. And then this was beautiful. I really liked this final one they had. That's cute. That's really cute. Like, I like this. This is precious. I'm actually gonna screenshot it really quick. But yeah, I liked it a lot. This was a really good fan disc. I think they made a really beautiful story. Whoever translated this one as well did such a good on the translations, because when you translate something, you're not just translating it word for word. You're putting in things that make sense in a different language as well, so that the story stays consistent. And so they did a great job with that. Vilio. I want him to look his age and not look like he would wilt away if he sneezed. I don't know if they're gonna change him if they do come up with a third one. I don't think they would change him too much. I just feel like you can't show me the hottest guy ever and then be like, oh, and this is my relative. That's not, they don't. He's gorgeous. Sandalman is gorgeous. I love Sandalman. So I'm a little sad, but I like Clivis still. But we are going to call it here for tonight. Thank you guys so much for being here with me. Thank you, Prim, Asia, Jay, Blue. Jay, have a really safe trip. Thank you all the new people who popped in today. We're going to raid. Let's see. Let's raid Calamari. This is the person who we played road trip with. This is who we played road trip with. So go say hi to her tonight. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week, and you can check me out over there on the weekdays mostly, but I'm there on weekends sometimes too. So if you follow me, you'll know when I go live. If you're watching this on Twitch right now, remember I upload all the VODs on to YouTube so you can see them later. Thank you guys so much. Good job on being the game. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bye guys. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night.